Ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Is everybody awake? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. That's much better. Welcome to our annual Women's History Month observance. On behalf of the Board of Education, I want to thank you all for coming out tonight. This is an annual event that we do every year to celebrate Women's History Month. We are all aware of the great contributions that women have made, not only to our city, our state, our local, but also around the world. As I was driving in, I was talking to one of my sisters, and I was explaining to her that we were going in for Women's History Month, and we were talking about the long way in which women have come. Fortune 500 CEOs, elected officials, scientists, doctors. If we were sitting here 100 years ago, it would be probably totally different in terms of the advancements of women. I think that although women have come a long way, there still is a long way to go. There's still that glass ceiling. It has some cracks in it, but it hasn't been shattered yet. But that fight will continue to live on. But today we're here to honor an outstanding group of young women that have accomplished much academically and as well as in their communities. Commissioner Willa Powell is here. She was supposed to be the mistress of ceremonies. But guess what? She lost her voice. So she cannot speak, and you wouldn't be able to hear her. So I am filling in for her as your master of ceremonies. And it's only fitting that a young man, I'm still young, can pay tribute to all of the women that are here today. So first, let me call up, we're going to start, and I have my helper Joanne Feen here from the board office to help me to keep me on track. We have the induction of the year for the 2011 Susan B. Anthony, the history of Susan B. Anthony. Is Deborah Hughes here, the executive director? Oh, here she is, yes. The history of the Susan B. Anthony House. If you haven't, go visit. It's right on Madison Street, right around the corner from here. But I'll have Mrs. Hughes give you the history of the Susan B. Anthony House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to attempt to give you Susan B. Anthony's history in 3 minutes, but instead I particularly want to talk to the young women who are receiving this award in Susan B. Anthony's name tonight. You're not here because of how you look, or what you wear, or how much is in your bank account, or what your street address is. None of those things would have been important to Susan B. Anthony. You're here because of what you have accomplished, and because the people who know you best have already seen in you leadership qualities that make you a remarkable and amazing woman. You're here now to stand next to Susan B. Anthony figuratively because you belong in her fine company. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Susan B. Anthony, some of which you might already know, so I pulled a couple stories that might not be as familiar to you. Susan B. Anthony was a woman who faced tremendous financial hardship. When she was 18 years old, her family went bankrupt. They lost everything. Even the women's petticoats were sold at public auction for all to see and read about. She had to drop out of school, but at that point in time, you could become a school teacher if you'd had as much training as she had. And so she went to work to send dollars home to her family. Because she was a single woman, she couldn't rent an apartment or have a place that was considered to be improper for a woman of her time. So while she taught a one-room schoolhouse full of children of all ages by day, by night, she boarded at a family's home where she was their housekeeper, and by the way, she was around for the babysitting of the 3 or 4 children as they came along as well. Susan B. Anthony knew from an early age what it was to work hard and to balance all the responsibilities of work and family and the community. Susan B. Anthony knew what it was to face bullying and intimidation. Before she was involved in working for women's rights, Susan B. Anthony was an abolitionist. She traveled to every county of New York in the middle of the 19th century, which you know how the weather is. That meant she was in a sleigh for about 6 months of every year, being pulled behind a horse up and down the ravines of New York State. She was much reviled for her work, but she was an outspoken speaker. In Syracuse, they put a dummy together that looked like Susan B. Anthony, dressed it up and put her name on it, and they burned that dummy in effigy in Syracuse to threaten her and to let her know how much they did not want her to continue her work of speaking out against slavery. Susan B. Anthony knew what it meant to stand for her principles and to face the consequences. In 1872, when she was over 50 years old, she and a total of 15 women from Rochester dared to register to vote for a federal election, though it wasn't legal for a woman to vote in this country at that time. As a consequence, she was indicted and faced trial and was found guilty of having broken that law. Susan B. Anthony understood courage. Courage isn't about not being afraid. Courage is about standing face to face with the things that terrify you the most. But while she was an amazing warrior and an advocate, Susan B. Anthony was also a human being. She had a marvelous sense of humor, but you sure didn't want to be on her wrong side. She understood compassion. When her brother Daniel got shot because he published an editorial in his newspaper that made somebody mad, Susan got on the train and went to Kansas, and this was before there was open heart surgery and before there were antibiotics. And for 5 weeks, she applied direct pressure above his heart so they could stop the bleeding until he recovered. Susan B. Anthony was dedicated to her family. When her sister Guelma came home because she had tuberculosis, Susan and Mary, her other sister, nursed Guelma until she died there at that house on Madison Street. Susan B. Anthony had perseverance. She started her work for the woman's right to vote, and 54 years later, when she was 86 years old, we still didn't have woman suffrage in this country. But she'd tell you that she hadn't had any failures, that every time there'd been an election in every territory or every state in the country, if there were a few more people who voted for women to vote, then it was a success and an accomplishment. She was 86 years old when at a birthday party in Baltimore, she stood up knowing she had pneumonia and she probably wouldn't be living much longer. And it was then that she looked out at all the women who'd gathered for that convention and said that she knew that while she wouldn't live long enough to see women get the right to vote, failure was impossible. It was 14 more years before the 19th Amendment was passed. I believe that each of us, and particularly those of you who are the award winners today, would have respected Miss Anthony if you'd had the opportunity to be in the room with her. I also believe that tonight you're being honored because Susan B. Anthony would have respected who you are. Congratulations.
I'd ask my colleagues, Commissioner Elliott and Commissioner Powell, to join me as we call up the principals and also Beth Massetti-Miller, who's standing in for the superintendent until he arrives. We're going to call up each of the principals to say a few words about the young ladies that will be honored tonight. And the first will be Nikki Bridges from Franklin Global Media Arts, and she's accompanied by Judy and Gutty, the assistant principal.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Judy Gutty, Assistant Principal of Franklin Global, and I have the honor of introducing Nikki Bridges to you. Isn't she gorgeous? My first year at Franklin this year, I had the honor of meeting Nikki. Nikki was one of the first young ladies I met in the hallway. Her smile was captivating. She had a confidence about her when she walks in the hallway. She has this strong confidence about her, which really attracted me. Just the other day, I had an issue with one of my 8th grade young men in the cafeteria. 8th grade boys never give you any trouble. So I said, Nikki, come here. I want you to help me with this young man. She took him by the arm and talked with him, and he was great the rest of the lunch period. So this young lady is a natural-born leader. She's on the honor roll. She doesn't let her fellow students sway her to make bad decisions. She's in the Boys and Girls Club. She works at Wendy's. How do you do all this? She's applied to colleges, has not made a choice yet. She interned for the Rochester Rhinos this past summer. She's on the Franklin basketball and soccer teams, and she won 2007 Female Athlete of the Year from the Recreation Center, Tony Jordan Recreation Center. She's part of the praise team at True Worship Kingdom Ministries. And I love the line, Susan B. Anthony stood for many great things, but I love the line that failure is impossible. You are going great places, young lady, and I'm very proud to hear to highlight your accomplishments.
Oh, she wants to say a couple of words. Okay, go ahead.
As a recipient of this award, I am extremely humbled and honored to be chosen. I would like to first give thanks to God, who's the head of my life, everyone who supports me, and of course my parents, who worked so hard to instill in me the importance of gratitude. Susan B. Anthony was aggressive and compassionate by nature. She had a keen mind and a great ability to inspire. By accepting this award, I hope that I can follow in her footsteps and be an example to all women that leadership has no boundaries. I do not have to limit myself, but embrace every opportunity to serve and be a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Nikki. Next will be Chazare Burgess from the Franklin Bioscience and Health Careers, and she will be accompanied by her principal, Beverly Pringle.
Good evening. It is my distinct pleasure and my honor to be able to make this presentation this evening. I've had the pleasure of knowing Chazare for the last 2 years, and it has certainly been a breath of fresh air to see a young lady who has already identified what it stands for to be a natural leader, and she's made plans to do many great things. At this point, she's already been accepted to Gannon University and Alfred University, and she intends to study forensic science, excuse me, with the hope of eventually working for the FBI. Her time at Bioscience has included participation in the Hillside Work Scholarship, Boys and Girls Club, Gear Up, Middle College, and the American Red Cross blood drives, which I would like to let you know that she has led our school in the largest amount of donations they've had all year. She serves as the Vice President of the Health Occupation Students of America for the last 2 years and helps with the morning announcements on a daily basis. She presents herself as a mature, independent young woman that is looked up to by her peers and certainly respected by her teachers and the administration. She models the academic, behavior, and social qualities that we look for in the students destined for success. Again, congratulations, Chazare Burgess.
Just let me read what the, you hand me one of the plaques so I can read what it says so everyone can know what it says. Before we call up our next recipient, I'll let everyone know what the plaque says. It just has a picture of each of the young ladies that are being honored, and it has the Susan B. Anthony Leadership Award presented to their name, and then it has the date that they'll be presented. So this is something, a keepsake that they can have. And then they're also getting a little gift with some items that could be useful for school. Next, we will have Sarah Dill from the School of the Arts, and she will be introduced by Dolly Parker, who's her English teacher. So Sarah and Ms. Parker.
Hi. Thank you, Sarah, for letting me be here and introducing you. Sarah is a student in my journalism class, and I have to say, every day, ninth period, she comes bustling in. She brings with her this wonderful energy, enthusiasm, and curiosity for all things in life. These qualities Sarah embodies, these passions, are what carries her in all her endeavors. That includes, of course, her excellent academics, her leadership in the National Honor Society, and her community service, which has included a fantastic program of recycling at the School of the Arts. Sarah is, without doubt, a remarkable woman and clearly represents the ideals of the Susan B. Anthony Leadership Award. Okay.
I'd like to thank you so much for giving me this award and honoring me. I attribute my leadership skills to all my fabulous teachers at School of the Arts. My teachers, especially in the arts classes and the AP courses, have pushed me to perform at my best and take leadership of my own education and have led me thus far. In light of the Women's History Month, I'd like to especially thank my female teachers. To Ms. Duyan, my chemistry and then AP chemistry teacher, who, despite the hard course, taught me to perform my best and to not be distraught by my shortcomings. Ms. Kumar is my AP calculus teacher, and every day she makes me realize that learning can be fun and that hard work and determination are the keys to my accomplishment in the future. I'd also like to thank Ms. Parker, of course, my journalism teacher, who through photography and writing is teaching us the importance of communication, not only in our personal relationships, but on a national and international level. I hope that the students following me will continue to have the same opportunities to develop their leadership skills by being challenged through advanced placement classes and by being able to flourish in the arts no matter what city school they go to. Thank you once again for
Next, we'll have will be Ranjaris Duke from Edison School of Imaging and Information Technology, and she'll be introduced by Principal Bonnie Atkins.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to recommend Rondrea Dukes for this Susan B. Anthony Award. She's one of our quiet spirits. You know, in high school, we're always trying to tell our young ladies we want them to be young ladies and carry themselves well. She's one of those quiet spirits that just kind of walks the walk, and you know when she walks into a room without her making a lot of noise. We're very proud of her. Her GPA, her honor roll recognitions, her rigorous AP course load, and her membership in the National Honor Society represent and demonstrate her commitment to academic excellence. Rondrea also takes a leadership role daily in her enthusiastic participation in a variety of school activities, such as the senior class fundraising and also activities committee. She's also a member of one of the best and most successful and highly ranked girls varsity track teams in Monroe County. We're proud of how fast she moves, too. She has a motivating influence on other students, adding to our school culture, and is recognized also as an accomplished vocalist. She helps her mother at home with her younger siblings, as well as helping with her grandmother. And she still finds time to volunteer her services at the Bethany House. We are very proud of Rondrea Dukes.
First, I would like to start by saying thank you. Thank you to those who have chosen me to receive this Susan B. Anthony Award. Thank you to my mom for her support and my family for being here with me. School is something that I take pride in, and I want to also say thank you to my principal, Mrs. Atkins, for keeping our school IAT at Edison in line, making sure that it's a safe and stable learning environment. This place has really showed me the meaning of hard work, and the teachers all work together to make sure the students have everything they need to become successful in life. Thank you.
Next up, and forgive me if I mispronounce your name, Bra Elkierder from Jefferson High School, and she'll be introduced by Principal Diaz.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mary Andrew Coach Diaz, and up until about 2.5 weeks ago, I was the principal at Jefferson. So I tend to get a little passionate about my kids. So I had to write it down so I don't miss anything about Bra Alkadir. And I have with me the new acting principal, Christine Sickles, and Bra's AP, Paul Miller. And because we truly believe at Jefferson it does take a whole village, I'd like her parents to stand because they have their own incredible story. So please stand. And thank you for trusting us with Bra. Okay, I wrote it down, now I can't see it. Okay. Believer, inspired, trustworthy, helpful, and an eager person are words that describe Susan B. Anthony. And they are the same words that can describe Bra Alkadir. Bra came to Thomas Jefferson High School 3 years ago when her family arrived in the United States from Egypt. Bra did not speak English. Instead, she spoke Arabic and entered our school as an ELL learner student. In 3 years, Bra has learned enough English to enable her to take honors classes and AP classes 2 this year, and she maintains a 3.2 GPA and is a leader in her senior class. Over the last 3 years, I have watched this young lady bloom from a shy and overt young girl who is often ridiculed for wearing her traditional and cultural headwear, her hijab, and you can see how beautiful she looks tonight with it, to a strong, independent, and determined young lady who will speak her mind in defense of what is right. Bra has developed the kind of character that Susan B. Anthony would be proud of, as Bra is honest, hardworking, determined, caring, and independent with a kind spirit. Just like Susan B. Anthony, Bra is determined to overcome all obstacles to make her dream of going to college, to study medicine her reality, and to become a sustainable member of society, a force to be reckoned with. Bra is a delightful young lady. She has set high goals for herself and is determined to carry out these goals with dignity and integrity. Bra is a very important member of our school community and is revered by students and staff. She is a member of the varsity tennis team, varsity track team, student council, book club, and is a student guide. Bra is a Hillside Work Scholarship student and part of the University of Rochester's Upward Bound program. She has been awarded Do the Right Thing Award, the Channel 10 Scholar Athletic Award, and the RCAC Scholar Athlete Award. And in her spare time, Bra can be found at the Maplewood Public Library as a literacy aide and homework helper. Bra is a proud young woman who exudes self-confidence and strength and determination. She has uncharted leadership skills. Bra is gracious, dependable, respectful, trustworthy, and a wonderful role model for all females, just like Susan B. Anthony. Knowing Bra has enriched my life, and I'm proud to nominate Bra Alkadir for this award. We love you.
Thank you. Honorable members of the Board of Education, I'm truly honored to receive the Susan B. Anthony Award, Leadership Award. I could not have done this without the support from my principal, Ms. Diaz, Ms. Huberton, my teacher, Mr. Julia, and Ms. Benjamin, my coaches, Ms. Benjamin and Ms. Bolin, my counselor, Ms. Graham, and my principal assistant, Mr. Miller. the staff of Maplewood Library, Dr. Thomas, and my friends. I definitely could not have done this without the loving the loving support of my parents. In 3 years I have been in this country, I have worked hard to learn all I can. I also enjoy helping the children at the Maplewood Library with their homework and some of them learning English as their second language. I am sure this award will help lead the way to my goal, going to college and one day become a pediatrician. I am grateful to win this award. Thank you very much.
Next up is Krista Harvey of Edison School of Business and Finance, and accompanying her will be Principal Joe Baldino.
Good evening. Krista is a high honor roll student throughout all of her years in our school, at the School of Business, Finance, and Entrepreneurship at Edison. She has participated in student government and is a part of my Principal's Advisory Board, which is always one of my favorite events. The students come in my office and we have food, of course. We have to have food there, right, Krista? And I can't get out of there until I agree to at least 2 things every time they come in, because they're very strong people, and we want to develop leadership, and they're all very strong leaders in our school. She's a Black Scholar, president of DECA, and vice president of the National Honor Society. She enjoys playing the saxophone, reading literature, and the arts. She's an active member of her church and volunteers at the First Church Divine, Goodwill, and the Phyllis Wheatley Library. Overall, Krista exemplifies all the qualities of leadership, community service, and high academic achievements of the Susan B. Anthony Award. She's an extraordinary student who goes above and beyond the minimum standards and strives for excellence in and out of the classroom. I can speak for the whole community at the Business School at Edison. We are very fortunate to have Krista in our school. Congratulations.
I would just like to say that I owe all of my leadership skills to the important people in my life, like my mom and my dad, God, my counselor who works with me very, very hard. And hopefully my nieces and nephews and my little brother will be able to go to our school and have the same love and support that everybody giving me. Oh, but they're phasing out, so y'all might want to check that. Thank you.
Next up is Patience Ibzim from Wilson Commencement Academy, and my former counselor, Melanie Williams, will be coming up to introduce her.
Well, they told me everyone else was fast, so I could take 10 minutes, so thank you so much for that. But I really did have to make a short version, which was kind of hard for Patience. She's very busy at Wilson. She is ranked number 8 in our class, and she's an international baccalaureate student, so most of you know how difficult that is. She's also going to get the Advanced Regents Diploma. Wow, where do I start? Patience is going to be attending RIT to become a physician assistant, but she's also already been accepted at Hampton University, Albany School of Pharmacy, Niagara University, University at Buffalo, Philadelphia University, and St. John Fisher College. Patience has been honored with National Honor Society, French National Honor Society, Urban League of Rochester Black Scholars, University of Rochester George Eastman Leadership Award and Scholarship, and Channel 10 Scholar Athlete. She also was the third leading scorer in basketball in the city this year, and that's in her spare time. Those of you who play sports know that practices and games take up a lot of your time. She also earned Most Valuable Player in both basketball and tennis. She volunteers for Park Ridge Hospital, and also she tutors at School 58. She still plays clarinet and piano, just to wedge that right in. And she's in the Math League, Health Club, and Model UN, and she also works part-time. So patience is amazing, and I know that she really will achieve some higher things in life, and look forward to seeing her on the news. So congratulations.
Oh my God. Okay, well, I would like to say thank you to my mom and my dad. Thank you to Ms. Williams and to all my teachers. I would like to say thank you to Ms. Webster, my kindergarten teacher. Without her, I don't know. She was my foundation in my education. And I say that all the leadership comes from her and my family. Thank you.
Next up is Darshella Ivy, who is from East High School, and her counselor, Sherry Land Diodato, will introduce her.
It is with great honor for me to be up here introducing Darshella Ivy. She truly represents the qualities of Susan B. Anthony, as she is a well-rounded, mature, dynamic, optimistic, highly motivated, and hardworking young woman. I just met her this year, and those were the qualities that I have been able to gather in such a short period of time. She is a student who has made incredible contributions to our community at East High School. She is a leader among her peers and encourages and inspires other students to be successful in all that they do. As a student who ranks number 5 in our graduating class, Darshella has been a member of the Teaching and Learning Institute program, which has helped her to enhance her leadership skills. Darshella has challenged herself academically by taking advanced placement and honors level courses. She has been currently accepted to RIT, Canisius College, and St. John's University, to name a few. Darshella has been involved in the Youth Apprenticeship Program at Rochester General Hospital. I believe that this program has really helped her to develop as a young woman and to really look into the field of medicine. An experience that Darshella had discussed with me one day while we were reflecting on her experience at the Youth Apprenticeship Program was that of compassionate care in the medical field. I was truly impressed by her understanding and the need for compassionate care in medicine, as many people who experience a hospital environment experience discomfort and a sense of being in a factory. She really truly spoke about the human side to medicine, and I'm really very excited for her to be a major part of the medical field in the future. She just knows how to really understand what it means to be a compassionate individual. She is very kind, caring, and considerate, and she is aware of her needs to be successful in her future, and she is very much there to encourage others in our community. Darshella has a sincerity and a dependability that will make her very successful in her future endeavors. Thank you for all you do and represent at East High School.
Next up, we have Maria Jimenez of Edison School of Engineering and Manufacturing, and accompanying her will be Uma Mehta, the principal.
Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce Maria, who has been selected for her excellence in leadership, community service, and academic achievements. Maria brings an amazing combination of exemplary work ethic, a sincere love of learning, and a desire to always do her best, both in and out of her classroom. Maria has consistently been a high-achieving student and has received a scholarship of $44,000 from Keuka College. Besides academics, she stands out in all extracurricular endeavors, from captain of 2 varsity teams to volunteering her time in the guidance office, from an involved leader in our principal's council to organizing youth activities for young children in her church. We find Maria to be a self-motivated and well-disciplined young lady who strives for excellence in everything she does. Please join me in congratulating this year's Susan B. Anthony Award recipient, Maria Jimenez, and her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jimenez.
I just want to say I didn't know about the Susan B. Anthony Award like just a week ago. I didn't know about it. Well, I just want to thank you for like the Board of Education for doing this Susan B. Anthony Award for everyone, for all the females. I want to thank my parents, even though they don't know the language. I've only been here for 7 years. They don't know the language, but even though they are there to help me throughout the years in high school. And I hope everybody keeps on doing this Susan B. Anthony Awards for all the females. Thank you.
Next up is Tiara Johnson from Monroe High School, and she will be accompanied by Principal Vicky Ramos.
Good evening, and what a pleasure to be here tonight, especially it's such an honor. And students like Tara is what really motivate us to continue working very hard in our schools. Tara has consistently been at the top of her class and always taking pride in her academics. She's always been focused, dedicated, hardworking, and a self-motivated student. She's extremely responsible. She holds high expectations for herself, and she sees no obstacle and getting in the way of accomplishing her goals and dreams. And there is nothing any different than what Susan B. Anthony would have probably said to her. To this effort, Tara has made great success. She has Regents advanced level courses. She's always been a strong worker. She's getting an advanced Regents diploma, has been accepted to Nazareth to continue her studies in nursing. Teachers unanimously commend her for her work in her classroom and say that her excellent effort, participation, insightful contributions enhance their class discussions, and she is such a motivator in her class for everybody to learn. Her success continues with being a member of the National Honor Society, Urban League Black Scholar Recognition, Senior Class President this year, Monroe Peer Ambassador, as well as leading her peers in creating positive changes at Monroe and supporting the best school community possible throughout peacemaking and restorative practices. And we are who we are today because of Tara's efforts. Thank you, Tara, and congratulations.
I am very honored for this award. Thank you all.
Next up is Tanisha Lang. She is from Northwest College Prep High School, and she will be introduced by her assistant principal, Brenda Harrington.
Good evening, everyone. I have the pleasure of introducing you to a fine young lady, Tanisha Lang, who I'm meeting for the first time this year as I'm in Northwest College Prep for the first time. And I just want to share with you that I observed her in our privileged senior lounge, one female and the rest males. Her leadership skills struck me. She was not the follower of the crowd. She kept to herself, but smiled her beautiful smile all the time. We got to know each other a little bit more. When I would ask her a question, there would again be the smile. Yes, ma'am, yes. She carries herself with dignity, and she, as I said, does not go with the crowd. Her leadership has come out to reward her. She is the class of 2011's valedictorian. She has maintained a B-plus average. In 2009, she was one of few, because of her excellent writing skills, that were selected to do an internship with the Democrat and Chronicle in the Multimedia Journalism Academy and in the Art Drop Academy, and she also participated on the board of contributors. That was quite an experience for her, and it further honed in her writing skills. She's an excellent writer. She is also a member of the National Honor Society and a Black Scholar. She will be joining Miss Abysm, as she has been accepted at RIT, and she is going to be going into the biomedical, but she aspires and would prefer to go into the physician's assistant, so she will be pursuing that in the next semester. She has done volunteer work with the Goodwill. She currently works at McDonald's in Culver near East High School, so if you'd like to see Tanisha and her beautiful smile and her service, you can see her there. Thank you.
Well, I was not prepared to say a speech because I recently found out about this, but I would like to thank my parents for supporting me, and I would like to thank my older cousin and school counselors, Ms. Burrows and Mr. Schambeck, for helping me with my college process. And I would also like to thank my principals. So thank you.
Excuse me for the pronunciation, but next up is Alanda Martinez. She's from Dr. Freddie Thomas High School, and her counselor, Diana Pino, is with her and will introduce her.
Also accompanying me is Gail Lasath and Diane Bachman. Work ethic, determination to succeed, and the ability to overcome adversity to accomplish her goals is what makes Alanda Martinez stand out at Freddie Thomas High School. Not only is Alanda one of our top scholars, but she goes above and beyond to volunteer her services to both staff and students, even during the summer. Alanda is a role model to young females and uses her public speaking skills to share with others the lessons she has learned in life, both positive and negative, in order to encourage her peers to make better decisions. To be a good leader, you must practice what you preach. Alanda tries very hard to do just that. She's an advocate for our school, herself, and others. I believe that Susan B. Anthony would be very proud of Alanda, and I know that Alanda will continue to honor Susan B. Anthony as she attends college next year. Alanda, don't ever give up on your dreams, no matter how hard it is to get there, okay? Mm-hmm. You've made everyone at Freddie Thomas so proud, and now it's time to show the world what you can do.
I didn't prepare anything, but I always have something to say. Well, it is God, my faith in God, having me here. I want to thank my pastor wife, my grandma, and all my counselors and staff, aka school mom. I believe that reaching for big dreams is what makes you good in life. And so I would like to say to every senior young lady or whatever y'all is, oh my goodness, I'm so nervous, to continue y'all path and success and never give up. Always, the sky is not the limit. Always reach for the impossible. Thank you. Bye.
Next up is Tanya May. She is from Charlotte High School, and Tom Anderson, assistant principal, will introduce her.
Hello, I'd like to introduce Tanya May, Charlotte High School's nominee for the Susan B. Anthony Leadership Award. Quite honestly, neither Tanya or myself prepared anything for this, but as we've been sitting here listening to all these wonderful young ladies and their accomplishments, Tanya turned to me, oh yeah, I did that too. Oh yeah, I did that. Oh yeah, I was accepted there too. And she forgot a few things she's done herself. So it's been a wonderful experience for both of us. Tanya is our class valedictorian. She is an awesome leader. She's a leader and an advocate in the classroom, for the school, and in the community, and in the athletic field. She is currently part of the Youth Apprenticeship Program at Rochester General Hospital, wants to go on a career in oncology. Has been accepted to several colleges already, U of R, RIT, CUCA, I believe, and Nazareth. And she will be, if you stick around later tonight, she'll be presenting to the board. So she has lots of good things to say. So we're very proud of her at Charlotte. Good job.
Okay, so like he previously said, I wasn't really prepared for this. I just wanted to say thank you all. The amount of gratitude I have couldn't be summed up in any amount of words. I'd like to thank my parents and every staff at Charlotte High School, because without them, I wouldn't be who I am. I'd like to thank all my friends and Jeremiah Kirkland, the leader of Youth Apprenticeship Program. I think that has honestly changed me. If you're a junior or anybody, I think you should check it out. It's a really good program. That's pretty much all I have to say. Just keep being leaders, because without fear, there is no courage.
Up next is Sophia Polite. She is from Franklin's International Finance High School, and Robert Goldsberry, assistant principal, will introduce her.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of all the staff at International Finance High School at Franklin, I'm honored to be able to speak tonight about Sophia Polite. Sophia was chosen for the Susan B. Anthony Award first and foremost for her tremendous academic achievement at Franklin. Throughout her career, she has consistently made high honor roll while taking Regents level courses in her core curriculum. Several of her Regents exam scores have been 80% or above, which is just tremendous. She's done this and maintained this stellar academic record while being a varsity level participant in track since the 8th grade. She excels in the 400 meter, 200 meter, 100 meter, and long jump. You know, the basketball tournament's going on right now, and Coach K, the coach of Duke, always talks about his players as student athletes. And Sophia is that. She's a student athlete with an emphasis on she's a student first, but a tremendous athlete as well. She's down to earth and humble. She does not seek the spotlight despite her impressive academic and extracurricular performance in sports. She's very dignified and classy, which have been descriptors used to describe Susan B. Anthony. Sophia is a real leader by example and very much deserving of the Susan B. Anthony Leadership Awards. Congratulations, Sophia.
All right, I really didn't have nothing to say either, but one thing Mr. Goldsberry didn't say was I was very shy. So to keep it short and sweet, I like to thank everybody who's ever had anything positive to say in my life, even though it don't seem like I listen. I always do, and I do appreciate it. And thank you.
Up next is Maya Postel. She is from School Without Walls, and Principal Idonia Owens will introduce her.
Good evening. I am very proud to present Maya Postel, who was unanimously chosen by staff as a recipient of the Susan B. Anthony Leadership Award. Maya has always been an exemplary School Without Walls scholar who is well respected by her teachers and stands out as a leader among her peers. She spends an average of 6 hours each week volunteering at the Episcopal Senior Life Community. Of this community service work, Maya states, "I learned so much from the seniors who live there, and I enjoy being with them immensely." She plans to pursue a career in art at SUNY New Paltz, and she was also accepted at the Cleveland Institute of Art and to the Pennsylvania College of Art and Design. So Maya, on behalf of the entire School Without Walls family, I'm very proud of you, and I congratulate and salute you on this award.
All right, I didn't really have much to say, but thank you so much for honoring me with this award. I want to thank Dr. Owens, my mom and dad, for being here to celebrate this with me. And I want to thank the teachers of School Without Walls for giving me such a unique and wonderful education. Thank you.
Up next is Chasmin Sinkler. She's from Marshall High School, and Armando Ramirez, the principal, will introduce her.
Good evening. As the principal of Marshall High School, I feel so honored and privileged to be standing by such a classy and beautiful young lady. But I thought it would be more fitting to allow two of her teachers to present her as they have seen her grown up and mature into the person that we honor today. So I'll allow her teachers to speak on our behalf. Thank you.
I've had the pleasure of knowing Chasmin as a student in my American Sign Language class since her junior year. During this time, Chasmin has demonstrated dependability and leadership. I already said that. Chasmin is a quick learner and takes constructive criticism well, applies it, and learns from it. Her leadership is demonstrated through her motivation and willingness to help others. She does an outstanding job helping others improve their American Sign Language, skills within the classroom and is consistently asking questions to better herself within the language. I would just like to give an example because I was going over her most unforgettable moment the other day, and the students videotaped themselves. Her facial expressions were just amazing. And a lot of the students struggle with their facial expressions because the facial expressions are part of grammar and American Sign Language, so they take our tone of voice, too, that we use as English speakers and convey that meaning through body movement and facial expressions. A lot of the students struggle with that, and one student said one day to Jasmine, "Ugh, why are you making that nasty face?" And, you know, the kids always say that because they're not used to seeing these expressions. And she's like, well, that's part of the language, that's part of the grammar. And so I really can tell that not only does she listen to the feedback that I give her, but she's watching me. And she understands that this is something that I'm passionate about, and she takes the information. Not only do I present visually and verbally, but she really applies it to every single task that she goes into. When Jasmine is not in the classroom, she's helping others as well. She currently volunteers at her church, God's Vision Ministries, by helping the elderly, and she has also spent a significant amount of time volunteering at Goodwill, assisting with the donations.
Yes, Jasmine is this big time that she has all these speakers up here. But I just wanted to take a moment as her math teacher from last year to really say how great it is to have an intelligent woman in the classroom. Being married to a woman who's about to be a doctor, my wife, in a couple months, I see just the bright future that she has ahead of her. And it's amazing to watch a young lady struggle with some of the subjects in math and keep pushing and then be my top student. And it's great to see her going on. She's top 10 in our class. I just found out just now, she's the first person from her family to graduate from high school. So she's doing what it takes, and she doesn't care any of the past. She's working on the future, and I'm really excited for her just to see the way she works with the other people in the school, just to see the way she has her mindset. She's going to Finger Lakes for 1 year, she's going to UB, and she's going to give back. She's going to be a nurse, and it's exciting to see a young person, you know that they're going, and you're excited to know that you had one moment in their life. And so I thank you for this opportunity, Jasmine, and we present you with the Susan B. Anthony Award.
I am extremely honored to be here tonight and very proud of myself. Looking back, I never thought I'd be here until I met these guys, and they helped me out a lot. And I want to thank my mom for her support and raising me to be the determined, strong woman I am today. I'm motivated and high confident in myself. As he said, I want to be a nurse, not only because the money is good, it's because I want to help people in my community and go home knowing that I helped someone and made a difference in someone else's life, not in mine. Thank you, and thank you for
Up next is Kitwana Stokes of the Young Mothers and Interim Health Academy. She will be introduced by her teacher, Tanya Poiser.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Poiser, and on behalf of Principal Brenda Ellison and all the teachers and staff at the Young Mothers and Interim Health Academy, I am here to talk about Kitwana Stokes. But before I begin, I just want to ask her mom to stand because she is an example that single parenting can come with double rewards. So. Miss Kitwana. I have known Kitwana, and I kind of want to look at her, but it's hard. I have known Kitwana for 2 years, and I have seen her mature and grow into a beautiful young lady, and I've also seen her overcome so many obstacles. It's kind of like a mom standing here watching your young daughter go off, and in a couple of months, she'll be gone, so I have to tease her every moment I get from now till
the end of June. Trust me, she'll tell you that. Katwana has served on our school-based planning team. She's also the class representative of 2011. Katwana led the election of her class of 2011. She's a big advocate for process, making sure that process and procedure goes correctly. She enjoys bowling and the sport I call giving her opinion, which she plays very well. One of Katwana's community service includes participating in the breast cancer walkathon. Katwana, we're very proud of you. You have just come so far, so long. Your GPA is growing, and it's at over a 3.2. And we just want to congratulate you and wish you the best of luck when you go off into your freshman year. And when the times get tough, just remember you can come back and call on us. We'll be there to help you, because it's not just about getting you through the doors your senior year, but also helping you in that freshman year. Congratulations, Katwana. Best of luck.
Good evening. My name is Katwana Stokes. I would like to thank my teachers at Young Mothers and Interim Health Academy, my mom, and my family, because there were times where I wanted to give up and drop out of school, but somebody was always there pushing me forward. I think that's it. Thank you.
Sasha Vega, she attends Edison School of Applied Technology. She was sick tonight, but I would still like to say congratulations. So. Asia Lon Wallace is a student at Northeast College Prep High School. She is accompanied by staff members Marlene Favasuli and Paula Giles. Thank you.
Good evening. I think I'm going to change my name one of these days. It was a really good attempt at that. Favasuli. Okay. We're here tonight to introduce Asia Lon Wallace to you. She's the recipient of the Susan B. Anthony Award. I've known Asia Lon for a very short time, but long enough to see that she's a very articulate young lady who I'm sure is going to go very far in her career. And since I've only known Asia Lon for a short time, I'm going to let one of her teachers, who knows her quite well, stand here and sing her praises for her tonight. So I'd like to introduce Ms. Paula Gillies, who is going to give you a little bit of information about Asia Lon and all of her accomplishments.
This is Asia Lon Wallace. She is going to be a member of our second graduating class this year from Northeast College Preparatory High School. She has had 3 years as being captain of our step team. She's led our cross-country team. She's co-captain of the College Prep Panthers cheerleading. She's head of the softball team. She's also been elected by her peers to be the senior class president. Her leadership and motivation in sports, school, and community have extended beyond the classroom. Her cumulative average from 9th grade till now is a 3.31. She's slated to graduate with an Advanced Regents Diploma with distinction from Northeast College Prep. She's planning a career at sports management and has applied to many colleges, but Brockport is where she'd like to go. She helps in the community by volunteering at her church with clerical tasks. She has volunteered her time at the Catholic Family Center doing secretarial tasks. She's also involved with Rochester's Clean Sweep program in the city. Asia Lon exemplifies the qualities and characteristics of the Susan B. Anthony Award, and she's very deserving of this award this year. Congratulations, sweetheart.
First of all, I would like to thank God, who is the head of my life, and I would like to thank my family for being there for me. I would like to thank my mother and my father. I would like to thank just all my friends and my teachers and the staff at my school and all their support. Most of all, I would like to thank my principal, Dr. Mary Arison. She could not be here right now, but I'll still thank her anyway. She has pushed me a lot, and she's a one-of-a-kind principal, and there's a lot of people at school Northeast College Prep, that really supports me 100%, and they all want to see me succeed, and I am proud to be a representative of our school and a representative of the Susan B. Anthony Award.
Could I have all of our, first off, I'm going to ask all of our young ladies that are here if you can come back up to the front up here because we do want to get a photo of all of you. But could I have all their family and support systems please stand so you also can be applauded, as well as our honorees one last time, please. And our photographer is over here. We just want to get one last shot of all our ladies with the board members. So if you can fill in there. And just let me thank, as we close out our program, I want to thank the principals, vice principals, counselors, and teachers that were here, Joanne Feen, who's been here from the Board of Education, Rhonda Kirkland, and also Jackie Morgan for all the hard work that they put in. Thank you all for coming out tonight. We are very proud of you young ladies, and we look forward to hearing about your future endeavors. Congratulations. Thank you. Have a good night. We will start our board meeting shortly. You wanted to make sure you were in the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm just not feeling well, so that's why I'm...
Got it?
Okay. Thank you.
My message kind of crazy preaching in the hospital. And then once you got out, the other lady got the flu. Ava has the flu. So I was home all day. We said I would take each other.
How's it going?
We're just getting Melissa up on the Skype.
Okay.
So,
does that happen to you?
We got to clear out anyway.
Okay.
Got lozenges or something? There's probably why not. I feel like I'm going to have chicken soup. I think Bill's sick. What did he say?
He said under terms of use in the document, but there's two things. One, we can ask whether they would be willing to, read in some language, try. But the other thing is, if they want to that was incorrect question responsible for the next determination.
Yeah, I get that, but why can't they change it? Why can't they write a contract that has?
Because the contract was already, in essence, done. When you bid on the contract, all these terms are in the document. It's not like a kind of like consultant contract. When they go out to bid, all of these terms that are in the contract are in the bid documents. So in essence, we can try. I don't want to practice you to do it. Because generally, you don't know exactly what you're agreeing to. You're really adding something. We can try.
But then the board would already approve it.
I know.
When is this work supposed to be? Summer. So if we were to put it off to the next meeting to see if they were willing to do it. And so what would, you think that's true, what would happen if they said, nah, we don't, are they likely to say that? Not likely. Since
I think they're going to want to work with us. But, I haven't talked to the attorney, and so I can't promise anything.
But okay, let's say they rejected it. We'd still have time to make a decision at the next board meeting. I mean, our next board meeting is April.
It's a table.
Table. What's the resolution number?
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you.
Exhausted. I went to meet with what we call the Stop Key Foundation.
Yeah, I have.
People on the IX around the world. So it was a 6-8 flight in Chicago and a 2 p.m. flight right there.
Is the Black Boys thing today?
Yeah, education committee's meeting right now. Downstairs.
Downstairs. We are getting ready to commence the meeting of the Board of Education. We have a very long night in store, so I do want to try to start
I want to thank those who came out for Women's History Month. We're going to get to the acceptance of the minutes, and right after the acceptance of the minutes, we're going to move into our very long list of speakers. And we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance and Pledge Allegiance to the flag, and we'll have it led by our student rep, Sophie.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll give it 1 minute for those that are leaving to be able to leave out the door. Okay, we're going to start with acceptance of minutes from the February 16th, March 3rd, and February 17th business meetings. These minutes have been sent in your packets. I'll entertain a motion to approve these minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve these minutes. Is there a second? Second, okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye, the ayes have it, the minutes have approved. I'm going to move right to our speakers list. Anyone here that is wishing to speak, I will call you up to the podium. You will have 2 minutes to give your remarks, being that we do have a long list of speakers. Once the beeping commences, I will have to ask you to conclude your remarks. I ask that you will be respectful of the time. Usually we start with speakers addressing an agenda item, but I'm going to, because we have a lot of speakers and some are students, I'm going to go with both speakers addressing an agenda item and those not addressing an agenda item. So I ask that you will be respectful of the time. We're going to start with Ayanna Tanksley, if Ms. Tanksley is here. Is Ayanna here? Roland Watson. Roland Watson here. Tanya May. Is Tanya May here? Ms. May, you can come up to the podium, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I have something to address that probably wasn't on the agenda. It's just something that I wrote one day about this budget cuts. My name is Tanya May, and I am the valedictorian of 2011 at Charlotte High School, one of the many schools suffering from the budget cuts. I desire to protest the cuts and possible closing of my beloved high school. A lot of people think that Charlotte is a bad school along with every individual associated with it. I, for one, have seen this assumption firsthand. They're changing a school that has changed an abundance of schools' lives. The seniors plan on making a statement on it, but as just adolescents, we understand that our voices aren't exactly loud enough for anyone to truly hear us. The community constantly comments or judges us to be troubled children just because we come from the city and attend a city school. This kind of judgment is ridiculous and can only be noticed as ignorance. Some of the students at city schools are indeed troubled, and maybe their environment made them that way, but that is in no way the teachers or school's fault. This burden should not be set down on their shoulders when they put everything they have into helping us, as well as students as people, to succeed. Now they are being forced to reapply and put in transfers in hopes that they receive another place somewhere else. This is only a hope, not a guarantee. The people who raised me to be the mature young lady I am and helped us pave the road we are currently walking are in desperate need of someone to stand up and say no. We want to be able to come back to Charlotte, which is like a second home to the majority of us, and show our authority figures, our role models, what we made of ourselves. We want to make them proud and remind them that or why they do the constant struggle they do every day to help us and push us along. Personally, city school teachers should have the most respect due to the fact that they do deal with issues that most other teachers could never put into their job description. A year ago, my mother was diagnosed with cancer, and it was one of the hardest things to ever go through. But these teachers pushed me to continue to not give up. They helped me in my downtimes and supported me when I needed it most. It really made me trust. Pretty much just, I think that the teachers shouldn't have to give up their place, and if enough people protest it, then we can change something.
Thank you. Joyce Parker? Is Joyce Parker here? Joyce Parker? Donna Gonzalez? Donna Gonzalez here? Donna Gonzalez will be followed by Rondell Ellis. Is Rondell here? Yeah, Rondell, you can just come up to the podium also. You'll follow Donna.
My name's Donna Gonzalez. I'm 15 years old. I'm from Thomas Jefferson High School. I was a student of a home hospital teacher for most of this year. I went back to school February 28th, and I was so happy that I was ahead of all my classes. I had a tough time last year, and I needed some time with my own teacher. Having a teacher at home made me feel like I could succeed at school again. Now, I am on the track team at Thomas Jefferson High School, and I am passing all my subjects. I am passing math for the first time in my life. I am so happy. I am thinking about college. All of this happened because my home hospital teacher believed in me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rondell Ellis, and I'm in the 6th grade at School 39. Let me tell you a little bit about myself, because I'm very creative. For our Black History Assembly, I choreographed a dance and taught it to other kids. I also wrote a poem with the help of my school librarian. I love to dance, sing, and play sports. My favorite subject in school is writing, math, music, and PE. I'm in the choir at school and will be singing in the all-city concert this Saturday at East High School. I also play basketball at Carter Street Rec Center. Carter Street doesn't offer any music, or I will do that too. None of the rec centers offer music. I'm here tonight asking you to keep budget cuts from affecting the schools and their teachers. I'm worried about kids not having PE. Music, art, and library specials are what's important to kids. If you take PE away from some schools, you're making the schools worse because you're not helping kids struggling with obesity. Music helps kids who love to sing and have fun in school. If you take our specials out of school, some kids might drop out and not graduate because they won't be able to discover and fulfill their talents. I have a strong bond with my teachers, and the budget cuts might yank them out of my life. It's just not fair. I used to be loud in class, make everybody laugh, and I didn't do my work. I'm not the kid I used to be. My music teacher talked to me and said I needed to do better, and helped me a lot. My grades and behavior have improved. If I get a new music teacher, they wouldn't know if something was wrong or if I needed help with something because the teacher wouldn't know me. Ladies and gentlemen of the board and Superintendent Brazard, thank you for listening to what I have to say, and please don't let budget cuts affect our school specials. They help kids learn and want to come to school so they can graduate, have a successful life. Good night. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Nathaniel Ridley Jr.
Can I say one other thing? John Claude Brazard, please don't take my music teacher away from me.
Nathaniel Ridley Jr., followed by Campbell McDade Clay.
My name is Nathaniel Ridley Jr., and I'm a 4th grader at school number 12. Recess is very important to me. Recess is my main outlet to participate in physical activities. Our school has recess carts full of all kinds of different equipment that kids love to play outside when they have recess. Recess is the only unstructured time we can learn social skills, practice good character traits, interact and build a relationship with other students. We love to jump rope, play ball, hula hoop, and run in this big circle that people have big relay races in. Being physical active helps me to focus and concentrate in school more effectively. Thanks, and God bless everyone.
Thank you. Campbell McDade Clay. Campbell will be followed by Eli Yerman.
Hello, my name is Delia McDade Clay, and I am a 4th grader at James P.B. Duffy, school number 12. I study in the Ola Dual Language program. I think it's important to keep the instrumental music program because for the 4th graders like me, it's very challenging but very enjoyable to learn to work with more than 80 4th, 5th, and 6th graders to make awesome music. Hola, mi nombre es Delia McDade Clay y estoy en 4º grado en la escuela James P.B. Duffy, escuela número 2. Estoy en el programa de lenguaje dual. Hola, yo pienso que es importante mantener el programa de música instrumental porque aunque es difícil, es también muy divertido aprender a trabajar con más de 80 estudiantes entre los grados de 4º, 5º y 6º. Juntos interpretamos y creamos asombrosas piezas musicales. Gracias. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Eli Yerman. Kylie Steins. Kylie? I'm sorry, Kyle. Kyle will be followed by Eileen Traver.
Hi, my name is Kyle Steins, and I'm a 6th grader at 42 school. I'm really sad that you want to cut money from music, art, and library. I started in band playing drums. I didn't think that I was any good, but because of my great band teacher, I made it to All-City Band. If it wasn't for my music teacher, I wouldn't know that I am a great dancer. Now she even lets me teach dance to the younger kids. One of my goals is to make it to the School of the Arts and become a choreographer. If you cut art classes from art, any of the kids gonna know if that they have talent. The last thing is library. Why would you want to cut library when it teaches you how to read and you get books? The librarian encouraged me to read even though I have a hard time, and I really like it. I have ADHD and bipolar, but when I go to music, band, and art, and library, it helps me a lot. Thank you, Miss Rayner, Miss Eccles, Miss Sanchez, Miss Bannister for teaching me the great stuff. Please don't cut what our dreams are.
Thank you. Eileen Traver. Eileen Traver will be followed by Ashley Diltz.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Traver, and I'm a 5th grader at Francis Parker School 23. 3 programs which directly affect me at school are library, music, and art. I am devastated that the possible budget cuts will completely eliminate all of these programs from my school. With the help of our dedicated school librarian, my brother, sister, and I have benefited from her guidance and enrichment classes, which have led my brother and me to the MAP program. Each year, she helps me tremendously as I prepare for the City School District Storytelling Competition. Last year, I was the 4th grade winner, and next month, I will compete for the 3rd time. Not only does our librarian help with these special programs, but her whole day is filled with helping all students with computer and research skills, book selections, and story author discussions. These are all important skills that students need. I have taken cello and participated in the orchestra for 2 years, and I absolutely love it. My friends and I look forward to our time in orchestra, band, and chorus. I have sung in the chorus for 4 years. Having extra musical lessons puts joy in students' hearts and gives them great experiences to perform in front of an audience. Art classes give all kids a chance to express themselves with different kinds of subjects and art forms: painting, sculpting, drawing, and more. Music classes Music and art classes help students calm their minds and develop a creative talent. These experiences don't happen in the regular classroom. We need these extra activities to excite our mind. I really want to go to School of the Arts because it is a wonderful school that really cares about its students and the importance of music and arts. I also wish to audition for the Eastman Pathways program, but to participate, I must be committed to a school orchestra. If our school loses art and music, how will kids prepare for auditions for School of the Arts or be able to try for Eastman Pathways program? Think about the music you listen to on the car radio or shows and commercials you watch on TV. All of those musicians, artists, and actors had to start their creativity interest somewhere. What future careers will you take away from our current students by cutting art, music, and library? Please consider giving all the schools more money so they can continue to offer the extraordinary art, music, and library programs that make a difference in students' lives. Thank you.
Ashley Diltz. Ma'am. You can give those to the clerk, ma'am. You can give them to the clerk and she'll pass them down. Thank you. Ashley Diltz. Ashley will be followed by Bree Adams. Is Bree here? Okay, Miss Diltz.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ashley Diltz, and I am a fifth grader in school number 42 in Charlotte. I'm one of the students of Apparel Rental School number 42. Speak on behalf of my fellow peers when I say that the budget cuts for 2011-2012 school year that will affect our art, music, and library classes are unspeakable. My sister is in School of the Arts. Your cuts will eliminate AP classes in the whole school. It might not affect her because she is in 11th grade, but it will affect me and any other students that want to go to School of the Arts. You might think of me as some kid complaining, but I'm not. I'm a student that is speaking for over 500 kids. These cuts are just plain inappropriate. You can do whatever you want. You can cut whatever you want except education because we the students are the future of America. Those affected by these cuts will never get the joy of playing an instrument or the thrill of creating art. They will also not get the knowledge to explore new books. Those in public schools will never be able to go above and beyond the normal standard goals and studies. Will you be the ones to deprive the future of many students and deprive us of our good education, or let us get a good education to change America for a better? It's your choice.
Thank you. Bree Adams.
Good afternoon. My name is Bria Adams. I attend at school number 7, and this is my librarian, Miss Daly. I give honor to God to speak to you. I don't think that you grown-ups understand how important the library is to us at school number 7. It helps us with our reading and learning new words. If you take our library, you save money. We lose a part of our learning. Is money more important than us? I would ask you, would you take a book from your child? If not, don't take our books from us. Some children don't have books. Some children don't have books to read at home. The library is the only place they can read books. If you take the library, the kindergartners won't know if they read from left to right or right to left. Their parents cannot teach them everything. If you take the library, every child's life will change. It's the only quiet place in the school. It will change Miss Daly's life too. School number 7 will miss her, especially me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gabrielle, Gianni, and Karina. Gianni. Gabrielle will be followed by Karina. Speaking to the mic, Gabrielle.
My name is Gabe Giannini, and I am a third grader at Francis Parker number 23 school. I am writing to you because our school's budget for next year is way lower than it was for this year, and we may lose all our special subjects in school. Our proposed budget will eliminate art, music, library, half of physical education, and the whole band and strings program.
I don't want to lose art, music, library, and gym. Library is where I get most of my books to read. Next year, I would have been able to start in band or strings, but my class isn't going to have the chance to learn how to play instruments. My favorite subjects are gym and art. In art, we learn new things that I wouldn't know how to make otherwise. Gym is how I stay active and healthy in winter. In my special subjects at school, I get to experience things that we don't always do at home. We need help. We are losing our education. Downtown might need some money, but we have to have our education now. What we miss cannot be made up. If we don't have a chance to learn these things, we can't learn everything we need to learn in school. We are sad about having our school budget cut, and we can't have this happen to us. Please find a way to make the cuts downtown, not at our schools. From your friend, Gabe.
Thank you. Karina, is Karina? And Karina will be followed by Tamir.
Thank you, school board members, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Karina Giannini, and I'm a fifth grader at school number 23. As the new generation of American students, we need a strong, stable, and well-rounded education. Time we lose because of devastating budget cuts will hurt us greatly in the future. This time that we miss now due to cuts in programs and teachers cannot be made up. Whereas when you are sick, a friend can bring you your homework. If you go on a vacation, your teacher sends you a packet of work. But even if the budget problem goes away and funding is restored in a couple of years, the damage will already have been done. We will have lost a critical amount of learning and missed a window of education that will hurt us greatly in the future. I now speak for all the students in Rochester. We need our education as a whole, from art to math, science to music. Our youth in the city school system must not be wasted. Rochester's kids deserve better than that. We count on you, as a city school board, to help us.
Thank you. Tamir Puryear. And Tamir will be followed by Victoria Robertson.
Hi, my name is Timer Prayer, and I go to school number 42. The budget cuts are unacceptable. Kids can make a living playing an instrument when they are adults and even become famous. I'm a good trombone player, and I try really hard. Band is something I do in my free time. It's really fun. This is my second year playing in band and my first year at all-city band. I could be like my favorite trombone player, Trombone Shorty, or even better than him when I grow up. I would not have that experience if I didn't have band in school. Storytelling is something else I'm good at. I participate in the storytelling contest at my school every year. I won first place at East High School 2 years ago. I made it into the finals last year too. My librarian, Ms. Bannister, works with me every year to learn the book I choose. Art class is something else important to me. I'm good at it. It's important to other people in my school. My art teacher, Miss Rayner, is sad and will have to work at another school. She'll miss the kids that helped her when they had free time. They will help her teach and clean up when one of her classes are done. They helped Miss Rayner because they loved art and liked the clean art room. I'm asking on the behalf of the kids and of the city schools, please don't cut the arts at school number 42. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Victoria Robertson, followed by Elaine Francesco, and then Wade Norwood.
Hello, my name is Victoria Robertson, and I'm a parent of a first grader and a fourth grader at School 12, and I'm also the parent representative on the board policy committee. I wanted to speak on the wellness policy and just to commend the group that pulled that policy together. I think it's a great policy, and it's an example of things being done right in the district. Within that policy is a part for mandatory recess. I want to encourage mandatory recess, and there's a part of it that says schools can get a waiver. I think we need to be really holding schools accountable if they get that waiver, to have a plan to fix it and to communicate those waivers. Also, I think we need to use the model of a collaborative, respectful, working together and pragmatic team that developed this wellness policy to deal with our other problems of the budget. And this approach that was been taken to the budget that has scared people. You see all these kids and all these people here that are terrified that their children's school is no longer going to have art. And I don't care if it's been misunderstood. It's wrong to say that that's going away. I am proud to have my kids at School 12. They're getting bilingual. You heard Delia speak. My kids are learning the same thing. They can't learn that anywhere else. But if arts, library, PE, and music go away, it won't be a great place to have my kids at school anymore. And it's not a great place for any of the kids in the city of Rochester if we cut arts, PE, library to the extent that we have. So I urge you to work together to find a way to get past the enmity, to get past the us versus them, and find a solution that doesn't include cutting the arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elaine Francesco, followed by Wade Norwood.
I speak for the masses. We who in the end are most accountable for our children are caught between a rock and a hard place. With the budgeting process, and indeed most aspects of school and district operations, we have no direct information or say. We pay attention and try to keep informed, but when we question and counter, we are told, you just don't understand the intricacies of the budget. That's true. We don't understand it because no one will tell us clearly and straightforwardly. We see our principals and teachers accused of lying about the dollars and cuts, and by implication accused of playing parents to force pushback, when if they protest themselves, they are dismissed as trying to save their jobs, not worried about students. Principals tell us of serious cuts to critical courses and programs that they see no way to avoid. Then we read in the paper that the superintendent or board members say, oh, we wouldn't do that. What did you tell the principals then? RTA says that the deficit is grossly exaggerated. It's not nearly that bad. Now we're even more confused and getting madder. Equitable student funding is supposed to give principals control of all the money. But there are unspecified locked funds, some of which may trickle into a building. But how can principals plan if they don't know what programs come under that beyond janitors and phones? Some education wants call it weighted student funding instead of equitable. I call it mysterious student funding. You moan of the struggle with this year's deficit, and this next year is supposed to be even worse, not to mention the last 2 years. And at the same time, you are shuffling hundreds of students from high schools to elementary schools in the middle of opening and closing 20 schools, and just now hiring 9 people into central office when we already have more than 100 more administrators than in Buffalo. Plus, starting a $1 billion building project with few guarantees of being able to cough up our 15%. Mr. Superintendent, Commissioners, I want some of what you're smoking. You keep saying parents are not realistic, that this is how it has to be. But this is not the time for all those projects. It doesn't matter about college ready. In a couple of years, my daughter's younger friends won't be college eligible, much less my neighbor's third grader or tonight's young speakers. Thank you.
Wade Norwood. Wade Norwood. And Wade Norwood will be followed by Dominique Picard.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Wade Norwood, and I am honored to make brief remarks before you. As you know, I am the Director of Community Engagement for the Finger Lakes Health Systems Agency, and I live at 74 Appleton Street, 14611 in the city's 19th Ward. I'm here tonight because my work to eliminate health disparities requires that I thank you for your courageous willingness to address 2 critical and emerging issues that touch the health of our children: sexually transmitted diseases and childhood overweight and obesity. Neither of these are easy issues to talk about, but I appreciate the extent to which you have been willing to do so as you prepare to make revisions to your wellness policy, because they are related to your policy goal of health promotion and disease prevention. For the past 3 decades, Rochester has been challenged by dangerously high rates of STDs. In 2009, more than 2,000 Monroe County youth were diagnosed with chlamydia, and more than 400 youth were diagnosed with gonorrhea. The vast preponderance of these were children of color who live in the city of Rochester. As a parent of a 21-year-old son and a 12-year-old daughter, and as the pastor of a local church congregation, I want you to know that I believe in comprehensive sexuality education being available to all students 7th through 12th grades, and I believe that this education must include condom distribution. I also ask that you ensure that all elementary school students have access to increased physical activity and safe, productive play by including a mandate for all elementary school buildings to have a policy for recess as part of your wellness policy. In return, I would like you to know that each of you has the right to come before the Board of Regents and tell me how you think I should do my job. Thank you very much.
We will. Thank you, Regent Norwood. Dominic Picard, followed by Rachel Pickering.
First off, I'd like to thank the Board of Education to let me speak. In recent weeks, principals have been asked to prepare and submit school budgets that contain various deep cuts to music, art, library, and phys ed. Unfortunately, they have not been allotted enough funds to cover these courses. At the same time, Superintendent Brizard has claimed to have no knowledge of these cuts and put them completely on the backs of principals who've been given no other choice than to cut the same courses that have been directed to cut for the past 3 years, also known as 10% off the top. Coincidence? I don't think so. It seems like the same old game, just a different set of rules, which seems to include cutting upwards of 50 to 100% off the top. What really burns me, though, is the fact that principals have submitted their proposed budgets and have been directed by the superintendent not to share their budgets with staff or parents. For a district that is so transparent, this sounds like somebody's trying to hide something. I thought we wanted more parental involvement. If parents don't know what's happening, how can they be involved? I understand that the budget has not been formally proposed yet, but due to past practices of the current administration, like closing the school without, or trying to close schools and whatnot, the public has a right to know what's happening as it happens. Isn't that what it means to be transparent? I recently sat at a PTO meeting where parents were asking principals about what the proposed cuts were at the building. The principal said, I cannot share that information with you. Why is that? Because he's been told not to. Because their jobs are being threatened, more or less. And, you know, honestly, it sounds like bullying to me, which I believe our district has a policy against. Personally, I believe the funds to cover the arts are available, given that the district has given the school buildings less than a third of what a child's educational funding actually is. Where's the money going? Human capital initiatives? 690 St. Paul or Central Office Part 2? The bloated cabinet that's in this district and their paychecks? I hope when this budget is proposed, there will be a line-by-line breakdown of where all the money is going, unlike years past. I can honestly say that I would not want my children attending this school district when I have some, and if the arts are not part of that day, I will be moving from Vermont Street, probably to the suburbs, and not be living here anymore.
Thank you. Richard Pickering.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Pickering. I'm the Program Manager of Healthy Kids, an initiative of the Finger Lakes Health Systems Agency. Healthy Kids are strong advocates for increasing the awareness of childhood obesity and focusing on non-biased, data-driven policies that increase physical activity and healthy eating in our communities, especially our schools. Improving physical activity in schools is a critical goal of our initiative and our 1,500-member community coalition. Healthy Kids calls on the Board of Education to include a requirement of 20 minutes of supervised unstructured recess for every elementary school student across the district. Between clinical evidence and the direct input of teachers, principals, and administrators, the benefits of recess are very well documented. Our coalition of parents, city residents, and community leaders ask you to take a stand and require 20 minutes of unstructured recess time for students as part of the district's wellness policy. In closing, I would like to present the board with signatures from students, parents, members of the Rochester community, calling on the board to rescue recess and to give our kids a break. On behalf of Healthy Kids Coalition, thank you so much.
Thank you. Lori Thomas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, parents and community members. Parents are community members. While assigned to the alternative work location, I was asked by my administrator to produce a work assignment. I told Ms. Waters that I would like to study school reform models, concentrating on the Comer School Development Program, and she agreed. During my research, I came across a book by Frederick M. Hess, Common Sense School Reform. Being a fan of common sense, I thought this would be an interesting read. And while I didn't agree with most of the tenets of Hess, I did agree with him on one important point. Without accountability, whatever system of education there is will fail. So I came here tonight to ask, who's accountable? I know I'm accountable for staging a public protest against the system of education in our district. I weighed the consequences and decided that our children's education is an important enough issue for which to stand up, and I accepted the consequences. However, I want to know who's responsible for the disruption of the educational process of my students. Who should be held accountable for taking me away from my students for 49 days of their education? Who made the decision to take a veteran teacher away from her 22 fifth grade children, most of whom are ELL students, and replace her with a novice, uncertified graduate student for an entire marking period? Who will be evaluated on the failure to provide my students with an excellent education? I know that the superintendent has to recommend some decisions to the board for approval. So was this recommendation supported by the board? Or was this decision made without board approval? I don't think that my administrator made the decision. She seemed as surprised as I was, and I know it wasn't my students or their parents. So back to the question, who is accountable? Who is accountable for the failure to recognize that the situation could have been handled without disrupting the educational process for my students? If this type of decision-making is part of the superintendent's plan, then I fully support any amendment to his plan that will hold responsible parties accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Philip Davis. Philip Davis here. Mr. Davis will be followed by Hillary Appleman.
I am the proud parent among many proud parents with children at school number 58, World of Inquiry. World of Inquiry is a school with leadership and staffing such that it has been awarded a blue ribbon by the U.S. Department of Education for its excellence. Now, I am aware of the fiscal challenges of the Rochester City School District and that the governor has suggested that we all share the pain. But I am guided by George Washington Carver, who said, "What says the most about your life is how you treat the young and the elderly, because at one point you will be one of them." The fiscal challenges faced by the school board are significant, but just as significant are the ethical challenges. How this district spends its money is indeed an ethical issue. I hope the historical record of those who administer our schools will be that they stood with children and not with the governor and his philosophy of shared pain. The board is faced with an immediate ethical challenge of how we treat the young. In some situations, I'm told that stones cry out for justice. So I brought with me a stone that came from Robben Island in South Africa, where Nelson Mandela was in jail. Something is seriously amiss when a stone from South Africa, where Nelson Mandela was in jail, finds its way to a school board meeting. Listen to that stone for a second and hear the cries of that stone and hear children of another generation crying because they're hungry, because their parents were denied a fair education during these years. Can you hear those cries? Listen to the stone, Malik Evans. It's in the hands of Alhaj Malik Shabazz, whom I suspect your parents named you for. And as he holds that stone, he repeats something that should be familiar to you. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Your namesake, Malik, says that the current budget cripples the future of the children of Rochester. I close with passing the stone to James Weldon Johnson, who says to these decision makers, sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. History is waiting to hear your song. It's also waiting to hear what your ethics are. But first, let me give that stone, let you know that George Washington Carver is right, and you should listen to that stone, because what's going to say the most about you and what's going to say the most about your legacies is how you treat the children. Thank you for your time.
Hillary. And yes, I was named after El Haj Malik El Shabazz. Hillary Appleman.
Good evening. My name is Hillary Appleman. I have 2 children at School 46. Last weekend, I took my son to participate in all-county orchestra. When we pulled into the parking lot, we were surrounded by school buses from every district in the county: Hilton, Chili, Byron Bergen, Penfield. There was no bus there from the city of Rochester. Our children do not get the art, music, and other enrichment that their suburban counterparts do. City children, who are far less likely to have these kinds of opportunities outside of school, are also less likely to get them during the school day. I know this district cannot make up for all the inequities of the American school system, but there has to be a point, a bare minimum, below which we cannot go, where we say enough. I submit that we are at that point, past that point. Some schools do not offer instrumental music already or have librarians. Our children get far too little art, let alone field trips or extracurriculars. If you can tell me honestly that you cannot squeeze out any more money from central office, cannot reduce out-of-town consultants' fees or expense account lunches or pare down the $40 million teaching and learning budget, if you can look our children in the eye and say there is no money unless it comes from the classroom, from their already part-time art, music, and library classes, then I say shut the whole thing down. Without art and music, you are not providing a bare minimum, not providing an adequate education for our children, for any children. Would any of you send your own child to a school that did not offer art or music, that has no librarian or physical education? I hope not. And if it's not good enough for your children or my children or the children of Pittsford or Penfield, then it is not good enough for any of our children. If you can't run this district without hurting our children, then get out of the education business. Turn out the lights and turn the district over to the county or the state. We are past the point where our children can be asked to sacrifice any further.
Thank you. Tava Hall. Please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Tava or Tava Hall. Giancarlo Giannini. After Tava Hall will be Giancarlo Giannini. I believe Ms. Hall is here.
Good evening. My name is Tavia Hall, and I would like to thank God for allowing me this chance to come and speak to the board. I would like to thank Superintendent Brizard and the board members. I'm here. I have 7 children that attend the Rochester City School District. I have 5 who are in elementary, and I was notified by School 45 that art, music, and physical education was going to be cut, and I was just really astounded to hear that. And then looking at these are gifts and talents with art. The children have an opportunity to express themselves, and they can be who they are. In music, School 45 had a talent show, which my daughter and my son participated in. They won first place. And those are areas that they're naturally gifted in. And if art and music, physical education, obesity, that's a problem that we have in the United States today. If physical education is taken away from these students, then that's geared toward their health, and they will not become healthy adults. And as been said before, these are opportunities for long life careers in music and art. So I just want to express that these specials should not be taken away from these children because they will not get a well-rounded education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Giancarlo.
Good evening.
Thanks for the opportunity to express my concerns about the 2011-2012 city school budget. My name is Giancarlo Giannini, and I have 2 children at School 23. In 2010, the district had a budget of $693 million. $278 million was funding that went directly to the schools and supported 3,954 teachers, TAs, and paraprofessionals. The information that we've been able to piece together so far for 2011 indicates that cuts averaging about 21.5% will be borne directly by the schools. These cuts equate to about $60 million. In other words, a full 75% of the announced $80 million gap is being borne by the schools, borne by these teachers that interact with our kids on a daily basis and really lay the foundation for their education, borne by the programs, which we've heard a lot about tonight, art, music, AP classes, potentially MAP, that really allow the kids to prepare for college and life after high school, and unfairly borne by the principals who are promised an opportunity to use this budget process to make better strategic decisions for their schools, but it almost seems like they've been set up now as the fall guys, forced to recommend really devastating cuts to their schools. It feels inherently unfair and short-sighted for the schools that bear this burden. We implore the school board, Mr. Brizard, Mr. Urbanski, to look at that other $415 million that's not controlled by the schools and not going directly to them. Administrative salaries, benefits, support programs. Look for the savings there, not in the funding that's going directly to our schools. I'm part of a parents group that's reviewed the numbers, and we've got a list of suggestions and cost savings we'd be glad and happy to share with you. Please don't cut the money going directly to our schools. We can't afford to lose this direct staff that teaches their children and the programs that they support and represent. Please do the right thing for our kids in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could get those, Giancarlo, if you can get those suggestions to the board clerk, she can pass them on to us, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Jill Traver, and followed by Jill will be Dagmar Kaufman. Ms. Traver?
Good evening. My name is Jill Traver, and I'm a parent of 3 children at School 23. All school districts across the state and the nation are facing misdirected and drastic cuts to education. But I do bring 2 points specific to the Rochester City Schools. 1, as you review budget proposals, I urge you to lock the music and art lines as well as funding for librarians. My daughter Eileen already spoke passionately about these programs, but I will reiterate, teaching these skills will result in higher graduation rates and encourage students to become well-rounded and informed citizens. Second, equitable student funding, weighted student funding, or autonomous schools? Which is it? Last year, some schools became autonomous schools where the principal controlled the funding. Some say that the autonomous schools were actually a pilot for the new Equitable Student Funding Budgeting Tool, or ESF. How did that experiment work? Where is the analysis? Recently, we learned that ESF is really weighted student funding. Were these student population weights calculated into the test program? What is equitable about taking larger percentages of money from schools that are highly successful? When you decimate successful programs, you will send many involved families straight to the suburbs or private schools. Do you think the suburban schools are cutting their advanced placement classes? In the Democrat and Chronicle, Alan Williams wrote an essay condemning the implementation of ESF. He stated that ESF tells how to distribute funds but fails to provide a mechanism to ensure that funds are directed to programs or strategies that are effective. So, if ESF tells you how to distribute funds based on specific student groups, and for example, School 23 is a school where each and every child is challenged and excels, what are the weighted allocated funds to continue to achieve this goal? I commend you, Mr. Williams, for publicly stating your criticisms of this budgeting tool. When the budget is presented next week, I implore all the board members to insist on full transparency of the budget numbers, ask where the cuts are not at central office, shouldn't they be away from the classroom,
Why is Race to the Top money solely a $2 million a year administrative revenue and nothing's going to the classroom? Ask the tough questions. Our children's future is the future of the city of Rochester, and we can't afford to make mistakes. Put the budget cuts in central office and stop hurting the children.
Thank you. Dagmar Kaufman. And Dagmar will be followed by Marion McDade Clay.
Hi, my name is Dagmar Kaufman. I'm a psychologist at the University of Rochester. I'm also the mother of a wonderfully spirited first grader at School 23. Proposed budget cuts for next year threaten to eliminate entire programs at School 23, including art, music, library, and half of physical education. These programs are crucial and indispensable for my child or any child to develop important social emotional skills like creativity, self-expression, collaboration, negotiation, fairness, appreciation of their body and movement. I believe that cutting these programs is unacceptable and will result in an inferior educational experience for our children. I and many other parents at School 23 are doing our part by making the choice to live in the city and a commitment to the school district, by investing our time and resources in our children's educational experiences and their successes. Based on this budget proposal, it doesn't sound to me like the district is making that same investment. Why not? This poses an impossible dilemma for me as a parent. How do you expect me to explain to my child that programs like art, music, PE, or library will no longer exist at his school, other than that the people in power don't value them as part of his learning? At the same time, it would be equally as difficult to explain to him why we would have to leave the city school district and the community and school we both love. I get that the district's resources are limited and that they need to be examined and redistributed, and that that's a tough job. But I cannot accept the proposed budget as an adequate solution to the district's financial crisis. And I absolutely believe that you can do better and figure out a way to make this happen without severely compromising our children's quality of education. I'm invested in the city, the RCSD, and most of all my child's learning and growth, and I'm doing my part. I'm asking you to do the same.
Thank you. Marion McDade Clay, followed by Eileen Rona.
Good evening. I want to thank you for allowing all the speakers to go first this evening. I think it's a great nod to the issue even prior to the budget release, so I want to thank the board, the superintendent, and President Evans. I think the burden of massive program reduction has been unduly placed upon the principals, and that the board and the RCSD administration have failed to lead in communicating the vision of the educational experience a parent can expect for their child. My question has always been, what kind of education does the RCSD want to offer? Not what can we offer, but what do we do, what do we as an educational system stand for? My sense this year is that the RCSD education will provide minimum standards required by New York State, and it's disappointing. As an RCSD grad, I received a dynamic and varied education, one that was academically rigorous, but also culturally rich and diverse in its resources, one no single campus suburban high school could compare with. The assets the city offered simply weren't replicated in non-urban districts, and I believe that's still true today. You heard my daughter speak earlier this evening in Spanish. My kids are bilingual because of the OLA program at 12. They not only speak English, but read and write in their second language above grade level. No other program in Monroe County comes close. But what I'm hearing is that in order to have OLA, I have to give up professionally certified librarians, PE teachers, art and music teachers. You know, you're forcing me to question my decision. An incomplete education is no education. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen Rona.
Good evening. I am a proud parent of a 7th grade honors student. This is no small feat because she was just last June declassified from her IEP. She works hard, usually harder than I ever had to at her age. This has been a very stressful couple of weeks for her. She not only worries about her schoolwork, but also whether she will have those classes that she enjoys the most. She's a SOTA student. The arts. You see, she found that she learns best while listening to or humming to music. How ironic that the one thing that has changed my child's life has helped her to read, to learn math, and to study is the one area that the schools might have to eliminate. It's up to you to find the way to eliminate in areas that won't hurt our children's future. I've heard that the district's office was cut already. Well, if the schools have to take on all of these new responsibilities, the principals in general, then we don't need many of those central office positions. Superintendent, we also don't need you making over $200,000 per year. Layoffs, cutbacks should and need to be made where they affect our children's future the least, not with our teachers and classes that get our kids into college. By the way, I keep hearing there's the have and the have-nots, and we're all the haves. We all have our children here, and that's where we want to stay. But you guys have to keep our kids here. Thanks.
Thank you. Elizabeth Hallmark. Elizabeth Hallmark will be followed by Rhonda Patron.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I'm Liz Hallmark, and I'm the parent of a high schooler in the Rochester City School District. I have many concerns about the budget, but I will focus on the latest of the superintendent's initiatives, what is being called equitable student funding, elsewhere called weighted student funding. Perhaps in another fiscal environment where there would be monies available to give principals autonomy that this formula proposes to give schools, it might be a fine idea. I mean, who would be against autonomy? But in this fiscal environment, where our reserves are shrinking, and elsewhere school districts across the country are voting overwhelmingly against using this kind of formula, it would be foolish, no, fatal, to continue to implement this formula or roll out this formula. Couple of brief bullets. Imposition of this formula is complex. It turns principals into CFOs rather than chief academic officers. That's not good for our kids. Secondly, the pilot that was promised to our schools to be checking out this formula before the larger ESF was implemented was never completed, nor was the data ever published. So, to wrap up, I'm not against approving the schools. I would love to see some initiatives put out there. But I am concerned at the speed with which these initiatives have been dropped onto the school district. There's the data implementation, there's the Rochester Curricular Framework, and now we have this equitable student funding, none of which have been really analyzed and reflected upon carefully. Slow down. Let's be more reflective. Thank you.
Thank you. Rhonda Patron. Ms. Patron will be followed by Evan Lowenstein.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Brizard. As a city resident and a concerned great aunt of 4 children in city schools, Northeast College Preparatory, School of the Arts, and School Number 42, I would like to bring up some issues regarding the budget. Currently, the Rochester City School District website heading reads, "Rochester schools are making progress." This will not be the heading we will read if you take away such things as advanced placement courses, AVID programs, and foreign languages. My nephew Anthony is in 10th grade at Northeast College Preparatory School and currently taking advanced placement. Nick is in 8th grade at School of the Arts and in the AVID program. They both are concerned about having these programs cut. There are serious concerns about not having foreign language on their high school transcript so that they could get into a good college or university just as the suburb children could. Anthony has his heart set on attending Ohio State, but their requirements for admission is 2 to 3 units of foreign language. Nick hopes to attend Syracuse University when he finishes high school. Syracuse University admission statement reads as follows. Your academic performance is a significant factor in our admission decision, especially your senior year accomplishments. Your participation in honors and advanced placement courses and/or meaningful electives demonstrates your commitment to maximize your college experience. If you take away many of the electives, you are hurting their chances to attend these kinds of colleges. They require these electives to allow them the opportunity to achieve their potential. Also, if you take away the art programs, we will have schools without music, band, art, and librarians. That's disgraceful. These are electives that help fine-tune the cultural aspects of our society. We need more schools like School of the Arts, not fewer. Currently, only a small percentage of the children that apply to the School of the Arts get in. Over 1,000 kids applied to this school when my nephew Nick applied, but only 200 got accepted. Now, if all these children were able to attend the school they wanted to, study such things as drama, art, band, vocals, creative writing, there would be a much higher attendance rate in the city schools. This is likely to help increase the graduation rate. As board members, is this not what you are hoping to achieve?
Thank you, Ms. Patron. That's your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Evan Lowenstein. Mr. Lowenstein will be followed by Katie Salome.
Thanks for the chance to speak to you all tonight. I know these are serious fiscal challenges. With all due respect to those challenges, I think the phrase penny wise and pound foolish was made for this situation. I am a parent of a first grader in the city school district, and there's so much we love about the school. We love the diversity, we love the teachers, and my son Lyndon, the first grader aforementioned, talks especially lovingly about the specials, and the specials at his school are music, arts, physical education, and library, and he also talks a lot about the field trips, and I would consider that special as well. And all of our kids are special, and I think they deserve specials, as my son calls them and as they call them at the school. I'm the most devoted urban by choice person you're going to find. I've lived in Rochester for 11 years. I've dedicated my professional and my personal life to the revitalization of this city, again, as a worker and as a volunteer. And while this city is a high priority to me, my son, of course, is the highest priority. And I'm sad, and this happens a lot, I'm sad when friends and neighbors leave for the suburbs, but at this point, how can I blame them? We want reasons to stay because we really want to stay. We are committed, we are dedicated, but we have this highest priority that we must answer to. And so we ask you to give us reasons to stay, like I said, it bears repeating, because we really want to. And this is the first time in the 11 years that I've been here that I don't feel responsible or honest recommending or defending the city school district. And that's very sad to me and it pains me. I'm not giving up, of course, that's why I'm here today. And as was mentioned by a previous speaker, dreading the moment I may have to explain to my son why a special kid doesn't get specials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. Katie Salome. Katie Salome will be followed by Gloria Sebastro. And forgive me if I mispronounced your name.
It's okay, everyone does. Hello, my name is Katie Salome Breedy. I am a parent of a kindergartner at School 52, and I am also a teacher at one of the best high schools in our city, Northwest College Prep. I am signed up tonight as a parent because most likely after 7 years of providing arts education to the students in the city school district, I will no longer be a district employee. I want to share with you that I chose to live in the city, and I was very excited to send my son to our neighborhood school. Now with the proposed budget cuts, I'm seriously considering moving to the suburbs and even talk to a realtor about selling my house. I didn't want this to happen. This year, my child only receives 6 weeks of arts education. Next year, as a first grader, he will not even receive art or library services. This is not enough for our students. Would this be enough for your children? I know some of you have children. Would that be enough for your children? I want to share with you some research out of Yale University from Elliot Eisner, which is in some of the handouts that I provided. The arts teach children to make good judgments about qualitative relationships. Unlike much of the curriculum in which correct answers and rules prevail, in the arts, it is judgment rather than rules that prevail. The arts teach children that problems can have more than one solution, and that questions can have more than one answer. The arts celebrate multiple perspectives. One of their large lessons is that there are many ways to see and interpret the world. Do we want to take this away from our children? Board members, when you are asked to be made decisions about the upcoming school budget, I ask you to keep in mind, we need the arts to create a masterpiece. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Sebastro. Gloria Sebastro will be followed by Lisa Hanlon.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Gloria Sabastro.
My name is Gloria Sabastro.
Soy la presidenta de la coalición bilingüe.
I am the president of the Bilingual Council.
Ok. Tengo entendido que varios programas van a ser afectados bajo la nueva propuesta.
It is my understanding that there is a possibility that several programs will be affected under the new budget.
Estos programas son
These programs are
música, maestro de instrucción musical, etcétera, coro, instrucción instrumental.
music, art, foreign language, and life writings.
Arte, lenguaje extranjero. Para poder entrar a la universidad, los estudiantes tienen que aprobar crédito en esa área.
Foreign language, it is a requirement for students that are planning to attend college.
Bibliotecarias.
Life writings.
Si este fuera el caso,
If this were the case,
sabiendo lo importante que son los recursos para expandir o mejorar la calidad de aprendizaje de nuestros niños,
knowing how important are these resources to expand or improve the quality of the education of our children,
¿qué pasos ustedes piensan tomar para garantizar la calidad de educación excelente para nuestros estudiantes?
what steps you intend to take to ensure the quality of excellent education for our students?
Además,
Also,
tenemos entendido que es posible que haya reducción en el número de maestros de inglés como segundo idioma ESOL.
it is our understanding that there is a possibility that there will be a reduction in the number of ESOL teachers.
Si esto fuera el caso,
If this were the case,
¿cómo ustedes planifican bregar con esta situación?
how do you plan to deal with this situation?
Para reducir los efectos negativos que podrían implantar la calidad de la educación de nuestros niños.
How do you plan to deal with this situation to reduce the negative impact that it will have in our students' education?
Muchas gracias por hacerme escuchar y por atender nuestra comunidad bilingüe. Muchas gracias.
Thanks for listening to me and pay attention to the Bilingual Council.
Thank you. Lisa Hanlon. Lisa Hanlon will be followed by Michelle Cardula.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Hanlon, and I am a parent of a successful senior at School of the Arts. I respectfully request that the attention of the board and specifically Superintendent Brizard. I have a series of questions specific to equitable student funding. Perhaps you could write them down and get back to me with some answers. With the new district rollout of ESF, is there any data that would indicate whether or not it will work? Have any of the board members reviewed the data? My research indicates that many districts that implemented this funding have since abandoned it. Where it has shown moderate success is at times of strong fiscal times. Clearly, this is not one of them. Principals are now our new chief financial officers. Have they been trained? Are they ready? Are they going to be supported? And by supported, I do not mean more additional six-figure budget analysis from this office. If principals have been trained properly in the budget process, then why have all the public responses from this office been that the information from our principals is inaccurate, premature, or simply made up? Would you not agree that strong leadership and training is vital to any organization's success? It most certainly requires strong leadership from the top level. Absent that leadership, we have nights like tonight. Would you not agree that successful organizations achieve greatness when its members have a common goal? Please look around this room. The only common denominator is the continued disconnect of this office to our students. Would you agree that our students deserve the absolute very best from you? Can you all honestly say you have done enough of your own homework to move forward with this new funding practice? Have any of you reviewed the impact of the proposed cuts and new funding practices? What is the one-year effect, the two-year effect, and so on? How many children will be sacrificed by the time we get it all figured out? Even one is too many. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanlon. Michelle Crudella will be followed by Adam Urbanski.
Hi, Michelle Cardula. I'm the director of the Museum of Kids Art on Webster Avenue. We provide after-school art programming, free after-school art programming. The Leap by Larry Cocker. We stood in groups of twos and threes on the sidewalk outside the bar, talking, standing, watching traffic and each other. One quiet old guy by himself looking at the moon, when a quick motion caught our eyes as the girl pounced on her boyfriend, shimmied up his tall torso, squeezed her legs around his waist, clasped her arms around his neck, pressed her face into his hair. If I were a prophet, I'd say a burst of light surrounded them, like a glory, like revelation, like Satori. We were all converted on the spot. For the rest of our lives, we'd wait for such a rapture. Our bodies suddenly made heavy with bone and flesh, not our own. I caught the old man looking dumbstruck until he collected himself and went back to staring at stars. At first, the boyfriend took it like a puppy's exuberance, continued the conversation as though that leap, still rebounding in our chests, were nothing special. But his girl did not unlatch. She tightened her arms and legs around him until who knows what was let loose inside. And he hugged her back with a shy smile at us, as if embarrassed by his riches. This is art. Art is emotional. Art is what makes us human. Art is what makes a community rich. We cannot live without art. I'm offended as an artist, I'm offended as a teacher, I'm offended as a person living in this community to have the arts in our schools constantly bullied, neglected, threatened, and traumatized. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Urbanski. Adam Urbanski. And Adam Urbanski will be followed by Elizabeth Chapman.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm here primarily to support the students, parents, educators who come to argue for a better, wiser, more ethical approach to education than the one that's being recommended to you. There is one thing that's even worse than having an $82 million deficit, and that is saying that you do when you really do not. This district does not have an $82 million deficit. This state doesn't have a budget yet. This district doesn't have a budget yet. The only thing we know is that the governor proposed less than 1% reduction in revenue to the Rochester City School District, 0.9%. Now, mind you, that's the worst case scenario, because never in the history of New York State has the governor's proposal been the actual budget. It's always been increased by the revenue. But let's assume that the worst case scenario exists. Less than 1% reduction in revenue. How do you get from that to a 12% deficit of your budget? And how do you get from that to demand that schools cut their budgets by as much as 30% or 40%? I'll tell you, because you have a superintendent who thinks that by exaggerating, by underestimating revenue and overestimating expenditures, in other words, by lying, he is lobbying for more money, more effectively. Lying ought not to be a strategy, certainly not by someone who should be a model for the children in the city. Or, let's say that there is no lying. Let's say that it's true. It isn't. But what if it were? Then there's no other explanation than mismanagement and incompetence. To have a 12% deficit in 1 year after a reduction in revenue of less than 1%, somebody ought to be asking questions.
Thank you, Dr. Urbanski. That's your time.
You're very welcome, but I'm going to finish. The Center for American Progress...
Please conclude, Dr. Urbanski.
I will. The Center for American Progress, only a few weeks ago, published in the DNC the conclusion of the report that this district, the Rochester City School District, spends more on administrative overhead and less on the classroom than any district in Monroe County. We have one administrator for every 7 teachers. We have been ordered to organize schools at the rate of 1 teacher for every 28 students. 1 to 7, 1 to 28? Unless you want to argue that teachers are more difficult to manage than the kids are, why is the ratio so much higher? I think we should reject the Pontius Pilate approach to management. Telling principals, you take the blame, you make the cuts, so I won't have to be responsible.
Thank you, Dr. Urbanski.
Principals
that's your time,
have
sir.
no choice but to cut MAP, music, foreign languages, art, advanced placement, phys ed, high school electives, librarians, HHTs, home hospital teachers, health education, School of the Arts, School 58, all of these things. So I say to you, we should give the superintendent a choice. Either cut as far away from the classroom as possible or get as far away from Rochester as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth Chapman. Elizabeth Chapman. Elizabeth Chapman. Elizabeth Chapman. Eileen Pinkard. Eileen Pinkard. Susan Walsh. Susan Walsh here? Okay. Susan Walsh will be followed by Rod Green.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you for doing a thankless job in working on the budget for next year. It's a difficult task. Thank you for thinking long and hard about the matter before you. My name is Susan Walsh, and I live in the city of Rochester. I'm a music educator in Greece and the current president of the Greater Rochester Area Orff Schulwerk Association, an organization that promotes a hands-on approach to teaching music. I would like to speak with you about the importance of arts education in schools and how essential it is for our students to be taught by an educated, certified arts teacher. Because music is my area of expertise, I will speak about music. As cited in Arts with the Brain in Mind, One study showed that students from a lower socioeconomic status in grades 8 through 12 who took music increased their math scores significantly as compared to the non-music control group. Reading, history, geography, and even social skills also soared by 40%. 40%. The author of the study, James Catterall, comes to this conclusion. Music making not only supports the development of math skills, but of all skills for all kinds of students. And I've included further studies in my handouts. Further, a Harris Interactive poll in 2006 found that schools with music programs have higher attendance rates and graduation rates than schools without. Isn't that what we're all working toward? Why is it important to have an educated certified music teacher? Please consider two scenarios. Scene one, you walk into an elementary music classroom. Some students are singing a song, some are playing along on instruments, and some are dancing to it. The students are actively engaged in making music. While they are doing this, they are reinforcing language arts, spatial development, listening acuity, and working together toward a common goal. Scene two, the students sit at desks in their regular classroom. Their teacher puts in a CD and students read words to sing along. Or they don't sing, they just listen. Or daydream. Most regular classroom teachers do not have the background and training to teach dance, instruments, and singing. These are areas that musicians specialize in, and we are passionate about sharing what we know. The bottom line is that our students need to learn to synthesize concepts, look for patterns, and think critically. These are all areas that the arts help to develop. I'm asking you to reinstate the arts across the district and try harder to find the places that cuts can be made further away from our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Rod Green. Rod Green here. Rod Green will be followed by Gerald Brady.
Dear esteemed Rochester City School District Board members, Superintendent Brizard, my name is Rod Green. I'm the Executive Director of Hillside Work Scholarship Connection. We're a youth development and youth employment organization based here in Rochester. Tonight, on behalf of Work Scholarship, I'm here to say thank you for the continued support of our program over the past year. Because of your commitment to Hillside Work Scholarship Connection and the investment that you've made in our students, we have been successful in preparing them for a solid future. Some of our highlights over the year include enrollment of over 3,000 youth in the Rochester City School District. We had a total of 274 students graduate last year, with 72% of those students either enrolling in college, vocational training, or securing full-time employment. Of the students who enrolled in college, 85% of those students were still currently enrolled for the second semester and are attending over 20 colleges in New York State and out of New York State. Additionally, we helped employ 450 students. Those students earned $2.5 million last year and contributed immediately to this economy. Of the current 2,700 students that we have in the program, 65% are African American, 22% are Latino, which is almost an exact match of the demographics of the students in the Rochester City School District. We currently have youth advocate services at all secondary schools within the district, and we're fortunate to serve as a resource and a partner with you to help improve schools. Your support has also allowed us to deepen and align our relationship to expand services at STEM High School and the Robert Brown School at the Edison campus, Vanguard Collegiate at the Franklin campus, and the Rochester Early High School at the Wilson campus. These are all noteworthy accomplishments, but I'd also like to provide an opportunity for you shortly to see the direct impact that this is having on our students. I have Ernest Wilson with me, a student that's graduated from our program, graduated from Rochester City High School and in college, and is now contributing back to the community. Again, on behalf of Hillside Work Scholarship Connection, I want to thank you for your continued support and the time and consideration you extended me this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Gerald Brady. Gerald Brady. Felicia Gadsden. Ernest Wilson. A Wilson alum.
Yes. I want to thank you all for your time tonight. And I represent Hillside Work Scholarship. I'm a graduate of 1999 at Wilson. And I'll just be real quick. At that time, in middle school, I was going to school, didn't know what I want to do, just kind of going by the days. But I saw that program, heard of it, Hillside Work Scholarship, wanted to get into it. And students of mine point me to the one that I had to talk to, and I was a youth advocate. At the time, they have a 2.0. He said, get a 2.0, we'll get you in. Because I heard they was offering to help you get a job. I wanted that. Next time, I achieved that. And so now, with that job, I worked for a job for 10 years in retail because of that, and even more. Now I'm here giving back. And to say that our youth today, that are working in high school right now, they need the support. And we're there Monday through Friday during the day, working along hand in hand with the counselors, with the teachers, with administrators, with just about anybody to make sure that our kids have that guidance, that support, because it is frustration in the classroom. And sometimes you just see the kids roam the hall because they don't want to be there. And so we try to give motivation. We try to give them guidance to understand why college, why high school is so important to that transition of being an adult. You're not going to be with mom always. And so when I help kids get a job and they come back to me and say, guess what? I got the job and now I can help support my family, because that's what a lot of them doing. Say, hey, I saved up my money to give my mom a washing machine because we need it for the house. That's a story that I take pride in. And another story I take pride in, when they go off to college and they come back, and it's such an awesome program. And I'm glad that I can come back and be an advocate. And there's an advocate in each of our city school districts. And I just want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. David Els. Is David Els here? David Els will be followed by Cassandra Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Broussard, the Board of Education, and the committee and the community for came out here tonight. I was asked to stand up here by School 52 less than 48 hours ago. In the last 48 hours, the things I have found out and the things I have discovered about the Rochester City School District is appalling. I am very blessed to be here in this city. I could live anywhere I choose to live in my business. However, I did make a choice to live here, and I am proud of what I've seen in School 52. My son, at 5 years old, has seen more and knows more than I did at 18. I never had the opportunity that my son has. I never saw a black man in my life or talked to a black man in my life until I was 18. There was no blacks. There was only white where I was born and raised. What I've seen in Rochester as a community and the culture, and my son goes to Jiva Theater, Strong Museum, the Rochester Science Museum. There's so much to be offered here in Rochester. We need to be a team. It's us against them. That's what I've seen. And the one thing I'm going to say, because I'm not even going to go off my notes, I'm speaking from my heart. I am a very concerned parent. I love Rochester, New York. I love the school. My son is in at School 52. We need your help, Mr. Broussard, and the Board of Education. I have received literally 50 different phone calls just in the last 5 months since I've been here in this school district. And they want me to run for school board. You know what? I've got the support of the Democratic Committee, and I've had phone calls from other principals and administrators and parents, and I am going to take your job. I am ready to step up to the plate, and I just can't believe it. I am just so blown away of what I have seen. Why is there 6 principals being paid full-time principal in one high school at Franklin for only 700 students? Why is that? I have seen so much and learned so much in the last 48 hours. I've got 40 pages and graphs. The only thing I want to say before I wrap up, and I got my business card on here, I need your help, the Board of Education. I need to know. The ESF has $529 million not accounted for. The Rochester School receives $675 million in revenue distribution. And why is it only 22% is accounted for? If you could, please tell me where the other $529 million is. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Cassandra Lane. Cassandra Lane. Glennie Williams. Bridget Mayo. Are you Bridget? I am. Bridget will be followed by Dee Dee Ranger.
At World of Inquiry, we bring gifts. So there's blue ribbon t-shirts for everybody and Divine. Good evening, Superintendent Brizard, board members, and guests. I'm a music teacher at World of Inquiry. We are a 2010 National Blue Ribbon School. We are a Blue Ribbon School because of our student achievement. But without a positive school culture, we would not have achievement and we would not be a Blue Ribbon School. Expeditionary learning states that one of the most essential elements to being a high-performing school is school culture. Student culture is not an accident. Rather, the culture is designed by adults who care deeply about ensuring the learning and engagement of every student every day. This culture is created by placing students at the center of every decision and ensuring that adults model everything they expect of the students. The adults sweat the small stuff through focusing on the little things to ensure the big things don't get out of hand. High-performing schools result from three interrelated aspects of school culture. A culture of quality. Students are invested in high-quality, authentic work. Students own their achievement, reflect, and discuss their growth honestly. There is nothing more authentic than student artwork or a student performing on an instrument. A culture of connection. Students build strong relationships with other students, teachers, and school leaders. I have 20 7th and 8th graders who eat lunch in the band room rather than in the cafeteria. We play games or just share stories. After school, students stay after with me for homework help, not for music, for social studies or math. A culture of character. Students embrace a set of values. They are respectful and serve as ambassadors. Music and art students lead the way at World of Inquiry. This school culture is created through total integration of the arts throughout the school. The arts are integrated into every expedition through authentic student-made products or through drama or music. Our school culture and total integration of the arts are evident in our weekly school-wide morning meeting. Every Wednesday, the whole school gathers to share what they are learning, to sing and dance, to celebrate who we are. The arts are essential to this meeting. The special subject teachers are responsible for organizing it. However, the entire meeting is student-run. Our school-wide morning meeting is nationally recognized. People travel from around the country to see it. I have presented at 3 national expeditionary learning conferences on how to create a school-wide morning meeting and improve school culture. Every time we are recognized, you are recognized. I taught on creating a school-wide morning meeting at the 2011 National Conference. In addition, our school-wide morning meeting crew, our librarian, our Spanish teacher, our physical education teacher, and myself were recently awarded a grant through Expeditionary Learning to travel to and study in Ghana, Africa this summer. Our grant was awarded so we can bring back Ghana's music and dance to enhance our school-wide morning meeting and culture.
Thank you.
I encourage you to visit World of Inquiry for a school-wide morning meeting every Wednesday morning. Come dance with our maestros, come sing with the whole school, come share in learning through movement, music, and dance. I think you know school culture is essential to student achievement. You cannot have one without the other. So I ask you, can you put a price on student achievement?
Thank you.
Mr. Evans, I'm Dee Dee Ranger, and we had a little bit of a mix-up. Next after me is my co-chair, vice chairperson, Mary Beth Musica, and then we have Laurel Hargers. We have a parent, and we have one of our students with their baby here, and their name was omitted from the list. So Laurel Hargers, the third one in line, would like to give up her time so the parent who's been waiting to speak in our behalf.
That's very nice of you. Yes, that's fine.
And so I'm going to let Laurel Hargers go before me so the parent and the baby can go home at a reasonable time.
That's fine. Just come forward
The parent's name is Nicole Goss.
Yes, Ms. Goss, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm here today to support the home hospital teacher program. I had a teenage daughter who was in need of the program due to maternity placement. She faced not only being a pregnant teen in school, but also the fact that she had Regents exam to take and pass as well this past January. This program helped my child in areas where she struggled so much, and she felt like she wasn't going to make it through her senior year. I stand here today to say this is an excellent program because it helped my child. And because of this, I'm looking forward to a graduation in June. And my child's tutor gave her hope, determination, and to continue her education and not let her discouragement stop her. Her study habits increased, and she is more excited about school much more now. And because of this program, I'm very thankful.
Thank you. Now, Dee Dee?
Yes. I just want to give you a heads up. With me. So we're going to have one speech, but we're splitting our time in half. So
Right, after Dee Dee is Mary Beth, and you're
Okay.
Mary Beth, correct? Okay.
Correct. The home hospital unit is speaking before the board tonight since we have been advised by our administrators that our unit may be cut by almost 50%. The current proposal is to lay off 75% of the North Star home hospital teachers and 32% of the medical home hospital teachers. North Star is a program which is legally mandated through the Committee on Special Education. Some of the North Star students are unable to function even in this intensive setting and must be taught in their homes. Home hospital teachers have been filled to capacity teaching these students, and yet we have been told that our services will no longer be needed. Although the final budget has yet to be determined, we would like you to be aware of the unique services we provide for students and families in the Rochester City School District. We are in the community every day providing education to students at homes, hospitals, libraries, and various agencies throughout Rochester. We go anywhere and everywhere to meet the needs of students. Consequently, we not only provide a valuable academic component, but we are also the voice and face representing the Rochester City School District in the neighborhoods. Although our primary purpose is to teach students at alternate locations, over the past few years, we have been utilized in various capacities. We provide the following: academic support to ISS rooms, intensive academic intervention for seniors trying to graduate, exam preparation, academic acceleration, and the encouragement many students need in order to get back on track. Good evening. My name is Mary Beth Musica, and I'm a home hospital teacher. Historically, home hospital teachers address the academic needs of students who are unable to attend a traditional classroom for the following reasons: medical, CSE, or suspension. Approximately 8 years ago, when the district implemented the ITI and GTI program, our staff provided instruction to all students suspended from schools. With Superintendent Broussard's initiative to eliminate out-of-school suspensions, our teachers have been instrumental in supporting the new ISS design. The home hospital teachers have been integrated into making ISS rooms successful, both academically and behaviorally. Each member of our unit is a New York State certified teacher with an average of 14 years of teaching experience. Our versatile background enables home hospital teachers to teach all core subjects and meet the academic needs of a wide variety of students. Cutting teachers from our program would create a loss on several levels. Dedicated teachers would lose their jobs. Schools would lose the experienced teachers who facilitate learning for the district's most at-risk students. And most importantly, students lose. They lose out on a much-needed opportunity to change their outlook about school and re-engage in a system that gives them hope and a future. When the board makes its final decision regarding the upcoming budget, we hope that you will remember the home hospital teachers and the critical services we provide to the district's most at-risk students, and not allow these cuts to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Tim McMullen here? Tim McMullen will be followed by Gail Keating.
My name is Tim McMullen. I'm a home hospital teacher. I just want to talk a little bit about what I do for Franklin. As a home hospital teacher, let me just get my glasses here real quick. As a home hospital teacher, I am part of a versatile group of teachers who work with students who are at risk. My assignment this year is at Franklin High School in their in-school suspension room. The students who are assigned to this room are of varying abilities, ages, and grade levels. These students come to the ISS room with different expectations and needs and with different skill sets, both intellectual and emotional. All students who come to the room feel that they are being singled out and are being treated unfairly. They are often angry and defiant. It's important to recognize this before effective learning and effective teaching can take place. Because of my background in the home hospital unit, I took the lead in implementing a routine that addresses the needs of these students. While this routine is firm, it allows students to have a choice to sit with small groups or separate themselves. Sometimes they need time to be by themselves to cool down before they join the group. The teachers at my ISS room respect the students' choices and try to be sensitive to individual needs. The students seem to find comfort in this routine, and it does not change. One important piece of the routine has been meeting with counselors from the Boys and Girls Club, the Puerto Rican Youth Development Center, the U of R Upward Bound program, and Threshold. My colleagues and I feel that the academic piece is of primary importance, but it comes to these students after a caring, nurturing environment has been created. They need confidence building and self-esteem building before we can expect good academic achievement. It has taken us many small steps this year where we're making great progress. The leadership skills and social skills that our students are developing will put them back on the path to success. The wide variety of courses I and other home hospital teachers have taught make us a good fit to the many needs of these students. We are seeing repeat offenders less and less. They are in the ISS room for shorter duration and in the classrooms with greater success for longer periods of time. When I first came to the ISS room, I said these kids are at risk. Now, after connecting with these students for these 7 months, my colleagues and I believe that they are also at hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMullen. Gail Keating. Gail Keating will be followed by Eva Zweifel.
As you know, many outside services are not being utilized because of cost overruns, and those students are coming back into the RCS system. Most of these students have tenuous, difficult circumstances, and they have to be placed. Many of them end up in North Star or with Medical Home Hospital. We are filled to capacity at North Star, and there's proposed budget cuts over there of 66 to 75%. What we do is over in North Star, we teach all of the mandated core subjects, and many of these are at a Regents level. What we are is a type of academic rapid response unit. That's what I like to call ourselves. We fill educational gaps wherever they're needed in the district, such as emergency situations where there's ever compliance issues. Most of our students have better attendance also that we teach, better attendance, and many would not graduate if they did not receive the intensive instruction that we give. I have 2 letters to the boards and other testimonials from parents. I will not name the students that I have here, but I have parents and a student, and they're really pretty typical. Anyway, one of them is a young woman who is an emancipated minor plagued with homelessness, and she's been academically underestimated, this young woman. She would have never graduated this year had she not gotten this extra instruction. There was no way that she could have gone into a school setting. Lastly, just one of our home hospital teachers will handle more students in 1 year than a couple of self-contained classrooms. We have no overhead, we have no para, and we're cost-effective. We bring intensive support for all the core subjects, mandated core subjects, not to our at-risk students, but to our at-promise students. One last thing, really quick. In the lobby, there was many parents downstairs, and they were all saying the same thing. I'm moving my kids out of the district because of all of this terrible upheaval. That's really sad to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I give the letters to you guys? Who should I give them to?
Ma'am, were you Gail?
Yes.
Okay, next up is Eva Zweifler. And Eva Zweifler will be followed by Michelle Kappa. But before Eva makes her remarks, may I have a motion to extend past 8:30, please? Second? Is there a second? All right, all those in favor? Aye. We're extended. Ms. Zweifler.
Thank you. I have been before this body several times in an attempt to be seen and heard. I started school at number 8 and continued with the district until my graduation from Franklin. I sent my son to Rochester City Schools and have been involved with this district practically my whole life. And yet, I still feel like an anxious child raising my hand, wanting to be seen and heard. It has been my privilege to work as a home hospital teacher for this district for the past 25 years. We home hospital teachers teach for this district like stealth aircraft, flying low, under the radar, unseen. We teach in homes, shelters, jails, and hospitals. We teach literally anywhere. We teach any child, in any circumstance. We carry our overstuffed bags and we trudge, yes, through sleet and snow and not quite light. We work as though on a mission. We bring to students an education. Literally and figuratively, we meet these students wherever they are. We do academic triage and teach to the needs of the student. We fill in gaps, sometimes years old, and build foundations for learning. If a student is 18 and has not yet mastered reading or decimals, we meet them there. We bring them hope that they will not be condemned to not knowing. Each of us has had hardened, appearing, thick-crusted, burly kids cry for what they do not know. We help, we teach, we listen, but most of all, we let them open up to the possibility of becoming educated. With us, they have become readers, writers, artists, and most importantly, learners. Under the radar, in the kitchen, living room, ISS room, hospital room, shelter, or jail, we teach. We teach them everything because in our overstuffed bags, we have everything. Because we are stealth and you do not see us, perhaps you do not realize how much we do. Perhaps you do not realize what a difference we make, the lives we change. Perhaps you haven't seen how much you need us. We teach at the hospital bedside of students too sick to come to school. We have the honor of becoming embedded in their lives. It can't be helped as we teach holding infants so our young mothers can study for a test, or at a bedside while a student awaits a test of a different kind. We teach students who have no semblance of normal in their lives. We bring them school.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have copies.
Thank you. Michelle Kappa. Michelle Kappa will be followed by Laura Tay Monero.
Hi, my name is Michelle Capa. 13 and a half years ago, I intentionally left the comfort of the classroom to come into the home hospital program. People thought I was crazy, but I wanted to take on the challenge of working with the troubled youth. It's been a bumpy ride sometimes, but the students have taught me a lot, and I can definitely say that it's been a wonderful challenge, and I'm kind of afraid to leave because I honestly don't know what else I want to do other than what I've been doing. Should we choose the student who comes to the ISS room so high that he smelled up the room, could barely keep his eyes open, and fell to the floor, rolling around and laughing? The consequence is suspension, which means that he spends more time in the ISS room returning high. By the way, he is a chronic user. Or should we choose the 14-year-old foster child who left Monday morning and ran away from yet another foster home, running the streets, not returning home until late Tuesday afternoon? We've had to speak to her several times about the provocative clothing she wears in the ISS room, along with her flirting, which pulls a boy's focus from their academics and completely on her, sounds like a cry of help to me. Finally, should it be the young man that has been sent home numerous times due to his temper, the last time having the need for the school police officer having to use handcuffs? The answer is all three. The question is, which students would benefit from one-on-one instruction? Once again, it seems that the neediest students get pushed under the rug again. One of the biggest mistakes made in our program was to take away the portion that serviced these students. Having worked now in the ISS room for 2 years, I am seeing that there are some students that would greatly benefit from the intensity, focused, and individualized design of instruction in a one-on-one situation on a short-term basis. Any instructor could give you examples of students that are taking away from the academic environment of other students who want to learn, and the ISS room is not the correct learning environment for them to be in. We also have special education students with IEPs who are classified with behavioral issues assigned to the ISS room that should not be by law in an environment this size. Again, they could benefit in a one-on-one teaching setup.
Thank
I am
you.
concerned with the proposed cuts. The ISS rooms are going to get worse without our assistance, and once again, the worst offenders will eventually add to the district's low graduation rate.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Laura Tay Monero, followed by Candace Rubin.
Hi, my name's Laura Ty Monero, and I'm also a home hospital teacher. When ideas were first being tossed around about addressing the Board of Education and explaining the job of a home hospital teacher, I immediately thought to myself that there must be some kind of theme or important message that I should speak to. But as I turned the ideas over in my mind, I discovered that what I really wanted to say was actually very simple. Despite the fact that education has become such a politically charged topic of conversation these days, the one constant that continues to lead me back to the community, to the homes, and to the hospitals where I teach is the opportunity to tap into the potential that I know exists in places where most people might not even think to look. As a home hospital teacher, I am certainly no stranger to on-the-job surprises. But what never ceases to amaze me is the passion for learning that I see both in the faces of the students that I teach and in the attitudes of the parents, the grandparents, the aunts, and the uncles who continue to welcome me into their homes and into their lives on a regular basis. To some people, the use of the word passion may be too bold a statement. And while not always immediately apparent in every circumstance, what I have learned over time is that the desire for knowledge and the passion for education can take on a variety of shapes and forms. But no matter the shape or size, passion for learning is something very easy to recognize. And when I see it, it makes me smile, and I realize that this is the reason I became a teacher. The following series of vignettes written by another home hospital teacher in our unit are a small sampling of students with something to say. While this teacher did not feel comfortable speaking on her own behalf, I felt it was important to share them with you because they are so powerful in their simplicity and their ability to exhibit our students and their passion for learning. Michael, a 7th grade boy who had severe emotional problems, resisted all types of learning and could barely write a paragraph. Shortly thereafter, he was soon able to write 2-page essays after several weeks of individualized instruction and returned to school prepared and confident. At the end of his time with me, he actually said, "Remember when I used to be bad?" Natasha, a kindergarten student who lay dying in my arms, was reciting the ABCs and talking about picture books 3 days before she died. Tamika, a 12th grade girl who refused to turn to school, was instead transitioned into a Gateway College along with a 17-year-old boy who was transitioned into Job Corps.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's your time. Thank you. Candace Rubin. Candace Rubin will be followed by Michelle Lagori-Alampi.
Hi, I'm Candace Rubin. I've been a home hospital teacher for 15 years, and home hospital teachers have a 30-year history in the school district. We represent a unique resource. Which other group could teach the French Revolution, quadratic equations, and at the same time fulfill lab requirements for earth science? In addition, our members have functioned as social workers and mentors, helping students register for the SATs, connecting families with community services, and using our evenings and weekends to attend graduations, baby showers, and birthday parties. I have a standing offer to former students for ongoing tutoring, and I've actually had a few take me up on it. We've represented more than just a mandated service. We've represented good public relations for the district, and parents have received us most enthusiastically. As a result, many families who are alienated from the educational system realize that teachers have a human face. They need not fear that call from school, and they realize that student and teacher success are mutual goals. Since more than a third of our teachers are credentialed in special education, we also represent a solid resource for the ISS rooms. We render these rooms more compliant with ADA standards as we enhance the academic and special education components. In short, we make the ISS experience more academically meaningful, easing the transition to the classroom. We're ultimately a cost-effective program. Our students are among the most high risk for encounters with the criminal justice system. A high school diploma is one of the more effective tools for the avoidance of incarceration, and the contrast between the $35,000 price tag for prison and the tax benefit of an employed person is a stark one. Home instruction has been the tool which catapults many seniors to graduation. We can focus instruction to student strengths and weaknesses in a manner unavailable to other teachers. Remember that historically, one-to-one instruction has been the domain of aristocrats. Finally, how could we be replaced after our members have been dispersed by dismissals? It has taken years for many of us to master the nuances of the entire curriculum, and this resource could not be replicated in a short time period. A school district, like a nation, must be judged by the treatment of its most vulnerable members. We need to know this. We need to keep this vital resource in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. Michelle Ligori Alampi will be followed by Alicia Messenger.
Good evening, President Evans, Superintendent Broussard, and the whole school board. I'm Michelle Ligori Alampi. I'm the principal at 12 School. I am speaking, I'm also a member of the Finger Lakes Health Systems Agency Healthy Kids Advisory Coalition. And we will look for ways and solutions to promote health initiatives across the community. And my school also was a recipient of the Greater Rochester Health Foundation grant to enhance the physical activity of our school community. And I don't just say students, I say the entire school community. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the mandated recess policy that is in the proposed wellness policy. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of a background of what we have found this year with our recess policy. We have recess carts both inside and outside the school, in the hallways, out under the eaves, and in many different places where we're promoting kids to have time to have free play and interact. We're finding that it's enhancing their ability to function in the classroom. We're trying to embed yoga and other things during the school day so that the children can have much more opportunity to be active as they learn. But don't take my word for it. I'm going to read some of the statements from some of our 5th and 6th grade students from Mrs. Shapiro's classroom. This is what they feel about their recess. Recess makes you have a creative mind. It makes you have fun, associate with other students, and keeps you busy and ready and set. You get to play with different types of equipment. You might need a break from doing math and other stuff. Recess is fun because you work with other people and have fun. You get to exercise and get healthy. Exercising is fun, and we exercise during recess. It's a fun time to get up and play outside and run around. It makes you healthy, and during recess you can talk with other friends from other classes. So I just want to thank you for the work that you've done on the wellness policy, and I hope you'll support the mandated recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Messenger will be followed by Mary Robbie.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, hello, and how are you today? My name is Alicia Messenger, and I'm a music teacher at School 39. I teach 513 incredible kids. Every year between February and June, music teachers are worried about cuts to our program, and to be honest, about whether we'll still have a job next year. It makes it difficult to focus on teaching when we're so busy fighting for our students and for our livelihood. I have seen so many kids transform and grow over the 6 years I've been teaching. I'm so blessed to have been teaching in the same school the whole time. I've gotten to know the kids, and they're by far the most incredible people that I've ever met. They matter to me, and they've made it really clear that I matter to them. I often worry that the district sees me as just a number or as a pawn that can be moved around at will. I'm terrified, absolutely terrified at the possibility of being taken from my school due to layoffs, only to be rehired and placed somewhere else. As my student Rondell said earlier, it's not fair, and he said directly to you, please don't take his music teacher away. Why would a district that struggles to keep kids in school take caring teachers away from their students, and why would they take me away from my students? They're like families, and families shouldn't be separated. I'm not sure if I'll be allowed to teach them next year or if I'll be laid off. It's sad because I make a difference in their lives and they do in mine. I strive to teach them the habits of a good student, and over the years I reinforce it constantly. Follow through, I receive many hugs every day. Just today, one of my formerly nonverbal kindergartners, he said a chant in front of his peers, by himself, without skipping a beat. His goals used to be to use his words and not to scream in school, and he has exceeded those goals. Another student with a speech impediment wrote a rap in my room, and he read it to several people without stuttering. Another one who likes to blend in got a chance one day to sing the words, "Thank you," by himself in a singing game, and was so proud he gave me 10 hugs by the end of the day. Students and teachers form bonds that shouldn't be broken by moving teachers around. Please consider introducing more continuity to the kids' lives and keep budget cuts away from the classrooms. And thank you so much for listening tonight.
Thank you.
Have a blessed night.
Mary Robbie, followed by Laura Ferris.
My name is Mary Roby. I'm an instrumental music teacher, and I currently teach in 4 separate buildings throughout our district. Being spread so thin is a direct result of the constant erosion to the music programs over the past several years. With continued annual directives to cut 10% in the areas of music, art, library, or physical education, there are only pieces of positions remaining. This has forced us to offer less and less to our students when we should be finding ways to offer more. I have been wondering how long the district could continue to make these cuts before there would be nothing left, and I'm very sad to say that day has arrived. One of my schools is presenting a picture for the coming year that I find extremely hard to visualize. A school without qualified music and art teachers and no librarian. At this school, we call ourselves Dream Keepers. We have always been proud of the well-rounded education we have been able to offer our amazing students, the kind of education that all children deserve. Our school in particular has an incredibly high population of music students with a chorus, orchestra, band, drum ensemble, and a recorder group. It is unfathomable to think we can so quickly go from providing all of these opportunities to providing nothing. I am here to ask you tonight, how can we continue to help our students achieve their dreams if we are not providing them with every tool they need to succeed? Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Ferris. Laura Ferris will be followed by Alan Murphy.
Good evening, Mr. Brizard and ladies and gentlemen of the school board. My name is Laura Ferris, and I have worked as a school teacher in the district for the past 9 years. I am a certified health educator, and I am currently on assignment as an in-school suspension teacher at SOTA. I come to you tonight to express concern for the future of health education in our district. There has been discussion of transitioning health classes to an exclusively online course for both initial credit and for credit recovery for students. In our society currently in 2011, as we all know, the state of our schools, the state of our country's health is a reality that needs urgent attention. Together, parents, schools, and the community need to reach out to our youth in multiple ways to keep them healthy. In health classes across this city, health teachers embrace and implement skills-based learning experiences. Students plan, practice, and role-play refusal skills, whether it be in regards to relationships, sexual responsibility, drugs, or violence. Students learn to save lives with CPR and first aid. Students wear empathy bellies to understand the physical demands of pregnancy. Students do class labs, inflating real lungs, healthy and unhealthy cancerous lungs, to see the effects of smoking. Students receive a full comprehensive interactive HIV/AIDS curriculum that identifies high-risk behaviors that can lead to contracting the virus. In addition, teachers collaborate with local community agencies for further testing, counseling, and preventative care. Students design nutrition and weight management plans. Students wear intoxication goggles to understand the dangers of alcohol and drugs. Students take home baby think-it-over dolls for weekends to try out parenting to programmed cranky babies who demand to be fed and changed numerous times at night, at church, and at basketball practice. Students learn about stress, anger management, depression, anxiety, suicide, the process of dying, death, and grieving. These are often heavy emotional topics that often leave students with questions and concerns that a computer simply cannot empathize with or advise help if needed. The entire online course can be completed in as little as 4 hours in front of a computer with numerous clicks of a next and a series of multiple choice tests. An online health course would rob our students of the rich dialogues, questions, and interactions that occur in a classroom that help our students internalize and define their values and what health means to them.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Alan Murphy. Alan Murphy will be followed by Ellen Best.
I'm Alan Murphy. I'm very proud to be an instrumental music teacher in the Rochester City School District. I'm also proud to be in the company of intelligent and caring community, as we've seen here tonight. Our district motto is, every child is a work of art. Yeah, that's all right. Every child is a work of art. So, if we don't value art, how are we valuing our children? Okay? So, we can do amazing things. Anyone who's been around and taught in the district knows that our kids are capable of incredible things. And just to remind you, we are already behind in the way our children are served. We've been underserved for a long time. If you compare other districts in the area, there's no comparison really to the way our community is served, our community of children is served. We met with Mr. Brizard a few years ago, music teachers did, to tell him of our concerns and things that were amiss. Music teachers with no computers, in an electronic age, music teachers with no room. I'm sure art teachers have many of the same concerns. Teaching in rooms that you can't set up as a music room. There are already problems with being a music teacher. There are already lack of services. There are many high schools that have no choir, no band, and you know that our children deserve it just as much as any other children. So if every child is a work of art and we're to create a masterpiece, then every child deserves a solid education in the arts, and we can provide it if we are allowed to.
Thank you. Thank you. Ellen Best. Ellen Best, followed by Sally Bubb.
Good evening, everyone. Proud to be here, just like Alan said. What a great community. What a great school board. I've seen you at lots of events. You've supported us a lot. I'm a music teacher at 45 School. I know we have All City coming up Saturday. Last year we had 3 board members there. We appreciate your support. We hope that you continue to support the music program in our district. So along those lines, I would like to urge each one of you to go to the buildings that you are responsible for, as Mr. Williams did. He came to 45 School to see exactly how the proposed budget would affect our school. You each have your own list of schools, I understand that, and I know you're busy people, but I think if you saw how drastic the proposed cuts are, you would be appalled. It may not show up specifically in numbers by the way Mr. Broussard might present it, but if you look, it's absolutely appalling. In our building, we were told at a staff meeting that because of the way the budget was being done, none of our kindergarten, first, second, or third graders would have music, art, phys ed, or library next year. That's a fact that we were given at a staff meeting. So when we saw in the press, or when Mr. Broussard came back and said he doesn't understand the undue concern, any adult who works with the students in our district, if they're not concerned when they look at this budget, there's something wrong with them. There is no way a student should have to go to school and not have those kinds of services and experiences. I can't believe you would support that. And I'd like to clear up another thing. My colleagues spoke about our PTO meeting where parents were asking about these cuts. They were told that they could not be shared with them, that he was instructed not to do that. Where's the transparency? Why is it a secret? And then to get your hand slapped because you're using students as pawns, as political thing? No. We're trying to let parents know what their students' lives will be like next year. I appreciate your support. I hope to see you at All City and all the other events we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Best. Sally Bubb. Sally Bubb will be followed by Susan Reuter. Ryder. Forgive me. Reuter. Ryder, okay.
Okay, good evening. My name is Sally Bubb, and I am the library teacher at School 23, at least for now. You've already heard from some of our parents and students about some of the programs we offer through the library, including storytelling and enrichment activities. Several states, including New York, have conducted studies showing that schools with a strong library program led by a certified school librarian have higher performance levels. Our programs support the classroom curriculum and incorporate district, state, and national standards. We teach lessons on geography and maps, plants and animals. We support instruction on beginning, middle, and end, on sequencing, and on cause and effect. We share literature from Mother Goose and traditional nursery rhymes and fairy tales to award-winning authors. We share stories on dealing with problems and stories to help our students understand concepts. We teach research skills, how to find the best and most accurate resources for our projects. We incorporate technology into our lessons, from Comic Life and PowerPoint presentations to digital storytelling. How many of you shop at BJ's Wholesale Club? Well, if you did, you recently received a copy of the Spring 2011 Journal. As I was flipping through my copy, I was halted by an article on page 49 titled, BJ's Helps Bring Books to Kids. The first line of the article reads, studies show that when you give disadvantaged kids access to books, you increase their chances for success. In the last school year, 23 students borrowed an average of 25 books per person. This year, almost 6,000 books have been borrowed for an average of 19.7 books per child. If students do not have access to a program run by a full-time librarian, they will lose the benefit of this instruction and the access to books they need to succeed. Please remember our students' needs as you review the budget for next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you. After Susan will be Jonathan DeBruin, and Cheryl Hazel will close us out.
Good evening. My name is Susan Reuter, and I'm the librarian at Lincoln School 22. I would like to present some statistics detailing the impact next year's proposed budget reductions will have on our libraries and our students. This first graph depicts the amount of elementary students by zone that may have reduced or no access to a library or full-time librarian. Using enrollment projections and proposed building budgets for next year, 10,000 students in 24 buildings may not have access to a full-time library or a librarian. This translates to 55%, or more than one-half, of our proposed 18,000 elementary students having reduced or no access to library books or information literacy instruction. This is a 31% increase from the current school year. The current proposals put these 10,000 students at a disadvantage compared to the 8,000 students in buildings who are still planning on funding full-time libraries. This is not equitable student funding, and the result will be seen in the not-so-distant future. These 10,000 students may not be prepared with the information literacy skills they need to graduate from high school. Next year, current proposals are budgeting 3 buildings without any librarian to provide information literacy instruction, collection development, or a chance for students to choose reading materials based on their personal interests, the key to students becoming engaged with reading and achieving in school. My other graph depicts the dollar value of library materials in these 24 buildings that will be unavailable or unattended. Leaving these 254,000 items worth almost $3.8 million unattended will increase the risk of them being lost, damaged, and stolen. Sadly, this situation did happen back in the early 90s, and it has taken years and tens of thousands of dollars to restore the collections to where they need to be. Within the last 5 years, the district has received 3 federal library grants worth almost $1 million. These grants updated the collections and technology in 18 elementary school libraries. The current budget proposal for next year leaves these new books, DVDs, and technology in 50% of these buildings only available on a part-time basis. A 50% loss is not a good rate of return on investment, and the district cannot afford to have these collections depleted again. I urge you to support full-time libraries in all elementary schools.
Thank you. Thank you. Jonathan DeBruin. Jonathan DeBruin here. Jonathan DeBruin, we will go with Cheryl Hazel.
I would like to speak on behalf of the Home Hospital Teacher Program. I've had 22 years of experience teaching in both the classroom and on home instruction. The students in the Home Hospital Program require teaching services due to medical, maternity, delayed placement, 504 support, and behavioral reasons. Many of the students in this population have a history of defeat, discouragement, rejection, physical challenges, and emotional disabilities that are the root of their need to be serviced by the home hospital teachers. There tends to be missing links in their academic history, requiring an intense focus on not only current curriculum, but past material as well. The students require much mentoring, encouragement, hope, and academic support. It is like they're covered with rubble and need to be taken by the hand and to be drawn out so they can see the light, so they can see that they have value and a great purpose in life. For some, the door to their spirit is so tightly closed that a very sensitive key is necessary to unlock the door of their lives so they can see that there is hope for their future. It is the home hospital teachers who help lead students in their incremental steps ahead, in the direction of their value as people, in the direction of having strength to take ownership of their lives, in the direction of having hope to graduate, and in the direction of making great contributions to society. The diversified instructors of our staff touch many lives with their genuine care for the students and with lessons that are individually tailored for each student. It is the home hospital teachers' mentorship, encouragement, and guidance that helps students achieve academic milestones as well as overcome emotional defeat, discouragement, and rejection. As a unit, we do take pride in helping students who feel like they are at the bottom forge ahead up the mountain that lies before them and discover that they have great value and purpose in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is it possible that one parent might be able to speak?
I'm sorry.
Is it possible for one more parent to speak?
We've exhausted our time for today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you. Let me thank all of the speakers for coming. I will remind everyone that we will be reviewing we're getting the first presentation of the budget on Tuesday. Also, the board put out a budget survey a couple of months ago, so I would urge you all to, if you haven't, take that survey. I don't know if the results have been compiled already, but please do that. And another survey went out today, so there will be ample time in the next couple of weeks for public hearings, and we'll announce that all at our budget presentation on Tuesdays, and you're all welcome to attend. We are going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we will commence with the rest of our meeting, so we'll recess for 10 minutes. Here we go. You're not doing committee reports? I was going to go ask them to be submitted. For the sake of time, we got an executive session. Everybody's can't wait for next week. You need to call me tomorrow.
Actually, I think I can. You're very, very low. Let me try turning
Board of Education meeting is hereby called back to order. I'm going to let our student rep give her report. Superintendent can give his brief report. If there are no objections, I would ask the board if we could submit written reports for board reports, being that we do have an executive session to go into after that stuff also. So student rep, if you could give a brief report, superintendent brief report, and then written reports, if you can have those to the clerk so we can capture those in the record. Yes.
I had a motion to make as a result of my committee.
Okay, is idea committee? Can you do that? Can you do it under new business?
Okay.
Yep. All right. Oh, the clerk's not even here yet, so I can't even go forward until the clerk gets back in. She should be on her way back in a second.
Mr. President, although we can do written reports for our committees.
Finance. Yep. Yeah. We gotta prepare financial. We gotta approve a financial statement, so we'll do that. Sophie, why don't you start with your report?
Good evening. I've noticed how tonight a lot of parents and staff and community members have been out and sharing their opinions about how we could help and change and better the school district. But I just would like to reiterate the fact that the students are the first ones who need to take the initiative and help the school district. Because if we would just focus on our academics and do our jobs in schools, that could make a huge difference. Because at the end of the day, it's for us. And if we do our job, then you guys can help us. And now to talk about Student Leadership Congress. Yesterday, we filmed our public service announcement about equality and treating everyone equal and not judging each other based on little things. And we also had the school chiefs come in and talk to us, and we talked about the budget and what we as students were hearing about it and our opinions on it. And collectively, the students said that they would not like to see their counselors and the arts go. Counselors because certain students felt like those were the people who they could talk to, and they were people they could really communicate to. And arts because that was their outlet. That was the way they could express themselves and get rid of any emotions that they felt and be able to focus on school. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gallivan. Thank you also for helping us out with Women's History Month. I thought it would be good to have a dynamic young woman like yourself help give out the award. So thank you for helping us out with that. Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, you have a very brief report.
Yes, I do, Mr. President. I promise to be really brief. I thought it would be a good idea to share this PowerPoint that was presented at ESA, I believe last week or a week and a half ago, at the request of Commissioner Elliott. A similar presentation was made at the Black and Puerto Rican Caucus in Albany, and I'll let you look at this at your leisure. There's been a lot of talk about college readiness and this 5%, et cetera, and in Rochester and across the state. The front cover talks about this New York Times article that talked about this, as well as the DNC, I believe, had a headline around this. So if you turn to quickly to slide to page 6 and page 7, I'm going to give you just highlights and overview. On the bottom of page 6, you see very clearly that we've moved from 14% of our kids going directly to college after high school to near 60% in 2009. And on the following page, I'll go to the bottom first and then move back to the top. The bottom of the page, you see the persistence in college. It is 77% in 2008. Persistence as defined by students who return us for a second year in college. So clearly you can see that this 5% isn't exactly accurate. In fact, when this was released, one of our deans from the School of Education in the county, one of the universities, called me and said, I guess I wasn't college ready because I only got a 68 on the English regions. We do have work to do, of course. If you take a look at the top of page 7, you'll see that the vast majority of our kids go to two-year institutions. Again, nothing wrong with two-year institutions because many of our kids do a 2+2 They go 2 years and then go into 4-year colleges. We'd like to see more of our kids going to private, more of our kids going directly to 4-year institutions. So the kind of work that we're doing. And by the way, this data comes from the National Student Data Clearinghouse. They have access to near 95% of all universities and colleges across the country and track our students 2 years beyond high school. If you turn to page 10, you see research that shows that clearly what you have to take a look at is curriculum. Access to rigorous curricula really is what determines college completion. If you take a look at page 10 on the bottom, it says that the high school curriculum reflects 41% of the academic resources students bring to higher education. Test scores, only 30%. Class ranking, GPA, only 29%. So the GPA that you have in high school doesn't always translate directly to college completion. Of course, if you are taking a course like an IB curriculum, the kinds of exposure, advanced placement, IB, really good college track is what provides the kinds of access to college. As you go through the deck, you'll see, of course, that too often Black and Latino students do not get access to these kinds of coursework. On page 11, on top of the page, the second bullet, I'm going to read this so the audience can hear as well. Advanced placement course taking, underline the word taking, is more strongly correlated with bachelor's degree completion than it is with college access. So just sitting in an AP class, you don't have to get 3, 4, 5. Just sit, the mere fact of taking the class determines really your trajectory toward 4-year college completion. And of course, based on that kind of research, which was done by the U.S. Department of Education in 1995 and 2005, you'll see why we have an early college high school and why we've moved so aggressively toward advanced placement in our schools. Again, bottom of page 11 shows that to you. In 2007, 2008, we had 579 students in AP courses. This current year, we have 1,420 students. That's about a 250% increase in number of kids taking AP courses. Our AP grant runs out this year. This was funded by a federal grant. We're working very hard to re-up the grant for next year. Hopefully Chuck Schumer or Gillibrand or our good friend Louis Slaughter will help us get this money again for the next 3 years. Nonetheless, even with the budget cuts, we are encouraging and pushing our schools to maintain these kinds of programs. Of course, you'll see here programs on AVID, etc. We know a lot of our schools are looking at cutting AVID. Yesterday, we met with the AVID, the Northeast AVID coordinator, Janan Sumler, and we'll be looking for innovative ways to make sure we keep this program at our schools. So lots more information in this deck. Take a chance, take a look at it, please, and happy to take your questions either today or another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any brief questions for the superintendent? This presentation was given in depth at the ESA committee, so that really would have been the place to do it. Mr. Chairman of the ESA committee, Commissioner White.
You really that tired, huh?
I am.
Took you a while. I'll be very brief. It was an excellent presentation, and it's unfortunate that everyone here didn't have the opportunity to hear it because it was much more in depth, and it really was a topic that deserved to be explored. And we thank Commissioner Elliott for asking for the detailed report. I just wanted to add, in addition to my thanks, that I find an opportunity to plug my sweatshirt every opportunity I have. This sweatshirt, many months ago, I promised that I would wear, instead of the suit and the tie and the double-breasted shirt, talk about college readiness, I said, forget the double-breasted, the three-piece, I'm wearing college sweatshirts. And I would encourage everybody else to do it. We got to get our kids thinking beyond graduating. We talked about that a few years ago, and now we got to talk about college readiness. This is a shirt from MCC. I usually try to have some connection with the college shirt. My son, actually, a graduate of Wilson, loved the IB program. I think it really prepared him for college, but he did his first semester at MCC. My father, who ended up being a top executive at Xerox Corporation, started his college career at MCC, and this one is very worn. Folks should know, I'll be very brief about this, they have more than 80 degree and certificate programs. This is the place to begin your college career. And when I talk to a lot of young people, you want to save money, I hope people are still listening, parents especially, it makes a lot of sense. You can get an amen out there for your kid to go the first 2 years to MCC. And then there's a 2+2 program, which saves you a lot of money. We're saying to a lot of young kids in high schools, those of us speaking to those kids, that you might want to consider MCC because they have such extensive programs. They have a, what's it called, the NJCAA, team national champions 20 times. Individual national champions 18. You know what the tuition is? The tuition is full-time tuition, $1,500. My daughter goes to Temple. It's probably 10 times, 20 times that amount. Out of state, just $3,000. Moms, dads, kids, if you're thinking about it, you want affordable education, think about MCC. And for those of folks out there that are older and have graduated from high school years ago, go to MCC. Do you know 21% of their student population is 30 plus years? It's a good place to go. We got to start thinking about college. I'm done.
Thank you. Any other questions for the superintendent? Hearing none. Okay, thank you very much.
I do, but not on the presentation.
Oh, not in the presentation.
My question is something I forwarded to the superintendent in an email about music instruments. A rumor is circulating that the serial numbers are being removed from instruments in order to prepare them for resale on the used instrument market. I presume this is somehow connected to next year's budget, which of course hasn't been presented. Have you looked into this at all?
I just saw the email actually about a half hour ago, Commissioner. I know nothing about that, and I believe I forwarded it to Beth, asked her to look into it. That doesn't sound like something that was approved by any of us. So if it's true, that we don't know anything about it, we will look into it.
Thank you. If members can submit their committee reports, that'd be great, but I do want to entertain a motion to accept the February financial reports for the period ending February 2011. It's been properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any questions around the financial report? Commissioner Elliott?
I don't have any, I want to move from that, but I do want to thank people who came out for the forum.
Oh, yes. I'm going to yield to you right after the financial reports. Anything else on the financial reports? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Elliott, who hosted a long night forum.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank, in particular, Gladys Pedroza Burgos. Pedroza. I know her, so I guess I'm just tired. So, but Gladys and her team for helping us with the information, and Jackie Morgan, who serves as staff support for the committee. Just thank you. It was very well attended. Strong opinions on both sides, and we'll write a report of the entire program. I also was on Bob Smith's show, and just today I was on the Minority Reporters along with our parent rep Felix Jacobs on the Minority Reporters perspective. So that should be streamed either I think next week or so. So thank you, Gladys, and your team. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott, to your committee. It's been the talk of the town, the forum that was held, and I look forward to the proposals that will come forward from the event. We have several resolutions to consider, and we will start with Human Capital Initiative resolutions. And as you know, these are resolutions that are related to personnel, so anything that's related to a specific individual would have to be discussed in executive session. We do have some personnel resolutions, though, that we will need to discuss in executive session. I can't find my notes. Let me see here. Yes, resolution 2010-11-675. That's a resolution that will need to be discussed in executive session, which we will. It relates to a particular person. So I'll entertain a motion to approve resolutions number resolution 609 through 628, which is Human Capital Initiative.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. Questions or discussions around 609 through 628?
President Evans.
Yes,
For
Commissioner
Resolution
Elliott.
619, can we break that up? As you know, I don't vote on resolutions when they have passed the date. And for 619, for
The first name?
the first name, that date has passed. So I'd like that to break it down to 619A and 619B. So I make that motion.
If there's no objections, 619 will be, we'll have 619A will be the first name. 619A will be the first name, and 619B will be the
Remaining two.
remaining two. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Anything else on 609 through 628? Hearing none. All those in favor of 609 through 628, please say aye. Any opposed?
I'm abstaining from 625.
There's one abstention from 625. I'm sorry, Commissioner Campbell is also here with us. She was.
She was here with us.
Are we getting her back on? I'm sorry. Okay, she's here, but her face was just there, but something must have dropped. I'm sorry, Commissioner White is abstaining from 625. Any other noes?
Yep, 609 through 614, 619A, 620, 625 through 628.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Have you captured those?
Yes.
Thank you. The next three resolutions are procurement 629 through 631, are procurement and supply resolutions. I'll entertain a motion for procurement and supply, and I do believe that these went through the Finance Committee. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Did they go through Finance, Madam Chair? So 629 through 631, I'll entertain a motion for 629 through 631.
So moved.
Been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you. Discussion on 629 through 631.
I have one
question
on 631.
Yes, question on 631. Who's the staff liaison to 631?
On his way up.
Oh, yes. Okay, 631. Okay.
It's overall, it's like the overall scheme of things, it's small, but when we're trying to close the budget deficit, every penny counts. On here, we get like a 50% increase from one year to the next. What's driving it?
For all of our extensions, thank you. For all of our extensions, we do increase by 50% from the previous year, and that allows us to have a contract in place that is of good value to the district, that has gone through the bid process and to the lowest responsible bidder. In case there are any funds that may come through grants, or that there are emergencies that take place during the year, and it allows us to be flexible enough to address those issues.
But for what number does the vendor see? Is it the...
The vendor does not see any number. It's only, well, the vendor does see a number. It's a blanket order that goes to the vendor, and it's based on what facilities has in their budget at that time. So whatever the budget is moving forward, they will release a blanket purchase order to supply chemicals and needs for the pools in our district.
Okay, just two final questions. In the event that we don't go up to the maximum amount, what happens to those funds?
In actuality, the funds have never been pre-encumbered, so they remain in the budget.
In the general fund, in this case?
In the overall picture, yes, in the general fund, but if the department has not committed any funds in a purchase order, then they would not release any funds from their departmental budget.
And again, but the rationale for going up by 50% is, because
Yes. If we, for example, if we went with the exact same number that we did last year, which was $20,790, and say there was an emergency or say there was something that was needed to repair a pool, we would have to come back to the board to increase the amount. And this gives us a little bit of a cushion to have a contract in place in case there are some emergencies or if there's additional funding to upgrade our pools sometime in the near future.
Okay, but 50% seems a bit excessive, especially if, I mean, what's the experience from last year? How much did we?
Actually, the numbers are listed here. The first year of engagement, $13,815. The next year, $20,790. Again, our facilities department does not want to spend the money if it's not needed, and I believe that they take serious efforts to keep the cost down. But if there are some needs, we have a contract in place that has been publicly bid. It's the lowest responsible bidder, and we have the flexibility to use funds if needed in the future.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner White.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, and I don't know if this is where Commissioner Williams is going, but what's to prevent the temptation to keep on creeping up to that number? I mean, and again, as he says, it's probably a pretty small figure, but if that is our approach, aren't you concerned that maybe there might be the temptation, since we got a little more money? I mean, and look what's happened. First year you said it was 6,000. Right?
13,815.
That's right, 13,800. Next contractual year was 20,000, and now we're suggesting 30. And I apologize, I wasn't at the last finance meeting. I haven't missed one in many, many years, I think. But this is are you not concerned that that might be a pattern here? I mean, like next year, will we not see maybe this contract being about 28,000, and then somebody comes back to us and says, okay, well, for the following year, for the next contract extension, I should say, it should be 40,000. What's to stop that from happening?
I would hope that it would be less than what we spent last year, which was $20,790. However, our departments basically have an umbrella budget that they can use where they are needed, where there are needs. And if there is the need at any one of these 10 pools or several of these 10 pools, then they at least have the flexibility to spend their money wisely to keep those pools in good working order. I don't think there's any intention to try to spend more. They want to make them safe. They want to make them usable for all of our students at all times. And if they have to take from one budget area to get more chemicals or repairs to the pools, then they will have to make those decisions owning their own budget. But they will not overspend their budgets because we pre-encumber all the funds.
I guess when I attend the next finance meeting, and I won't miss that one, I'd like to talk, I'm going to vote for this, but I think there's something to be said that maybe we ought to think about doing this differently, because I think the natural tendency is, not that people would do it intentionally or purposefully, hey, we got more money, but I think the natural inclination, and I think the proof is here, is to go higher and higher and higher. And again, we don't need to talk about it now, but how is it that the money went from 13,000 to 20,000? And I bet you, Gary, we come back here the next time, and it'll be 35,000, 40,000. It will be. And you'll say, well, because they had to. And then we'll look at the next extension, and you'll say, well, we got to go up to 45 or 50. I think there may be a pattern here. We might want to look into it.
Commissioner White, the thing...
Commissioner Powell.
The thing about purchase of chemicals is what the lowest bidder bid was the price for the unit. If more money is being spent on those chemicals, then it's not the vendor that necessarily benefits. It would suggest that our individual the managers at individual pools are stockpiling chemicals. Now, if you look, it started at just under 14,000, but the second year was under 7,000. So I think it's a case of when you buy certain chemicals in appropriate bulk to get a good price, you're going to have some chemicals on hand at the beginning of the next year. You know, it's essentially keeping inventory in the storage closet. Sometimes you buy more than you need, and you don't have to buy it again until 6 months into the next year. But the vendor doesn't benefit because the bid price is a bid on the per unit, and they're not the ones that decide how many units.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else on resolutions numbered 629 through 631? Hearing none, all those in favor of 629 through 631, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. We'll now move on to 632 through 644. I'll entertain a motion on 632 through 634 for purposes of discussion.
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Elliott. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner White. Commissioner Powell.
Mr. President, before we get into the actual discussion of the contracts, because there's a contingency on the city approving our bonding, could you shed more light on your comments in the city newspaper about being close to resolution on our bonding problem?
I was hoping that we are close to resolution. We have been speaking to the city. There has been no resolution yet, other than us agreeing that we would try to work out what the situation was as we were waiting for the education department to rule on whatever it is they needed to rule on. For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, the city provides the bonding for the district. The district can't bond for itself. The city gives us $119 million. So the conversation has been whether or not within that $119 million, it includes the bonding or if it has to be broken out. Obviously, the city's concern is that they don't want their allocation to the district to exceed that $119.1 million, which is codified by the maintenance of effort law. So their concern is that if they bond projects, in this case, our summer construction projects, which total around, I believe, $15 million, am I correct? About $14 million, that number would be added to their maintenance of effort allocation that they already give us. So at this point, we're still trying to work on resolution. The city has made it clear that they want to try to work with us on resolution. But I think that we still should go ahead and approve our end of the bargain and then continue to try to work with the city to get resolution around it.
President Evans?
Yes, Commissioner Elliott.
Just a question on just some of the ways in which some of the resolutions are written. For example, if you look at Resolution 635, we have an MWBE award of $85.8, and I'm looking at the Steve General Contractor, and that contract is an MWBE, but the totals of that are different. So I'm somewhat confused in terms of who is awarded the MWBE, $85,000 amount.
And this is on 635, right?
In this case, there are other ones that are similar, but in this case, 636 is similar to that.
Who's the point person on this, Mr. Superintendent? Is that Mr. Underwood?
Yes.
Mr. Underwood, if you could speak to that. And the question is why is...
Yeah, if you look at 635, you see the Steve General Contractor, MWBE, that amount totals up to something far different than what's in this participation statistics grid.
Right. Steve General is the GC on the job, the general contractor. So
why do we have MWBE for him?
Steve General is an MBE.
Okay, so the totals are not matching?
Right. The MBE, there's certain parts of the job that they will perform themselves, as opposed to having to sub to another organization that may not necessarily be an MBE. Does that make sense? Okay.
you could write me a note or something. No, it doesn't make sense. You got a total MBE in the participation grid of 85.8, but, and I don't know what this figures out to.
Right.
Total contract price of $340,000. So, just seems to me that something's, either there's a different contractor for the MWBE.
Right.
That is not Steve General Contractor, even though he is a MWBE.
Right. There's several contractors, for instance, Steve General, Logier, Neri, Leo Girath, etc. Each of those have MWBE requirements. So what you see ending up in that MWBE award will be that, the aggregate of what we have as MBEs.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else on
Yes.
632 through 645, 644, Commissioner Williams?
Yes. Starting out 632 and 636. Well, we still have the same issue again where contractors come in, they bid, they are awarded the contract as the lowest bidder, and then for whatever reason, more often than not, it's because they made a mathematical error, they decide to withdraw their bid. And as a result, we say yes. However, we never keep the bid deposit. At some point in time, they'll begin to take us seriously. Or at some point in time, the board will begin to act seriously about this whole issue because it's too prevalent. And there's no consequence.
Can you clarify that again, what you just said?
Well, what happens is, in this case, both 632 and 636, companies bid on the project.
Right.
They were the low bidder. They were then awarded the contract. Then they turn around, or at some point in time, they decide that, we don't want to do the job. Or, more often than not, what happens is, they say that we've made an error, and we want to withdraw our bid. And this is what these two resolutions are for our approval tonight. And they, under the terms of the contract, when they bid, they put in a bid deposit.
Right.
And everyone knows that if you withdraw your bid after you've been awarded, if you withdraw the contract, if you withdraw your bid after you've been awarded the contract, then you can lose your bid deposit. But we never do it. We never keep the bid deposit.
Right.
Now, I would argue that in times like these, where we are looking under every rock for every penny, this would be the time that we start to enforce that.
Is that a policy that we do keep bid deposits, or we don't, or is it among the discretion?
Commissioner Williams is correct for the most part, or just about. We have not. I haven't seen yet in my tenure here where we have held on to the bid deposit when a firm has withdrawn their bid. Commissioner Williams, again, is correct. What I have seen, pretty much when there has been a withdrawal of bid, is the contractor saying to us, we made an error, a mathematical error in our deposit, and we bid too low. So we have returned the bid deposits in those instances. I think Commissioner Williams raises an interesting point with respect to an opportunity for us to hold on to those funds. We could go either way here. We've gone the route of returning them. I think more so from a relationship point of view, we work with these contractors all the time. Certainly open to other points of view with respect to enforcing that, but we have, like I said, Commissioner Williams is correct, we have returned the deposits in these instances.
So, but there is a policy that says...
Yeah, it's in the contract.
There's an option. We have the option. We do have the option of holding on to that bid deposit.
How much is the bid deposit?
In many cases, like $500. Yeah. but we've not exercised that option.
Okay, Commissioner Powell.
I would be more interested in seeing whether there's a pattern of withdrawing bids in the case of specific contractors where they perhaps were lowballing deliberately, although we couldn't possibly know that unless a pattern existed.
Right. When Commissioner Williams, sorry, Commissioner, when Commissioner Williams first brought that to my attention, I took a look at just that, and I haven't seen much repeat of the same contractor saying, oh, I made a mistake, I made a mistake. So I haven't seen a pattern there with respect to the same firm doing that over and over again.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
The bigger issue, the bigger question is Resolution 634, and that's the Elmer Davis resolution. And for board members, here's what the issue is. We have a responsible bidders policy, which basically says that if a company discriminates or engages in discriminatory conduct, then they would be barred from bidding on district contracts or barred from doing business with a district. Okay. In this case, what happened was, first of all, there's a company, Elmer Davis, was allowed to bid, and they won the contract, a $500,000 contract, to replace the roof on one of the buildings. Now, back in a couple of months ago, Elmer Davis entered into a settlement, and they paid a group of black workers $1 million. Then they entered into a consent decree for a 5-year period, which basically said, we will do all of these things. And they're being constantly monitored by the EEOC over a 5-year period. The other thing, too, that I want you to bear in mind is that this $1 million settlement is the largest discrimination settlement in the history of Rochester or Western New York. So this is big stuff. However, these guys were allowed to bid on the contract, and they were awarded the contract pretty much in violation of our own policy, responsible bidders policy. So that's what I want to bring to your attention here tonight as we vote on this.
Commissioner,
would you like me to respond to that?
Yes, you were legal, but let me just let me let Commissioner White get in there, and then you can respond.
Yeah, I'm actually very familiar with the situation, and I've not made it a secret. I initially represented the individual who filed the suit. I ultimately did not participate in the settlement discussions, but I was responsible for initiating the suit. And additionally, I authored the amendment to change the responsible bidder policy. Having said that, I must say that I think that the system has worked well here thus far. They entered into this settlement again, which I did not participate in. Judge Teleska supervised a consent order, which basically will have this organization monitored for quite some time. They had to retain the services of what's the title, Chuck?
Independent compliance officer.
Independent compliance officer to ensure that they were in compliance with the Judge Teleska's order. And so this is just my feeling as a board member, is that while I abhor the allegations, and I know in great detail what those allegations were, and they are as offensive as one could imagine, they did what our responsible bidder and our staff did what our responsible bidder policy required, which was to look at this EEOC determination. It doesn't say they cannot bid. What the amendment that I proposed and that the board approved was, it says that if they do bid, they have to provide, and I'm paraphrasing, proof that they are no longer under the microscope of the Human Rights Division or the EEOC, and that they are in compliance. And my understanding is that they are in compliance, that I think Mr. Johnson or Gary has had some conversations with that corporation, and they are, in fact, in compliance with Judge Teleska's order. And this order, I'm sure Mr. Johnson can provide the detail, will provide some supervision for quite some time. And when an inquiry was made as to whether they were in compliance, the answer came back yes. And then I asked, because I had the same concerns you did, Commissioner Williams, I asked, well, how do we make sure that we stay involved in being aware that they are in compliance? And I suggested, and I was going to propose to my colleagues, that we table this now. Not because I don't think that they have proven that they've come into compliance, but I want to make sure, I would like to recommend that the language regarding our ability to continue to ask the question, are they still in compliance, that we make that part of the contractual language. I want to be very clear. I don't think this is a measure, the responsible bidder policy is not there to punish people who've made mistakes. And I deal with companies that discriminate all the time. And by the way, Commissioner Williams, this was not the largest settlement in a discrimination case, not even close. But it was significant. I agree with you. It's significant. And the allegations, when you hear the allegations of what happened here, you're not even going to think about money. But the fact is, the responsible bidder policy says you're not prevented from bidding, but what you must do is show that you're in compliance. And I understand that they've done that. My only reservation now is I want to make sure that we write in the contractual language, we want the opportunity to continue to talk to the compliance officer. I would hope that this company would agree with that, and they can go on to the business of hiring people, many of them of color, and hopefully, based on what we know, they will continue to treat them with respect and dignity.
Well, may I?
Yes, Commissioner Williams, and then I'll let our legal.
Couple of things, Mr. White, just as.
Well, but just let me say one thing, though, that I have to be very careful about in the midst of this conversation. Because we're talking about bidding and legal stuff, if we get too far off kilter, we'll have to go into exec session. So let's just be careful on how far we go with the conversation.
Well, first of all, Mr. White, just as a point of clarification, if a company discriminates against one of the protected classes, I don't consider that as being a mistake. And especially in this case, this company has had a demonstrated history of discriminating against these black employees. They didn't do it by mistake. I mean, it seems to be willful conduct, or misconduct, if you would. But they just entered into this consent decree as of August, or that's when it was settled. So from August to now, to say that they are in compliance, I think is a bit premature, especially since the compliance, this consent decree is over a 5-year period, not a 6-month or 9-month period. And I'm not sure who does or who certified that they are in compliance, but as far as I know, the judge has not signed off that everything is okay.
And he wouldn't in this situation.
Okay. And not only that, but our policy says not that, once a company enters into a consent decree or a consent decree that then they're off the hook. It basically says if a company has discriminated against one of the protected classes, or if they've engaged in discriminatory conduct, then they would be, for lack of a better term, punished.
No, it doesn't say that.
I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about this, but this is a matter that is ongoing. I'm happy to discuss the policy, and I'll tell you what I know about the consent decree.
Chuck?
Yes, I brought that with me.
Can you just read it for us?
Sure. The way the policy works is there's a number of criteria that
I'm sorry, I got to interrupt you for a second, Mr. Johnson. Commissioner White, were you making a motion to table? I just want to make sure I'm following Robert's Rules of Order, because if you made a motion to table, that goes straight to a vote. I don't know if you made that motion yet, or if you wanted to let Chuck answer his question, and then you wanted to make that motion?
Well, yeah, what I was saying is I was recommending that it be tabled, but I hadn't made the motion just yet.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Johnson, I'll let you continue, and then We'll get back to board members.
The policy we're talking about is the responsible bidder policy, 6725. And what it does is it sets out a number of criteria that the board's procurement officer looks at to determine whether there is a question about whether a bidder is a responsible bidder or not. And they go through a series of the kind of things you'd expect to be in a responsible bidder policy, criminal conduct, violations of OSHA, labor law violations, workers' compensation violations, environmental conservation law violations. But the ones that are important here are the last three of the criteria. A final determination of the State Division of Human Rights, the EEOC, or any of the civil rights laws that are articulated in there. What we're dealing with here with Elmer Davis is there is a probable cause finding that was issued by the EEOC, and rather than have hearings themselves like the Division of Human Rights has with the state court or the state counterpart, when the EEOC issues a probable cause finding, then it goes to federal court, and one of the EEOC itself through the U.S. Attorney's Office or through a private attorney can prosecute that case in federal court, and that's what happened here. The U.S. Attorney's Office prosecuted that action, and it has been described. There was a settlement last August, I believe, July, August, certainly significant settlement, and a consent decree which was required. And so getting back to the policy, the last two sections of this policy are the ones that are relevant, and they're sort of catch-alls. Any and all cause so serious or compelling in nature that raises a question about the responsibility of a bidder. And then it says other factors that the Director of Procurement may give due consideration to that bear upon bidder responsibility. It's these catch-alls that really capture this, because there wasn't a final determination, it was settled. But the reason that those catch-alls exist is because you're not going to be able to conceive of every possible scenario when you create a policy. So it provides for some discretion to be available to the procurement officer. So the procurement officer looks at that and decides whether there is a question about whether they are a non-responsible bidder. If he answers yes to that, or she answers yes to that question, then it goes to an outside hearing officer that the district would retain, who would actually have a hearing. But in this case, the board's procurement officer, Mr. Smith, determined that there is not a question of non-responsibility, and for that reason, you have the matter before you as a resolution for your consideration.
Can you tell us, I assume it was Gary, can you tell us why he decided this didn't need to go to a hearing officer?
Yeah.
Thank you. Because the allegations are very troubling, I took a lot of time and effort to consider if this vendor is a responsible bidder or not a responsible bidder. As was stated, Elmer W. Davis settled with the EEOC in September 2010 for $1 million to resolve a class action race discrimination lawsuit. The claim was resolved by way of a settlement reflected in the terms of a 5-year consent decree without any admission of liability or any finding that Elmer W. Davis engaged in unlawful conduct. The consent decree requires Elmer W. Davis to hire an EEO coordinator, adopt anti-discrimination policies and procedures, provide notices and postings, to provide training, monitor race discrimination complaints, and to report to the EEOC on hiring, layoff, and promotion. I did look. Elmer W. Davis is not on the New York State or federal government debarment lists. They are located at 1217 Clifford Avenue. They were the lowest bidder on the roofing project for school number 35 at $542,000. The next lowest bidder was A.M. Stern at $594,000, about a $52,000 difference. They are the largest roofing company in New York and approximately the 40th largest in the United States. They have done work in the district in the past, and they have done excellent work. Elmer W. Davis currently is the roofing contractor for Monroe County and is currently completing the roofing project, a $409,000 project on the City of Rochester Operations Center Maintenance Building on Mount Read Boulevard. Elmer W. Davis has currently ongoing projects at the Hilton School District, Greece School District, and Churchville Chi-Li School District. They have done work with virtually all the school districts over the years in Monroe County. They employ between 40 and 250, depending on the roofing season. I also checked on EEOC records. The EEOC has settled with numerous companies, including Federal Express, UPS, GM, Ford, Home Depot, Coca-Cola, Amtrak, and numerous other companies with whom the district does business. And I took it upon myself, along with our senior buyer, to visit Elmer W. Davis unannounced on March 14th. I met with the president of the company and his assistant, and I asked them to summarize their response to the decree, and it included that they had the week before had a training. They actually pulled out of their pockets a business card that every employee is required to carry with a phone number with the EEO coordinator's number, the president's number, and to get a hold of anybody if they notice anything of discrimination. I also got the name and contact number of the EEO coordinator. I sent an email to the EEO coordinator, and I received this reply. My company, and more specifically myself, was named the EEO coordinator for Elmer W. Davis. I can confirm that they are compliant with the EEOC decree, and as recently as last week, had additional non-discrimination training for their union members. Feel free to work with this company as your low bidder. And it's signed by the EEO coordinator. And that was on March 15th. I believe the company has a very rigorous process, and I think they are ahead of the decree. And because their professional work is excellent, and because even though the allegations are very, very troubling, I believe it's been resolved by the settlement, and the decree imposes the type of reform to remedy any discrimination. So by that, I believe they are a responsible bidder.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams, yes, and then
Okay.
Commissioner Elliott.
Gary, when you said you believe that they are ahead of the decree, what does that mean?
They actually informed me that they are required to do training once a year. Once every 2 years, and they are doing it every year with their employees. This was not a part of the decree to make sure that everybody had a card carried one with them at all times when they're working for the company, if they see anything to call. So they are actually, I believe, doing more, and I do have the decree here, than what they were asked to do in the decree.
It's all the decree says is what? That they have to do training? Is that it?
No, the decree has many provisions.
Okay, but they're ahead. You're saying they're ahead of the decree, so that's what my.
I believe that they are doing all that they're asked in the decree, and by what I observed, I believe they're doing actually as much, if not more, than what they've been asked to do.
But all they've done is training so far.
No.
Okay.
They have a, as I mentioned, they have revised their discrimination policy and procedures. They have provide notices and postings in the work areas. They have provided the training, as I mentioned. They monitor the race discrimination complaints, if there are any. They report to the EEOC, and they must report quarterly to the EEOC. And the EEO coordinator has informed me that they have met all the requirements of the decree.
I think one stipulation in the decree was that they had to do with the hiring, training, promotion, and advancement of black workers. Is that? Or, well, you go through it, and you could give me an answer later on. The two other questions that I have for you. You said you went over to Elmer Davis and you sat down with the owners or the president.
With the president, yes, and an assistant.
Did at any point in time doing your investigation, did you speak with the EEOC attorneys who were working on the case?
No,
What worked on the case?
No, I did not speak with any of the attorneys.
Okay. What about the black workers the current black workers or the black workers who were the plaintiffs?
No,
brought the original complaint?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Elliott?
Yeah, that would be something that I would be interested in. What were the concerns of the black workers? But did I also understand you to say that Elmer Davis settled this without admitting any wrongdoing?
Yes, they did. They settled without any admission of liability or any finding that Elmer W. Davis engaged in unlawful conduct. So that was part of the settlement.
Yeah, President Evans, I guess, I'm sort of, those of us who grew up doing segregation, we feel this stuff, and so I'm sort of, it makes a far more difference to me than it perhaps does to you, because you don't have the experience. And so, I'm just sitting here, and I don't want us to enter into an agreement with this company. If they admitted no wrongdoing, but then they're paying $1 million out, and then they are also having to comply with EEOC charges, then I don't think that that's the company that we want to enter into an agreement with to do business for this district. I really don't.
Let me just go to Commissioner White, and then if we're going to talk about legal implications, we have to go into executive session. But Commissioner White,
it may strike some as ironic that I find myself in a different position here. I'm satisfied with the process, and I got to tell my colleagues, I feel that my decision to run for school board, because I believe that I could do more on the inside than I could do on the outside, and I not only experienced, like Commissioner Elliott, the sting of discrimination, but I work with it daily professionally. I work against companies like this regularly, and to have this kind of system internally to put in check things that the court system could not do. I see it every day. That's the reason why I propose this amendment. That's the reason why I feel blessed that this board passed that amendment, is because we can change things from the inside. If we use this amendment, however, as a punishment, as a stick, it will be a huge detriment to the progress that African American male and female workers will have with Elmer W. Davis. This is a $500,000 contract. Now they will be treated equitably. They will be treated equally. If we take away this opportunity for them because we feel like we want to punish Elmer W. Davis, we're not only unfairly, I believe, punishing Elmer W. Davis, but we're punishing the people who work on those roofs and were not treated with dignity. I know exactly how they were being treated. And this is an opportunity to change that. So let me just say, the fact that a company does not admit to wrongdoing, as Mr. Johnson will tell you, is not unusual in the litigation business. Whether you rear-end somebody, or whether you discriminate against them, or you cut their artery and you make a mistake, it is not uncommon. Actually, it's probably pretty usual for most civil defendants to say, I'll give you a check for $2 million, but I'm not going to admit to any wrongdoing. They do that all the time. But Judge Teleska signs an order that is, how many pages long, Gary? That tells them they must do A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. I don't need somebody to tell me that they're wrong, because I don't even know if they really would morally appreciate the wrongness of their conduct. What I need them is to change their conduct. And that's what Judge Teleska's order does, and that's the kind of thing that will make the lives of African American men better. And if we take away this contract merely because we want to punish them, we'll be punishing people's opportunity that they have not had for decades with that company. So
President
this
Evans?
is my suggestion. My suggestion is that we, making the motion now, that we table this resolution, that we ask for the purpose of having the administration inquire as to whether we can modify the contract so that it allows us to have regular check-ins with Elmer W. Davis, its employees, and the EEOC to make sure the opportunities are fair and equitable for the people of this city, by the way.
that's a table, go straight to a vote, but it requires a second. Is there a second to table? Second to table. The president can second, but I will, if need be. Is there a second?
I was going to explain why I wouldn't seek to second.
But, there's no discussion on the table.
I know, so that's why I'm going to let it go. Further discussion on this resolution?
Further discussion on the resolution, and then further discussion on the resolution. Let me just go. I'll come back to you, Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Elliott, I cut her off when he was going to.
Actually, I was trying to get your attention
I'm sorry.
earlier, but you were looking at your.
I'm sorry.
The issue for me is that how can a company call themselves changing when they haven't admitted that they've done wrong? There's no way you could tell me that they're going to change and that they have not admitted they're doing wrong. I don't care if it's a legal term. The fact is that they admitted that they have admitted no wrongdoing. And if they have admitted no wrongdoing, that says to me that they really are not prepared to change. If they meant to do the right thing, they would have said that we've done the wrong thing. But they did not. So, you can, Commissioner White, say that that's legal terms or whatever. The fact is that they did say that there was no wrongdoing. And how can anyone transform or change if, in fact, they have not admitted to doing wrong? So I would not want us to enter into this contract with this company. Let them go and do the other work. But if we are talking about, if we are really serious about ensuring that African Americans are entering into agreements with this company, and that we want to end discrimination, then we cannot, in my mind, in good conscience, enter into agreement with Elmer Davis.
Commissioner Powell.
And I don't even know what they did. I would want to know, and perhaps they can't, but I would imagine that those charges are pretty egregious by these black workers. So I would not want to enter into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
I have to admit that my first reaction to not admitting was similar to Commissioner Elliott's. But I also recognize that without being a lawyer, such an admission could open up Pandora's box for them to have all sorts of federal indictments come down that might lead to somebody going to jail. So I could see why one would find themselves seeking a financial restitution argument without admitting guilt. The reason I didn't second your motion, Commissioner White, was that separate from specific contract language that might be added or language added to a resolution, it seems to me that for as long as that consent decree exists, we have more leverage right now over Elmer W. Davis than we ever would have had. Because if we hear of allegations, we as the funding source can encourage having those allegations run to the ground. And I'm certain that Davis does not want for anyone to be standing in front of Judge Teleska making the case that they have violated their consent decree. I think that we have more leverage now and for the next 4.5 years than we would have if this case were still pending or if this case never existed.
Thank you. Commissioner White.
Yeah, my only response to that is the nature of the consent order, the decree from the judge. It's a relationship between Elmer W. Davis, the judge, and the EEOC. We're out of the loop. We have no right to say, hey, listen, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. They're not obligate us, and if they have the experience I've had with the EEOC, they don't like to give information to outside third parties. So we have no right to say to the EEOC, hey, listen, let us know whether they're in compliance or not. Let me just finish this point. Ultimately, therefore, what we're confronted with is we have to rely on the fact that the EEOC and Judge Teleska will do the job of monitoring. And that normally, under normal standards, would be more than sufficient. My only point is, why not have the board, since we're giving them money, why not modify the contract that says we have the right to have Gary, whenever he wants to to go on site, talk to people, get copies of the EEOC reports. I got to tell you, I've tried to get copies of the EEOC reports, and you got to file a Freedom of Information request. If there was a contractual contract that said, we have the right to get that stuff from Elmer W. Davis, stuff that he submits, we don't have to file FOILs. So I don't see how it would harm us to table this, inquire as to, legally whether we could get the contract modified. And if they want this money, you would think they would do that. Why wouldn't we want to be on the loop on the monitoring process? Why wouldn't we?
Well, what I'm saying isn't that we have any right to insert ourselves into the consent decree. What I am saying is if we hear rumor that people's rights are continuing to be violated, we can encourage those employees to take their complaint back to the EEOC. What you're suggesting is that the EEOC would be resistant to following up on that they might even be derelict in their own duties for whatever convenience issues they might have on their side.
No, what I'm saying is, why do we have to wait for a rumor when we could have contractual language that says Gary would have the opportunity to go and speak to Elmer W. Davis, speak to the employees? Why would we wait for a rumor? Right. And I'm not in any way suggesting that the EEOC will be obstructionist, but I'm saying they will do what most government agencies will do. They'll tell you, and I've done it. I've asked for reports from the EEOC, even when I have clients that have gone through the system, and they'll say, file FOIL. Why do that? If we can write in the contract, at the very least, I think we should be asking for that. We should write in the contract when we know someone has had a past history that we want to make sure that we're kept up to date. Forget what you tell Judge Seleska in the OC. The Board of Education that's giving you $500,000 has the right to inquire with respect to whether you're still treating employees with dignity and respect. And that obligation has nothing to do with the obligation to the EEOC and Judge Seleska. That's our right.
Commissioner Cruz, and I'll come right back to you. Commissioner Cruz.
You know, we spent a lot of time at committee on this issue, and I've had conversations with Mr. Smith and Chuck, because I too was very concerned about this, and at one point thought that, you know, it was appropriate to go through the process we had already established. But, you know, based on the information that I got back, the thorough investigation that Mr. Smith did, and the report that he gave us, then really the icing on the cake was that, you know, there was this compliance agreement with the court. Based on all of that, I could support that we go ahead without having to go through and maybe almost double jeopardy the poor people once they've, you know, in terms of hitting them again over the head. So I was comfortable with the idea of going ahead with this. I think the information, the background, the due diligence, all the stuff that needed to be done has been done. I think we need to move on. So I have no problem with it. I guess my question to you is, Mr. Smith or Mr. Johnson, what would stop you from periodically asking for a report on compliance from the company, irregardless of whether it's in or it is not in the policy?
Go ahead.
We can certainly do that, and we're happy to do that. I mean, the question before you is whether you want to vote on this tonight or table it. If you were to table it.
I guess my question is, Mr. Johnson. Yeah. My question is this: I'm willing to vote for it tonight, and I think, and I'm asking my colleagues to do the same, to move on with this. But is there anything in the language that prohibits you from periodically going there and getting an update on their compliance or checking with the court to make sure that they are compliant, without getting into a whole kind of contractual discussion about that?
I mean, just the board has more leverage if they table. I'm not taking a position that this is your decision, not mine. But if you approve this resolution tonight, we can ask for the information, and they can say no, thank you. If this is considered at a future meeting, and they know that the decision to authorize the contract is at stake, there may be greater interest on their part. But again, I'm just giving you, you know, my perspective. We have not had this conversation with them. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
Yes,
And then I have a brief remark.
You know, to some extent, I can understand or the board's feeling that we should move on because, you know, like Commissioner Elliott said, a lot of you have never been at the receiving end. If this were any other group or protected class, and this kind of thing would happen to them, we never would have gotten this far. Never would have. But for whatever reason, when it comes to African Americans, the issue always is, well, it really wasn't that bad. Or, well, let's give these guys another chance. Okay? And if we pass this tonight, what it basically does is renders this policy, 6725, the bidders policy, responsible bidders policy, pretty much impotent. Because what it does, it sends a message to the rest of the construction community or any of our other vendors to say, look, if they catch us discriminating, all we do is, you know, enter into maybe a consent decree or just plead the case of, well, you know, it really wasn't that bad, and we'll get on. And we'll get along with it, and we'll get on with it. Okay? And again, like I said, I just want to make sure that everybody understands, if this were any other group, okay, any other ethnic group, religious group, racial group, gender group, or protected class, this never would have gotten us far. It never would have made it up to this board.
If I may comment to Commissioner Cruz's question, we have over 150 contracts with the district, or the district has, and not including state contracts and additional contracts. I take, if there's ever a complaint with one of our vendors, I get on the phone or I go visit that company or I call them in because we are essentially partnering with these companies. And I would be more than willing to, on a periodic basis, follow up with the contract and make sure that they are following the contract. I would be more than willing to do that.
But Gary, when these black workers filed a suit, I think in 2003, the company stalled, okay, from 2003 to 2010. When the EEOC went in and they started to document how far back these allegations go, they documented it back to 1993. And I'm sure that Elmer Davis has been in business since then, and they've had black workers on their payroll way before 1993. And I would bet you that on a lot of the work that Elmer Davis has done on this for the district, a lot of that discriminatory conduct happened on district premises. And these black workers have been complaining for a long time. Now, whether or not they've complained to you or not, I don't know. But more often than not, you know, I'm sure if they came to you and said, look, these people are discriminating against me, your first reaction would be, or facilities would be, well, you know, you have to take that up with the company, not with us. Okay? So, I mean, this issue of, well, if someone came to me and said, this company is discriminating against us, I doubt it if you're going to go and look into those allegations. It's just not going to happen. Because these guys, these allegations just didn't pop up in 2010 or 2009 or 2007 or 2003. It's happened for a long time.
Commissioner White.
Yeah, you know, that's why, and it may be hard to figure this out, that's why the position that I'm advocating for is the compromise position.
Right.
It basically says, acknowledges what Commissioner Williams says, and doesn't disagree with you, Commissioner Cruz, that we do need to move on, but we need to move on given this history with some sense of caution, and to just give them a contract, like the hundreds of contracts that we have, the same contracts that we give to everybody else, doesn't, Gary, quite frankly, acknowledge their history. But that doesn't mean we should deprive them of this future opportunity. And when I say them, I mean not only Elmer W. Davis, but there are countless black and brown city workers, but we can't treat them the same way we treat all the other folks who have contracts. And if, by the way, Gary, we're giving contracts to the Federal Express and all these other people while they got EEOC, we need to do something about that going forward. But with respect to this, Commissioner Cruz, this is the compromise position. Table it, and I think Mr. Johnson has said they'll be properly motivated to come back and say, okay, yeah, we'll allow you to just do something that, and I got to tell you, Commissioner Williams may be suggesting that given the history, should we assume that they will do what Gary is suggesting all the other contractors do, assume what you're assuming in your statement? I think that history doesn't entitle them to that assumption. But it doesn't mean, their history doesn't mean they should be punished. But we should proceed with them with caution. Don't deny them this opportunity, don't punish them, but let's deal with them differently. That's what will make this provision meaningful. And by the way, Commissioner Cruz, we wouldn't be saying take it to a full-blown hearing. We're just saying modify the contract. I think that's a compromised, reasonable response to their history.
Let me just say that I support the table. I think that it's important to table. It gives us leverage, and it makes it clear that we are going to be watching what it is they're doing. But there's another important point that's missing here. Commissioner, hey, Commissioner. Oh, Commissioner Campbell is there. I'll get to you. You have something to say? I'll get to you in 1 second. But I think there's one point that we're missing, and I'm going to ask you this. Were they the lowest possible bidder?
Yes, they were the lowest bidder, yes. And New York public law is that on a public bid, any public works over $35,000 we publicly bid must go to the lowest responsible bidder. And that is New York public law.
Right, so that's one aspect, colleagues, that we do have to keep in mind, particularly when we swear our oath and take the public officer's law. That's the law, lowest possible bidder. So being a responsible bidder, I'm sorry. So being that that's the case, I think that tabling it, this resolution may be our best course of action at this point to satisfy the concerns from what I'm hearing from both sides. And I'd also be very interested to hear the city's take on this, because the city, you stated that the city is using this company, the city of Rochester?
Currently, yes.
Which means that city council would have had to approve the contract?
Yes.
So.
And actually, the county uses them as their contractor for roofing.
Exactly. So, I mean, we all know our colleagues on city council. We can even ask them in the interim.
But
what they're doing. Commissioner.
You talk about the city and the county. Do they by chance have a responsible bidders policy?
No.
Crafted the same way that we have ours? That prohibits?
I don't believe they do.
Okay. So that's.
I have looked through this responsible bidder policy with Mr. Johnson several times. If a bidder's sworn statement is or credible information from other sources available to the district causes the Director of Procurement and Supply to conclude that there is reasonable cause to believe that the bidder is not a responsible bidder. And I took that believe me, I was looking to see if they were not a responsible bidder. And that was all these actions that I took. I was looking for them, are they not a responsible bidder? And I have come to the conclusion that at this point in time, this snapshot in time, that they are a responsible bidder.
But, Gary, and this is the last, for years, okay, this company has engaged in discriminatory conduct towards black workers. They enter into $1 million settlement with black workers, okay, and then they enter into a 5-year consent decree. And based on that, you still find that they are a responsible bidder? I don't see it.
I believe the decree covers issues that employees have been mistreated. And
so if a company mistreats their employees, okay, you would deem that company to be a responsible bidder? They mistreat their employees. They said, oh, we didn't do anything wrong, but we'll give you $1 million. But we didn't do anything wrong. But yet, you still deem them to be a responsible company, a responsible bidder?
That's not this case. This case is that they have a 5-year decree that's being monitored by the EEOC, and they have an EEO coordinator. And they have agreed to do everything in this decree. And at this moment in time, I believe they are a responsible bidder.
All right, let me get to Commissioner Campbell because she's been
We
waiting.
have 5 years, not 6 months. They have 5 years to do it.
Right.
That's how long the courts are monitoring them.
Right.
What year are we in
But
now?
we aren't,
This is the first. This is the first.
yeah,
first
this
year.
just
This is
started.
the first
We
year
haven't-
of the
we haven't been in
of the decree.
consent decree a year yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been a year yet. Commissioner Campos, can you hear us?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that listening to everything, I definitely have a sensitivity to this, and I think that Dan's motion is something that's definitely valid, because it gives us some leverage when going back and looking at the contract, so that we can be able to monitor it, but also ask those questions. So I would second that motion.
What motion is that?
There's no motion, so
You have to bring it to,
yeah, well, yeah.
you need to bring it to a motion.
So you can make a motion, Commissioner Campos, to table, and
Point of information.
Yep.
Yeah.
If I may, Commissioner Campos, is any of the work that is, that they bid on for summer work, and is it in the schedule coming up?
Yes.
Yes and yes.
So if we hold this back for another month,
no, it wouldn't be a month. We have a special meeting.
when?
April 2nd, is it? 7th, April 7th.
So we're looking at another 2 weeks of this, right? Will that set us back in any way on the work that they're supposed to be completing?
Understand that all of these have a caveat in the resolutions that says we don't sign a contract until the bonding.
I understand all that.
And that hasn't
I'm
happened
looking for a schedule here for them to help me understand what the impact of us sitting on this for another 2 more weeks.
I had asked Chuck that very question, and
Well, let me get
hold
an
on
answer,
one second.
Commissioner White.
and
Let
he
me get an
didn't seem
answer.
that they're seeing.
The answer to that question is no. 2 weeks would not
There's
set
no
us back.
impact.
Okay. All right. So there's a motion to table. A table goes straight to a vote, as you know, but it does require a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner White. All right. It's been moved. It's been seconded. We're going to go straight to a roll call vote on tabling this issue. Commissioner Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott.
No.
Commissioner Campos. I vote yes, it's tabled. We are still on resolutions 632 through 644. 632 through 644. Any further discussion on those resolutions?
Just in general, Jerome, one of the other things too that I noticed, in going through these, again, the issue is, these companies always, they have an MWBE requirement, or a goal, or a suggested amount, and they always come in and they said, look, I can't find anybody, and as a matter of course, we give them waivers. Here's what, let me finish. Here's what bothers me about that. Because these are some of the same companies, including Elmer Davis, that in all likelihood will be bidding on the FMP project. So if you can't find a minority contractor, or you can't meet your goal or requirement for 10% of a $200,000 contract, how are we going to meet it? Or how are we going to enforce a $1 billion contract or a billion dollar construction project with minority contractors? I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Several issues to respond to with that. Just with Elmer Davis in particular, Commissioner Cruz mentioned we had extensive conversation on that, and certainly I yield to purchasing and legal on that. But when this came to my desk, one of the things I did look for is what you said just now. Are they asking for any waivers? And when I looked at this particular contract that we just, you voted to table just now, they didn't. As a matter of fact, they exceeded the goals in each area. Let me answer your question. There's been companies who, we have capacity issues. As a matter of fact, this MBE to be real specific, procurement is something personally that's I'm very passionate about. And as I mentioned to you, with this board, that we've cut our waivers in half. Something we're working on very, 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 very diligently. At the same time, in certain trades, we have capacity issues. The white elephant in the room, as far as this is concerned, is that the goals that establish the targets that we have here are from an outdated disparity study. You know, so I think we need to bring that up, because I think if we had to do that disparity study right now, the goals would go down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without a
And then-
doubt, they will go down, and in some, right.
Okay. One other thing, just going back, when you're talking about Elma Davis, that they met their MWBE requirement. What they did, the company that they got, that they gave the work to meet their MWBE requirement, okay, and they did that. But that company itself, when they were the general on on some of the other jobs, they came in and got a waiver because they were saying we can't meet the requirement. So I mean, it's a bit. There's a lot of self-dealing going on down there.
Commissioner, I signed these waivers.
Right.
Trust
well,
me.
then you should
And
know.
I don't put my signature on anything that I'm not confident about.
Well, but you should know when the company that Elma Davis has to do their MWB piece, they came into they've gotten more than one waiver on the same go round because they were saying they couldn't meet various requirements.
But you guys
look at it and see.
That, so.
Yes, look at it.
Yeah.
But okay.
But that's another conversation. That's the conversation that we're going to follow up on, Commissioner.
Yeah.
That whole waiver piece in MWBE items. Anything else on 632 through 644? Hearing none. Those in favor of 632 through 634, please say aye. 644, I'm sorry, 632 through 644. Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed on 632, 635. I'm sorry, 632, 636. Just those two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are now on 645, which is information technology. Entertain a motion. Moving and seconded. Questions around information technology?
I have one.
Commissioner Williams.
Or a couple, I should say. Mr. Leonard, in the presentation you made to the Finance Committee, I was sitting in on it, and you were saying that by going with this company, then we would achieve certain cost savings over both this year as well as over, I think, a 10 or 15-year period, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that, the numbers that you talked about, were those cost savings or was it cost avoidance? Because we always get into this issue of...
It's really cost avoidance. I mean, as things stand right now today, this is our insurance, basically our insurance policy, right? This is our annual maintenance for our PeopleSoft applications. So it's not as if one option would be to not do anything, right? So if we stayed with Oracle support, as we have since Oracle took over PeopleSoft, then the cost this year would be almost $1 million. Last year it was $914,000. And each year since Oracle purchased PeopleSoft, which was in 2006, the costs have just risen, dramatically each year. So it is cost avoidance, but it's a cost that we wouldn't be able to avoid. We have to do something. We can't not have any support on our, key business applications. So by going with Rimini Street is a third-party maintenance vendor, and Rimini Street offers, basically, they offer support and maintenance. They will provide our tax and regulatory updates that we receive right now through Oracle PeopleSoft. And they will provide support. Actually, what we've learned is actually better
support than Oracle has provided. As I mentioned in my presentation, I know all the board members were not present, but just for their info, we really did an extensive RFP process when we were considering this as an option. And Rimini Street was actually the only vendor that responded to the RFP, although 15 downloaded the RFP and reviewed this. Rimini Street is the primary third-party PeopleSoft support vendor on the market today, and they have been providing service to Bausch & Lomb, local Bausch & Lomb. They dropped Oracle support 2 years ago, and when we spoke to Bausch & Lomb, they said that the Rimini Street support was just far exceeded Oracle support. Usually Rimini Street was able to respond over the phone. Oracle, sometimes what we did was we analyzed the average time for Oracle to respond to an issue that we've raised is about a week. So it's a big, big difference. Now, there's a cost. What we are giving up is we are giving up our ability to upgrade our PeopleSoft applications to the next versions. That's a cost that I think that it's worth giving that up. We've recently, as I'm sure you recall, upgraded all of our PeopleSoft applications. We just finished the last upgrade of our PeopleSoft HCM, HR, and payroll application. And when I came to you last year for the Oracle support, I told you that next year I would bring to you another option, but we couldn't enter into any other option until we completed our upgrades. It's just not a good idea to drop the main vendor support when you're going through an upgrade. So at this point in time, we have mature applications. The future of PeopleSoft, beyond 5 years, it's uncertain. Actually, beyond 4 years, it's really uncertain because Oracle is developing their Fusion product, which they've been promising for quite some time. So we see in the not too distant future, they're going to stop development of PeopleSoft and they're going to push Fusion on people. That may be the way we want to go, may not. But if we're paying $1 million plus per year for our annual maintenance, and we're dropping to about $300,000 per year with Rimini Street, in even 2 years' time, if we choose that we want to upgrade to the next PeopleSoft version, we could repurchase the licenses to all of our PeopleSoft suite of products at a cost of about our annual maintenance for 1 year. So I don't foresee that within the next 2 years we're going to need to upgrade. We've just recently completed upgrades, and normally we don't upgrade much before really 4 years anyway of each of our applications. And in 4 years' time, who knows what's going to be on the market. There's a lot of talk out there right now about new products that are coming out. PeopleSoft competitors, the actual company that developed PeopleSoft, has now started another company. Once Oracle bought PeopleSoft, they started a cloud, actually a cloud service. And it's something worth looking into. So, the people are just starting to look at that technology. So I think that's something we have to keep our mind open about. So this is really cost avoidance, but it's a big deal. It's a large amount, the dollar amount that we're saving.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on 645? I will say that we have made a huge investment in PeopleSoft.
Oh, yeah, we have the phenomenal system. It's the envy of the state.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Now we move to other. 646, 674. I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 646 through 674.
So moved.
There's a second?
Motion to separate, a request to separate.
Well, which one do you want to separate, Commissioner?
Hold on a second. 674.
All right. I'm going to sever 674 if there are no objections. So we will vote on 646 through 673. Okay. No, I just said if there's no objections, I'll sever 674.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yeah. Can I get a second on the main motion?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Cruz. Thank you. And so we'll vote on 646 through 673.
Okay.
Commissioner Williams.
The first, just a couple of questions. 646, 648, and 651. These are just contracts which I think are coming straight out of the general fund. The question is, do we really need these? And at a time when we are, again, facing a budget deficit of some amount, can we do without these?
Who's the point person on 646 for McCardle Ramerman?
It's coming up, Jim Fenton. Well, Jim is coming up on 648. School 39 is the chief here. Is that some kind of PD fund grant? Did I say that? It's Title 2A. On 648, Commissioner's Title 2A. That's professional development grant funds. It's not as if you can just push that back. You would lose the money.
But 648 is a...
That's
It's
grant
a
fund.
Title 2A. It's federal PD money.
Okay, then 640...
But 646, what's up with 646?
I'm sorry?
646, Mr. Fenton, they're asking, we're asking.
Why now? The sense of urgency? The principals have asked us to look at the school planning tool, the CEP. They wanted one tool. Last year they did the CEP, which is a state document, and an SIP, which was a district document. We've put together a team that's combining those into one document that meets all the compliance requirements, but also will help them plan strategically, particularly with budget cuts and scarce resources. And as we roll out the planning for next year, which has got the April to June timeframe, we need support for that. And the principals have asked us for that. So they've said, we really need help to think strategically, to put together strategic plans at the district or at the school level. So this is intended to target that.
I think it was a redesign of the comprehensive education plan.
Yeah, it's a part of the redesign of the comprehensive education plan, and it's planning for next year that really needs to happen now.
This is an outside consultant, right? And because it's a small amount, which says that we spent more than 25,000, quite a bit more than 25,000 overall. We've gone over the threshold.
For a different scope of work.
Yeah. But again, at some point in time, we will have to cut back on something. And so you're saying that we absolutely need this, or we can't? If I had a choice between funding an art teacher or paying for this, you think this is more important than?
You couldn't pay an art teacher with $5,000, Commissioner.
Even, or anything for that matter. It goes some ways, but.
It's a leveraged investment, and the person that's new to McCardle Ramerman that's going to be working on this particular assignment is extraordinarily talented, and we're really blessed to have her be able to work on this. She worked at the district years ago, ran the reading department, got national recognition. She was a senior leader reporting directly to the president of Kodak. So she's got a combination of skill set from being an educator to being a leader with big responsibilities at Eastman Kodak, and we really want to take advantage of that and leverage that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Same thing for 651.
Who's the point on 651? Realizing others' outstanding talents.
Now, 650 is being paid for out of a grant, but 651 is coming out of the general fund. Can that?
This is Deja Matthews. Is that yours?
And these are for two different schools, right? They're the same.
Yeah, Wilson Magnet and Wilson Foundation.
Right, but 650 is coming out of a grant. 651 appears as if it's just coming out of the general fund, not not any specific grant itself.
That is correct, too. It was divided, the grant covered part of it, and the school covered the other part for the services that they're providing to the students in the boys group. They are targeting the males. As you know, Wilson Foundation is divided into, well, that one was 651 you're referring to, right?
Right.
Yeah, they're divided into gender-based classes, and they're working with the 7th and 8th grade male groups during the day as push-in, as well as after school and on the weekends for their program.
Okay, all right. And, again, so 658, the same thing, whoever has that.
Kim?
What number is that, Commissioner Williams?
658.
658, I believe, is that the Black and Latino, it's a Black Boys Initiative. This is the group from New York University, Pedro Noguera. This is the work they're doing around the Black.
Center for Disproportionality.
Yes, they're doing work around the African American male project, as well as the soon-to-be launched Latino initiative as well in the district.
Right, but it looks like what the outcome is a study, on a report. I mean,
It's more than that. It's facilitation. In fact, they were here today, much of the afternoon, working with the different committees on education, healthcare, legal, and also job. The other work that they're doing around the special ed, I believe, is funded by the state. Pedro Noguera's group is a nationally known group in terms of the work they do around disproportionality, overrepresentation of African American males and Latinos in the juvenile justice system, in the dropout situation, etc. So this is, honestly, for the price, it is a bargain compared to the kind of work they'll do around this community. So it's not just report, it's data crunching, it's facilitation, etc.
Okay, well, you know, at this point, I mean, we as a district, we've been at this for, I don't know, 20, 30 years, and every other year, there's, you know, some new revelation that, you know, we have a problem with black and Latino males. Let's do another study, and then we do another study, and then another study.
This is not a study.
Well,
This is not a study,
whatever.
Commissioner. And I can't speak to what happened 20, 30 years ago. We've been at this for the past 4 months.
Yeah, but at this point, well, right. But, I mean, the problem has existed in this district
Exactly.
for the 3 years or the 4 years that you've been here. And again, I mean, if we don't know what the problem is by now, you know, the problem's been defined and redefined and defined again. If we don't know what it is by now, we'll never know. I mean,
It's not about defining the problem, Commissioner. It's about finding solutions to the problem. But it's worth going back and taking a look and making sure you have the data. But this group, the groups that are meeting with chairs from the community as well as from internal, this is about finding solutions to the problem. Again, we may have been talking about this for decades, but certainly clearly we have not solved any of the problems. So this is about finding solutions.
Commissioner White.
Yeah, you know, I don't even think we've been talking about it for decades. I think the issue actually has been neglected, the whole issue of disproportionality and punishment and the disproportionate placement of African American males and Latino boys, in particular in special education classes. I think actually, while the problem has been ongoing, I think you're right, Commissioner Williams, for years. I don't think the district, with all due respect to your predecessors, I don't think much was done about it. And I've participated in quite a few of these opportunities where the Center for Disproportionality has come down to Rochester. One today, I participated by telephone, and these guys are about the business of coming up with changes. They strike me as having very little tolerance for talk.
Yes.
And they know the practice of fixing the problem. Now, whether they'll be able to fix it in this district because it's so ingrained, I don't know. But this is more than this district has done, in my impression, in decades on this subject. So I think it's a good investment.
If I may add, I think one of the problems we have as a community is that people tend to look to the district for the solution for everything. Very few others take the responsibility that they have to take. You know, we're in charge of making sure kids are learning, but we know learning is impacted by a lot of different issues in our community. So one thing that they are doing is pushing on the rest of the infrastructure to lift their weight in supporting the educators in doing their job. So all of us have to get in this together. One of the, again, I'm not sure if you attended the Black Male Symposium of the U of R to kick this off, Commissioner, but we made it clear that, you know, the situation that our kids are in is one that we have to solve together as a community. So we can't do it alone. So part of this push is to make sure everybody gets involved in this fight.
Commissioner Powell.
On the topic of Resolution 658, 3 or 4 facilitate forums. I have a couple of problems with this, and maybe the dialogue is going to become more fruitful for me. But the other stakeholders, being the city and the county, they're not footing the bill. They can show up to this meeting like a Stephen Covey Leadership Council, eat our food, soak in the national presence, and do nothing. My concern is that this is a really steep bill to pay for something, and what we really need is cooperation from our larger community. I don't know how spending this money on this particular function of facilitation is going to change hearts and minds. Maybe, Commissioner White, you can tell me how that happens.
So let me add a little bit more. So it's not just facilitation, it's not just 3 and 4. These folks are here, every 3 weeks, basically. They're flying into Rochester. So the travel is one piece that we're even looking and counting. But when you look at the work that they're doing, again, around data analysis, the fact that they've gotten folks from the legal community, the healthcare community, the educational infrastructure, and soon to be labor, to begin to work together in finding solutions for a huge problem. This sum really is our investment in this community to push the rest of the infrastructure to also invest. Solving this is not going to cost $35,000. It's going to cost maybe 15 times that amount. But this is our good faith effort to show this community that we are serious about getting this thing done. We can just drop it and not do anything and come back in 20 years and talk about how crime is rampant in the city, graduation rate is low, and keep talking on the problem. But this is a way of introducing a small amount of money to get this community galvanized around solving the issues of our Hispanic male and female graduation rate and the pregnancy rates that we have in the city, and the other issues that we're dealing with, the black male overrepresentation in every facet of the negative parts of our community. We have to start somewhere. This is not break the bank sum of money, and it's not just 3 or 4 times. There's a lot of work involved. Just the analysis, the data analysis that is done in much of this kind of work costs a lot more than this. And this sum is actually rather small for the amount of work that they're doing across the systems to help us push this conversation and find solutions to our problems.
Well, I appreciate that it takes a lot of time and effort to compile data. That starts to sound dangerously close to Commissioner Williams' argument that we're just doing another study. The question is this going to change hearts and minds? And I'm suspicious that the answer is no.
You know,
Commissioner White.
Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer to that, whether it will change hearts and minds. Well, let me say, I don't know that it'll change hearts, because that's a whole nother ballgame when you talk about racism. You're talking about culture, you're talking about upbringing, but it might change some minds. One of the ways I'm convinced that we must have this dialogue about racism is getting people to understand that just because you don't have a white hood with holes poked in it and a cross and a robe, a white robe, doesn't mean that you don't engage in bigoted behavior and racist views. I think we got to begin to educate people that there's some de facto discrimination happening in our own backyards of decent people. And I think these guys get us, and that's part of the discussion that was had today. I don't know, Beth, if you want to talk about, I don't know if you were there the whole time, I was not. But I think part of understanding what is happening to our children is examining what we're thinking up in here. And I think part of what these guys do is get us to examine that. So to answer your question, I don't know, I would even be very cynical about whether it could change hearts. But what they do is they get us to think about why so many, we talk about the achievement gap. We talk about the disproportionate number of African-American men who are overwhelmingly in special ed. And we know, in this district, we know they shouldn't be there. Why so many African-American boys are disproportionately punished. Talk about out-of-school suspension. Yes. The data is there, and I think what these guys can do, Commissioner Powell, is get us to examine how that happens, and they have methodologies for addressing it.
But you know it already, and I know it already, and you feel it already, and I feel it already. If we're not changing hearts, all the information and knowledge in the world isn't going to get us anywhere.
Well, I think that some people are not going to change their hearts, and we don't need to try to play Cupid by trying to hit an arrow with their hearts. They're not going to change their hearts. They're not going to. We don't need to waste our time on them, but it's high time for us to have these conversations that we're having around black males. I would have been in special ed if I didn't have the parents that I had. My parents and I always advocate to tell parents, you better think long and hard before you put your child in special ed. It is a great book that the former head of the Urban League wrote, that once you're a black male, once you're in special ed, good luck getting out. Because once you're in, it's a lifetime sentence. It's a lifetime sentence like the military. And these gentlemen, a strong group of African-American men who almost all of them have their PhDs, are able to bring this to this community and at least have the dialogue. Is it going to change hearts and minds? No. But I can tell you that as long as I've been on this board, we really have not, until the last two years, started to talk about the oversubscription of African Americans in special ed, and started talking about the problems with the black and male Latino graduation rate in a comprehensive way. We said what the problems were. Exactly. So, I mean, we can keep spinning our wheels, but I think that this at least puts it on the table and puts the elephant in the room. The other thing is that they make it very clear, and it echoes to what Commissioner White said. It talks about racism, race, something that's very uncomfortable. Nobody ever wants to talk about it. I mean, it's one of those things that people turn red and they leave the room, they start shifting in their seat. But they talk about it in a way where it doesn't make African Americans or Latinos look like victims, and it doesn't make white folks look like Klansmen. But it talks about it in a way how institutions sometimes create an environment that give way to racist tendencies, such as the oversubscription of black males in special education. So, I mean, I think that's how it's going to happen, Commissioner Powell. You're not going to change hearts and minds, and if the county isn't going to be a part of it, we can't wait for them. I think we're at a point where unfortunately, the district so much falls at our doorstep. Yes. But because we have our kids now, we have to try to do something to try to ameliorate a lot of what's happened over the years. Is it going to be a silver bullet? No. But I think the other key piece that we've been smart about around this whole initiative is that the district is taking the lead, but it's really not. I mean, you got community people that are really here. I mean, exactly. If you look in those meetings, it wasn't us. It was community people that were in those meetings while we were up here at Women's History and doing the board stuff. Exactly. And I think that's key. Wade Norwood, Reverend George Nichols, yes. They're taking the lead on this stuff. Exactly. And that's what we need. It's not going to be us. As school board commissions, we got the bully pulpit, but we need to let the community take the lead and then put pressure on us to make us do what we need to do to move to the next level. So I think that's what this is all about. And I'll tell you, it probably would take $1 million to do this. And trust me, we're spending $1 billion in Libya. This $35,000 that we're going to spend on this is pales in comparison.
And Commissioner, it's not just about hearts and minds. Also, at times you change structure. So at times if you change the box, the behavior will change ultimately. So they look at accountability. They look at ways of making sure that things are working for those kids. And again, we are the recipient of a lot of what happens in our community. So what they do is they put a spotlight on all of it, not just what is happening in classrooms. And it goes back to what President Evans was still talking about. They had, I think, 5 or 6 schools in one place, and they began to talk about race. And they were really surprised at how uncomfortable our teachers and principals are around talking about the issues that they're seeing every single day. There was silence in the room. I really wish that more of the board would have were able to attend the Black Male Initiative, the kickoff we had at the U of R, and even the disproportionality piece on special ed. If you can, please come and attend. We have a kickoff on the Latino work coming up in April 26, I believe. Please come, and you'll see the skill set these gentlemen have. Really terrific group of people. And Pedro's work is national in scope. He's done work in California. He's done work across the country in changing how we deliver services to kids.
Let me just, President Evans.
Commissioner Elliott and then
Yeah.
Commissioner White.
Part of the issue is that most of us already know it, who are African Americans. I mean, we understand the research, many of us. So for me, it wasn't a need for me to be there. I already understand the research. The fact is that we just got to do what we need to do, and that's what we have not been willing to do. I mean, just the fact that, and just give you an example of some of the research. There's research that suggests that when you have a male teaching population, it is the females who are suspended the most. Conversely, when you have a white female population who's teaching, it is the black males who are suspended the most. That's research. So many of us already know the research. The issue has been is nobody's wanted to hear it, and because it's come out of a certain person's mouth, don't want to respect the fact that we have the skill set right here on this board and in this community, and many of us are just waiting to operationalize that which has already been available in this community. We tend to have this research over and over again. We already know what the issues are. We just need to do it, and we have not been willing to do that. So that's why I didn't feel a need to be there.
I was just going to add real quickly, I think Commissioner Powell has an idea that should not be lost. I mean, she talked about who should be footing the bill for this, and I intend on voting for this. But I think, going forward, when we talk about working with the city, we got a new administration, one way or another, going to be elected next week. I think we ought to be having these conversations with them about how we share in the burden of addressing this problem that affects so many of our brown and black residents of this community, and ultimately affects white residents too. So, the Committee on Intergovernmental Relations or the 3-on-3s, this should be part of the dialogue. This is what we're doing, but we really need to look at this as a community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on these resolutions? We are
Yes.
on 646 through 674. Commissioner Powell.
Not on that resolution, but on 6.
In the same set.
In
Okay.
this set, 656, I was going to ask to have this severed, but what I really would like to ask is, given that we're having meetings in the very near future on the portfolio of schools, and given that 3 out of the 4 of these schools are going to be going through the FMP process, and several of these schools that are listed as going from K6 to K8 are already oversubscribed. I mean, school number 12, if you don't live in the neighborhood, you only have 1 in 4 chance of getting into school 12. If we turn it to a K8 right now, before the FMP does its magic, we're going to have fewer kids gaining access to this school. Now, the numbers with School 28 are not quite so severe, but they're also oversubscribed outside their neighborhoods. I would really prefer to have a longer conversation about this in the context of the portfolio of schools. I don't understand why it has to be here today, and I ask that we table this resolution.
But I think, in this resolution.
Resolution 656.
Yeah, but
It's asking.
but this says we will push out the build-out.
That's my point, is I'm asking us to take longer to consider that.
This is part of the FMP
Yeah.
plan that has to be submitted to the state, that's why.
We've already given.
Why are you making a motion to table? If you're making a motion to
Because
table, it requires a second, and we'll
I-
wait.
My point is that if we're going to go K-8 with these schools, it should be done after the buildings have been rehabilitated. We already voted on the K-8 for the purposes of the FMP. If we go ahead and start the implementation before the buildings are rehabilitated, we're shrinking the number of kids that can sit in those seats, that can come in the kindergarten, in the next cohort. We're making it harder for parents to get their first choice schools. There's no reason that I can see that we need to commit to the implementation of K-8 prior to the rehabilitation of those buildings. That's why I'm asking that it be tabled. We're having more discussions about portfolio schools in April. Why can't we have this conversation at the April business meeting?
I think this is what you want. Do you want to explain?
We brought this resolution now for the purpose of having those conversations because these three schools are starting with their advisory committees, having the conversations at the school level about going K-8. We wanted to bring this to you now because part of the conversation is that eventually they will go K-8. We're not talking next year or maybe even the year after, but we thought we would like your approval since these conversations are starting.
So the plans, you're talking about the architectural plans for the schools. The school team is going to be working with the FMP, with the construction managers. So they want to make sure they have approval before they can begin to design what the school will look like. So this, in other words, what you're saying is exactly what is going to be happening, Commissioner. They're not going to go K-8 until the construction actually happens.
I don't hear anybody, and I had this conversation with the Joint Constructions Board. I don't hear anybody saying we're willing to move the OLA program so that school number 12 doesn't have to take fewer kids when we go K-8. I'm not hearing anybody address the question of how this shrinks access to an overchosen school. And the same with School 28. As soon as we say, yes, go ahead with the K-8, go ahead and have your conversations, this conversation about advancing school choice and getting more parents their first choice shuts down because the conversation is among people who are already there. And so the folks who are trying to gain access, the door is shut on them.
Well, we're not talking about shrinking or limiting access. We're talking about really getting approvals when they design the new school.
As soon as you add classes at 7th and 8th grade, you're shrinking the available seats.
I know what you're saying. You reduce the number of sections per grade, but we're talking about a grow out and the facilities grow out as well, too, in the case of the school.
School 12 does not grow out sufficiently. The number of buildings that have been proposed for that site, the number of additional classrooms that have been proposed for the School 12 site are not sufficient to accommodate a grade 7 and grade 8 and still keep OLA in place. And oh, by the way, nobody is talking about increasing access to an overchosen school. That's why I'm saying if someone were going to commit to me right now that yes, we could consider moving OLA and thereby increasing the number of seats available at the incoming kindergarten class, I'd say fine. But apparently that conversation has been taken off the table.
So can you guys explain what this is around the construction and around the facilities? Please.
As Mary mentioned, the building advisory committees for all the schools in phase one, certainly for the first 6 schools, are coming together. This board mentioned that when the board approved the portfolio plan, it was in general, so to speak, with respect to K-8, and you asked us to give you, you needed specific approval to make a school K-8. This resolution asked for that specific approval for the schools listed. Further, because the building advisory committees are being formulated now. As Mary mentioned, the exact same discussion you're talking about, Commissioner,
Exactly.
is what's going to happen. Because on these the building advisory committees involve the principal, the community surrounding the school, parents. So I think that's exactly what's going to be
Exactly. So they
spoken
cannot
about.
plan for a design for a school unless they have
No, the
explicit
input.
permission to build a design
Exactly.
for K-8. If it is the wish of the board to make sure that the enrollment does not or increases as the building capacity increases, then so be it. We can charge the committee that you cannot reduce the number of sections per grade.
Right. Yesterday, Commissioner, just to add, was the education forum where a ton of people attended from all of the Phase 1 schools, principals, community people, the architects, the folks from the program manager staff, and it was pretty much all day yesterday over at 690 St. Paul having this type of discussion in a large group setting where what's going to happen now, then it breaks off to be specific for each school. So again, this resolution seeks the board's approval because the board said, hey, we need to, as a district, have specific approval of which schools we go K-8 as opposed to a broad approval that the district goes K-8.
So this is a challenge, Commissioner. We can't design unless we have explicit permission to design. In other words, the teams of the schools cannot do that. If it is, again, the explicit wish of the board to make sure that we do not reduce the number of sections per grade, so increase enrollment as we increase the grade span, that can be done as well too in the discussion with the construction managers and the facilities folks who are designing and the parents who are designing the school.
But we know that the plan for school number 12 could not accommodate the concession that you just offered. They can't. The plan is just to add some stairwells and a handful of additional classes, not anywhere near sufficient to do what you just proposed.
We haven't designed, so I don't know if that is true.
We've seen what the facilities monitors, the Joint Construction Board has proposed. We have seen what they're proposing, what the architects have already drafted. I guess what I'm saying is, this list, at least two of the schools on this list specifically countermand a policy that nobody else but me is paying any attention to, which is our parent preference managed choice plan. Because you've chosen to focus a K-8 on two schools that are oversubscribed already. And we are not doing anything to meet the demand. We could have, over the course of prior years, made a conscious decision to relocate the OLA program to an underutilized building. And we know we have underutilized buildings. We had the conversation around School 6 and School 2 that could have accommodated them. And in the process, had we paid any attention to our managed choice policy and the mandates in that policy, we would have been seeking, striving to fill the unmet need.
Commissioner, the one thing I guess I can't agree with is relocating the program. Perhaps duplicating or replicating
That's
is...
precisely my point, is unless you move something, unless something changes, school number 12 continues to be oversubscribed.
Because of the OLA program.
With no response.
We can replicate the OLA program. We don't have to move it out of school.
We don't have to move it.
You can replicate OLA program, and that would be wonderful. But you still have an oversubscription problem in the main part of School 12.
And I would argue, Commissioner, if I were to move the OLA program to School 6, it would not make 6 oversubscribed.
But we would have space in school number 12. And that's the point.
Well,
We have a school that is oversubscribed to the point where only 1 in 4 families can get in to school number 12.
It's the location, it's its achievement, it's the heterogeneous grouping. Lots of things create the school number 12. And again, I would argue you would not see an oversubscription at School 6 if you move it there. You guys were going to say something about the
But you
design?
in fact, you could only get so many students at school 12 anyway,
Exactly.
right? So I don't understand what the big deal is. I think that what we have to do is
Point
make
is that
sure
that frees
that every
up
school
funds.
is good.
Right. Yes.
Every school
Yes.
is a good
That's
school.
the
So that
solution.
nobody is just picking number 12 and everybody is running over number 12.
Right.
Every one of our schools have to be
But
just
that-
as good.
And I've got 2 points that I'm trying to make. Programs like OLA are not dependent on any particular building. Number 2, yes, we should have been doing that, but we haven't been doing that. And this is my only platform to have something to say about whether or not we're putting proper emphasis on our managed choice program. The point is that the OLA program occupies classrooms. The OLA program can continue to exist anywhere. The whole point of magnetizing schools was to take highly sought-after programs and move them to spaces that are undersubscribed. Not only can we move the program to an area that's undersubscribed, but we can use the same spaces that used to be occupied by the OLA program and fulfill an unmet need. It's a win-win.
I'll tell you though, I don't think down the line that we're going to be able to afford managed choice. I don't think we're going to be able to afford it down the line.
Commissioner White, and then we can move on, please.
Commissioner Powell, I'm not sure if I understand your concern, but if your concern is, I've heard you say it many times, that 12, where my kids attended, is oversubscribed, then does not the FMP process and this resolution give the community, the stakeholders at number 12, an opportunity to talk about what it might look like or what it might take to maybe expand the number of seats, what a facility might look like to address the oversubscription? They can't have that discussion unless we approve it. Do I get that? I mean, so you are absolutely right. When my kids were there, it was oversubscribed. My kid did a whole lot one year. I get that. And I think it is connected with that neighborhood. Yes. That's why that school is oversubscribed. But I think the point is they can't discuss those issues, among other things, unless we give them a thumbs up. And hopefully, people in that community, my fellow neighbors, will sit there and talk about, hey, this school's oversubscribed. Part of the facilities plan has to include maybe expanding. Could they have that conversation? I don't know if the footprint for that parcel allows them to do that, but is that the potential here by approving this resolution?
Right. What you say, Commissioner White, is right. We wanted to be proactive in this resolution and say we're having these advisory committees start to form. They're starting to have those conversations, going through their processes like Jerome talked about. And we didn't want it to come back to you that they're talking about going K-8 without going back to Resolution 333 where you specifically asked to approve each school. So we wanted to be proactive, start the conversation, and all of those considerations you raised will be looked at.
Commissioner White, this resolution doesn't say to get people together. This resolution says to implement the reconfiguration at these schools and to implement a plan accordingly. It doesn't say we're giving them permission to gather as a community and talk about it. We're saying we're blessing it, go forward. Period.
Joe?
But we've already approved the K model.
Yes.
The question, therefore, is if it's going to happen at 12, how do we best accommodate that? And maybe there is a discussion. I would assume there would be a discussion about with the community about maybe addressing the oversubscription.
Then this resolution should say, therefore resolved, we're going to have a community conversation. That's not what this says. This says we're committing to a K-8.
But the FMP process, Commissioner, starts with that. And everything has been put in place is exactly what it is. I believe the legislation even calls for that kind of engagement as well, right?
You know, in addition to that, Commissioner Powell, one thing I must mention, the proposed drawings for all of the schools are just that, proposed. These I keep saying business, building advisory committees are who are going to decide specifically what happens. And to Commissioner White's point and President Evans, if there's a thought of, oversubscription, the community, the parents are part of these building advisory committee, the principal and community members as well. So I think exactly what you're saying is the discussion that's going to happen. As a matter of fact, by design is how it's going to happen. People in the communities, this is the real major, we had the public hearings early, but now it's time to get specific with the design that has to go to SED for approval.
I have to ask then, why does the resolution say that we will implement K-8 reconfiguration commencing after the 2011-2012 year? That reads to me like we start the K-8 reconfiguration after 2011-12, which is essentially not this fall, but the following fall. It doesn't say that this is a planning phase. This says we will reconfigure after the 2011-2012 year. It doesn't say we're going to talk about
It doesn't say 12-13.
Right.
It just says after next year.
As a matter of fact, Commissioners, 2 days ago we were talking about the language and exactly that, and Superintendent Brizard mentioned it doesn't say 11-12, it doesn't say 13-14, but after 11-12.
How about after the buildings have been reconstructed? How about we use language after your reaction makes me feel like we're playing a sleight of hand game here. If the goal is to reconfigure with the opening of the new schools, then it should say commencing after the buildings have been reconstructed through FMP. Are we or are we not talking about opening K-8s while the buildings are still in their current state?
No, the intention is to reconstruct the buildings and move back in as a
Then that's
K-8,
what it should
as
say.
you described.
Is it a problem
That's
to
what it
change the
should say.
language and say
That's fine.
something about as the FMP process
Yeah,
goes
the
along?
problem was, as Jerome said, trying to be open enough on the timeline to allow us some flexibility.
Yeah,
We
I mean,
can't
it's hard to put a date because we'll actually, how things are going to roll out, but to say as through the FMP
All
process.
right, so maybe we've come up with, if my colleagues are amenable, to an amendment to this resolution, replacing commencing after the 2011-2012 school year with the phrase commencing upon completion of the reconstruction of the buildings through the FMP.
Is that a motion that you're making?
That is a motion.
Amendment to the resolution?
Yes.
Commissioner Powell is making an amendment to the resolution that says, state your amendment, please, so the clerk can capture it.
Replace.
By the way, the time is 11:31.
To clarify.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Resolution 6.
Commencing after, replacing the words, the 2011-2012 school year, replace with after the completion of reconstruction of buildings through the FMP process.
Is there a second to Commissioner Powell's amendment to Resolution 656 that states?
Needs a second.
All right, it is seconded by Commissioner White. We don't think that will make that much difference to the resolution.
Well, you'll get my vote.
Well,
That ought to count for something.
yeah, right. It was seconded by Commissioner White. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, thank you.
Any opposed?
The amendment.
Any opposed?
Yep.
One. All right, we're still on Resolution 646 through 674.
673.
I'm sorry, 673. Yes, Commissioner, you are correct. 673.
Yeah.
646 through 673. Anything else? I will remind my colleagues, we got to go into executive session because we got some personnel people to deal with. It's 11:32 now. March Madness is on today.
Okay, just a few more questions, Mr. President.
Yes.
Quick question, 663 and 666, these gift acceptances?
663 In 663 is a gift by the Asia Society of 10,000.
Right.
And 666 is 1,000 from Wendell Company.
Right, and Wendell has, or recently had some business before the.
Who's Wendell? Who are they? Who is that?
It's an Energy Corp. We just completed a lease with them, and I think there's one more pending in, one more that's pending that's coming up. And the issue here is, and this came up with the U.S. Army, can we accept this gift, given the fact that they have a pending issue, or may have a pending issue before the board?
Yeah.
Because.
We've done it like with other ones, like Xerox Corporation and others.
Well, but what came up, what comes to mind is.
And remember, with
when
the Army was us. With
right.
the Army was us as board members.
Okay, is that the difference?
Yeah, I mean, it was us as board. None of this. We're not benefiting from this. Mr. Johnson, can you make sure that we are on legal footing here? None of us want to be hauled away in handcuffs like everyone in Albany.
Where the benefit inures to the organization, I don't think it's a problem in terms of our ethics policy. It's where the benefit inures to an individual.
Okay. And the other one is 659. I have two quick questions there. And on 659 there, the form or the format of this is quite a bit different than the others. Is there any particular reason to that? And all of the others like this, it comes with a specific recommendation from the superintendent. But here, that is not the case. Is that indicative of anything?
No.
Well, yeah, the format, because normally it would come as a recommendation. But if you're saying that, Mr. Evans, that it isn't, okay. The other question, the bigger question is, how do we, given the fact that we do have a deficit, yeah, how do we pay for it? Or what do we do to make this cost neutral?
Well, you were in the executive session, Commissioner Williams.
Does that mean I'm prevented from asking a question?
No, I don't think you're prevented from asking the questions, but I think that we've laid out some things that we talked about in executive session of things of how we make it cost neutral. You were there. You were in that meeting. So, I mean, I
don't know where we are.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be responsive to this question, but I don't even know, I understand we're in tight economic times, but I don't ever recall us necessarily always talking about making sure that these negotiated agreements are cost neutral. The fact is, this is an organization, they feed our kids, they bus our kids, they protect our kids, they keep our buildings clean and safe. I just look at the value of these employees, and individually, I made a decision that this is a raise that I think is appropriate. There are other conversations that we've had and that we're going to have with our collective bargaining members of our collective bargaining units, and with other people in this administration, where we're going to talk about how can we, address this budget deficit. And hopefully that conversation will include Bente, RTA, ASAR, RAP. We'll look at what we can do at central office, but this is an independent discussion about, from my point of view, whether these employees are worthy of a 3% raise. And I might add, these employees are among our lowest paid employees. And additionally, I also might add, these employees have made, their unit, have made sacrifices for this district and have helped us save millions of dollars within the last year or two on transportation costs. So for me, I understand the desire to look at our budget over the long haul, but I think also we have to look at these employees individually.
No, it's not.
I'm just saying why you said is it cost neutral, and I wasn't looking at it from that perspective. That my vote is not going to be based on whether it's cost neutral or not, because quite frankly, very few things in here are cost neutral.
Well, right. But my question here is, given the fact that we do have, if you indeed believe that we have a deficit, how do we pay for it?
Yeah, you know, I just think that one of the things that's very important is, you know, something called bargaining in good faith, and also the conversations that we have around collective bargaining agreements. A lot of that conversation takes place in executive session, and we're going to start having a conversation on the dais about the CBA agreement. We should have had another executive session before doing you know, coming to a consensus in executive session to talk about CBA. So whatever, if that's the board's desire to do that going forward, we'll have to change the format. Anything else on these, on 646 through 674?
I want to respond to Commissioner White in terms of this group being the lowest paid. I remember writing a letter to the members of this bargaining unit indicated that I would be willing to work to increase the base salaries of these employees. I have yet to get a response to that. So, you know, I don't particularly appreciate that argument because, you know, we need to look at how do we increase their base salary as opposed to just, and for that argument to continue to be out there is something that I really take exception to. I think that is, you know, it can be just, you know, an excuse to get, you know, these salary increases, but I think that it would be far more acceptable to this bargaining unit if we look at increasing the base pay. Same thing that I spoke with RAP, you know, that bargaining unit. You know, we have to increase those. If we could pay a secretary the amount of money that we could pay a secretary, and in all honesty, here's another issue that I believe is based on race. You got white females who are getting, you know, all of this salary for being a secretary, but, you know, with some of the, you know, food service people, the money that they're making, I really do believe that that's based on race. And I'll just leave that out there.
Anything else on 646 through 674? All right, I'll do a roll call vote on 646 through 674. You can give your no's, yeses, or abstentions. I'm sorry, 646 through 673. Then we have 674 left.
674.
And then we have 597, which was tabled, which we need to go back to after we handle 674. So 646 through 673, Commissioner Williams on 646 through 674, 673, 646 through 673.
Yes to all except 646, 648, 651, 656, 658, and 659.
Okay. Commissioner White?
Yes to 646 to 673. So yes to all.
Yes, okay, thank you. Commissioner Cruz?
Yes, Paul.
Commissioner Powell?
It's too low.
Commissioner Elliott?
No on 646, 648, 650 through 653, 654, I'm abstaining, 657 through 659. Is that including 597 in that? Or?
No, 597 that's a table resolution that we'll have to come back to. After we handle 674, we'll take up 597.
You going to get Commissioner Campos' vote?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Campos?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes for me. Now we'll move on to resolution number 674. I'll entertain a motion to, for purposes of discussion, 674.
So moved.
Been moved, second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion around 674, which one is, what is this about?
674 is the
Yeah.
audit report. Let's give you the background. This came out of the audit committee meeting, and this was as a result of a FOIA request that was made, And coming out of the committee, we decided the resolution here is to release all of the final audit reports in an unredacted format, as well as we will post all of the completed audit reports online.
Okay, discussion around 674.
I was a part of the audit committee's review of this particular proposal, and I, at the committee, had expressed some reservation about the potential chilling effect, because one of the things the Auditor General does is solicit information from employees, and I was concerned, quite frankly, that her ability to do her job might be impacted if people thought that whatever they said could find its way onto the web. So I had some reservations about that. To be quite frank, I wasn't really sure that those reservations were addressed. But in thinking about it some more, I have some additional concerns that, because this is a long night, I'll just cut right to the chase. And that would be to suggest that this be tabled. My belief is that we need to do some full vetting of this idea before we jump to the conclusion that an idea that in principle sounds good. You know, let the people see whatever we're doing. It's a good idea generally, but there could be some ramifications to that idea that could hurt our ability to perform other essential functions of our duty, like be good fiduciary agents, like comply with FERPA, like comply with HIPAA, like comply with other confidentiality issues. And if we just say we're going to take whatever our Auditor General concludes and put it on the web, I don't know that we've done our job of really thinking through the possible ripple effects of making that decision. So I'm not saying, Commissioner Williams, that this is a bad idea. I'm just thinking it's a bad idea if we don't think it through. And we have a policy committee that's been created for the purposes of considering policies like this, and it has not gone to policy. It's gone through audit, but it has not gone through policy. And it's not unusual in our business in developing a policy to have it go through multiple committees. It's gone through audit, give its thumbs up, but I think Commissioner Cruz, who has a tradition and a history of getting through the policies, I mean, there's not going to be any untoward delay or unnecessary delay. He'll get through it, his committee will make a recommendation, and it'll come back to this board. But I actually want to know about those meetings, because I want to know about, for example, that chilling effect. I think we ought to fully vet this before we vote on it.
So was there any talk of making this an actual policy that becomes part of our policy manual?
No, this was an actual directive. It's not a policy. In terms of addressing your concerns, Mr. Commissioner White, is the Auditor General here? Maybe she can address some of your concerns now.
Oh, she is there.
I can't specifically speak to your chilling effect because it's something that has not occurred. I have heard questions or concerns regarding, okay, what exactly is the content associated with the information that will be placed, and to some extent surprised because the spirit in which some of the reports were done were kind of a management tool. I fully understand it's the board's decision how they would like that tool to be utilized. However, I've heard different concerns. However, this is uncharted territory, so I can't really say what the chilling effect is or is not.
Well, let me ask, Commissioner Williams, because I've referred this to the audit committee for you guys to look at. Is this just a response to, what I don't want us to be is to be reactionary just because the editorial board or the Democrat and Chronicle says something, we jump and we're like, oh, we're scared, we got to do it. Is this something that the audit committee wants to do because they think that it's great practice, or is it just a response to the newspaper? Because even if we didn't do this, we're still required by law to turn over FOIL requests. We have to do that. So what was the conversation? I wasn't at the meeting.
Well, it was always my understanding, and it basically came up during this FOIL request, that these were public documents. Or once the final audit report was completed, then they would be made available to the public. Because, in essence, we discussed these documents, or the audit reports themselves, in a public meeting. What happened was, there was a FOIL request. I'm sorry?
the audit committee is like the only committee that's essentially a closed.
No, we discussed these in public hearings, in a meeting that's open to the public.
Okay, hold on,
That's not what's required by the law.
Right, but Commissioner Williams has the floor. Go ahead.
Nor is it prohibited by law.
That's right, it's not prohibited.
Right. Okay, so that's a key distinction, Commissioner. It's not required, nor is it prohibited. However, there was a FOIA request done. Documents were released, however, they were redacted. And I mean heavily redacted. So that's where the issue came up here, was that that's how it came up to the audit committee in terms of whether or not these documents should be released to the public and whether or not we were permitted to do so. And the answer is...
But they were released under the FOIA request, correct?
Well, yes and no. They were released, but they're all blacked out.
And and I wasn't at the audit committee, did we find out if the reason why they were redacted was for some particular reason under the law?
Well, under the law says that we are permitted to redact it, not required. So the option is up to the board, okay, in terms of whether or not those documents would be released in a full and unredacted form. The audit committee made a decision on that all of the documents should be released in an unredacted form, as well as it would be posted on the district's website once the final reports are done, which is in line with what the comptroller does, as well as what the city does in their internal audit group.
Okay, Commissioner.
And it's to foster an atmosphere of openness and transparency.
Right. And I think it should be pointed out for those in the audience that may not know, the board orders these reports to be done. So it's not like we're afraid. We employ the people that do these reports. So that's an important point. Commissioner White.
I misspoke earlier on, Commissioner Williams. I did not mean to suggest that this was a policy. What my suggestion was that maybe we consider having a policy on the release of our Auditor General's reports, and that we should refer this to policy for contemplating that very issue. I'm concerned that we don't develop a resolution as a knee-jerk response to something that happened on one occasion and not figure out, okay, this is an opportunity to develop a process or an understanding about how we deal with our Auditor General reports. And I think it makes sense for us to step back, have the policy committee look at this, and develop a policy that we, our council, our Auditor General, the board can go to, or the newspaper can go to and say, hey, listen, you followed your policy, you didn't follow your policy.
Well, the only problem with that, Mr. White, is that we met back on March 10th.
Yep.
You had more than ample time to raise any kind of objections, and you wait until tonight to do it.
Commissioner Elliott, you do that all the time. Mr. Williams, you do that all the time.
No, I don't.
Well, I mean,
Yes, you do.
All right,
Hold on.
you just said a few seconds ago, do I lose my right to talk about something
No,
because
you
I
don't.
didn't raise it before?
No, you don't.
Let me
You don't. All I'm
just say-
saying
Let me
is,
just say this before we get into it.
Commissioner Cruz.
I think it's absolutely appropriate to make the recommendation that we table this evening. I think it's absolutely imperative that we have a full vetting through the policy committee that has the opportunity to be able to take a look at this, to look at from the different perspectives, from our auditor's perspective, from legal's perspective. I want to be able to take a look at other practices from around the state to see what other school districts do and how they handle this kind of request. Because ultimately, I think we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we do the right and appropriate things. Are we hiding anything? Of course not. I don't think we're hiding anything. The problem is that sometimes we can't get the truth to be represented well out there. And then when we have information that might not necessarily be understood well, that's going to get turned around backwards as well. So I think this is a way for us to really take some time, think this one through. This is a major step for getting information out. Your recommendation is that we go directly to the web at this point. I don't think it's an appropriate way of doing this. I think we have to have a major discussion about how this is going to work, who's going to be responsible for putting the stuff out there, who's going to respond when there are questions from the folks, the whole foiling issue, how's that going to be impacted in terms of what can or cannot be fought. So I think there's just a lot of discussion that we have to have before we get to the point where we're going to put this up on the web. And I think it's absolutely appropriate to send it to policy. So if there is a motion to table this,
No, well, hold on.
either I'll make it or I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner,
Well, you're certainly entitled to your
Comments
opinion,
also.
Mr. Cruz.
Absolutely. That's why.
You're certainly
that's why
entitled to your
people
opinion.
elected me to do that.
Well, right, and I'm entitled to mine. Now, also, and with all due respects, okay, we've been at this for quite some time. And overall, what happens is, if it's referred to the policy committee, it dies.
It's not true.
Okay?
How would you say
It-
that?
well, because-
Commissioner, where in the world do you come up with that kind of a conclusion?
Because I know it'll happen.
I mean,
okay?
what do you mean you know it'll
Look,
happen? Under whose
you're
under
entitled to your,
whose
you're
chairmanship?
you're
No, I
entitled,
take that, no, excuse
you're
me.
entitled to your opinion,
No, wait a
I'm
minute.
entitled to
No,
mine.
you-
Hold on one second,
hang on
Commissioner
there. Hang on there. Because now you're impugning my integrity to a certain
Precisely.
extent about whether this is going to go on.
Correct.
No, I give this the same, and up until now, I think I have proven that I have taken every policy. We've given it its due review. There are some things that we've brought up here early because we had to, but I don't think anybody, and correct me if I'm wrong, has had the kind of production that we've had out of policy in this past year, by virtue of comments that are made. So we can get the things out of here, all right? Now, how you perceive that is your business. But I'm going to tell you that we're going to do what needs to be done. And if it takes time to do, guess what? It'll take time to do because we're going to do it right. But to make an effort this important, to get it out there within...
You don't dictate to the
Hold on one second.
audit committee what I will and will not submit to your committee. Let's get that
That's fine.
out in
But
front
understand
right
one
now.
thing, that if this board decides that it should go to policy committee...
Right, the
policy
board
committee
does,
has
not
every
you,
right-
not you,
Hold on, I
and
didn't
I'm
say
not
me.
going to agree to
Gentlemen,
that.
gentlemen, one
There's a
second.
motion on it, there's either a motion going here or it's going to be to send it to policy. We have every right to review it in policy, and then we'll make our decision on how it's going to go from that point forward, like anything else that we deal with here.
President Evans.
Commissioner Elliott.
I also serve on the audit committee, and my concern is that this thing does get buried. I mean, I do believe that we have to be transparent about this. In my view, the resolution speaks for itself, and we should be able to approve it. I mean, remember now, the Auditor General, that position was created as a result of what happened on the state legislature level, because we were not open and we were doing things in this district that we should not be doing. And just the mere fact that in this instance that all the information would be redacted, right? When it's public information, when it's public money, and then for us not to want to be as open as possible, there's always this antagonistic position with the community. And we can change that, but we just don't seem like we want to do that. We could be more, and then we always get offensive when we know that most of the stuff we do is wrong anyway. So my concern is that here's an opportunity for us to be as transparent as possible. This may be an issue where I will give the information to the press and be willing to get off the board. Now, so what I'm telling you is, what I'm saying is that we need to be as transparent as possible. And this is an opportunity for us to do that, but we're going to send it to committee, we're going to send it this place. We don't know when, in fact, this policy may come back up for review. You know, it could be next year sometime, because there's all these other policies that the policy committee is working on.
Well, let me just ask.
Crazy.
Let me ask a question. I'm not hearing anybody say that they're opposed to.
Every time things get delayed, that's
If we're opposed to it, then let's vote on it.
Let me finish my thought. I'm talking.
Okay.
What I don't like is other folks can interrupt people when they're talking. Now, I don't interrupt people when they talk, but folks think they can interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I have the floor now. And what I'm saying is...
But at the same time, Mr. President, don't reprimand me.
Well,
Don't do that.
Excuse me.
All right? Listen, I remember when you was a little kid, so show me respect,
yeah, I
too.
know, but I have the floor now, and I haven't...
Yeah, but show me respect, too.
Commissioner Elliott, I haven't interrupted you, correct?
I understand, and listen,
so
it wasn't intended to interrupt you,
I know,
Mr.
so I'm
President.
just... But you did, you interrupted me.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking for that respect, because I don't interrupt, I never interrupt anybody.
Listen, it was a matter of conversation, that's all that was.
But I'm just asking not to be interrupted. What I'm saying is that...
Listen, if we need to, we will.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead.
Thank you. What I'm asking my colleagues is that I'm not hearing anyone saying that they're not in favor of releasing content from audit reports. So, I mean, I'm not hearing that objection. The conversation I'm hearing is whether or not it's a policy or it's a resolution. And I think that's the conversation that we're having. I don't think I'm hearing anyone saying, I don't think we should not interrupt, interpret as not wanting to release audit reports. I think we should have it on the web. We have other things on the web. Why not this? I don't have a problem with that. Commissioner White.
Yeah, and I was going to say, first of all, let me repeat what I think should not have escaped anybody's notice, that the policy committee has in fact been extremely productive and have moved, and I've said this months ago, totally unrelated to this conversation, talked about how Commissioner Cruz has moved policies along and given them the proper vetting, and they've come back. Now, years ago, perhaps even when I was chairing policy, that allegation might have been made, things just didn't move along. But clearly, and I'm not saying this to boost his head up, but the reality is, if you look at the track record, they have moved policies along. So I don't share your concern, we might just have a different opinion on this, Commissioner Williams, that it will get lost. There's just no way that someone could say with a straight face credibly that will happen because of past practice under Commissioner Cruz. So I think we ought to have some confidence that our committee chair will give this due and complete consideration. Then secondly, let me just say that when you talk about this particular policy,
it's not a policy.
No. When you talk about this particular issue, and perhaps maybe Chuck could describe the difference, but I would think it would be better to have a policy on this than a resolution. A policies are our laws, our equivalent of board laws. And so it would be much more detailed. This is like a paragraph or too long. A policy could be pages. Commissioner Elliott, you submitted a proposed policy today. It's a page or too long. It's very detailed. So why wouldn't we want a policy statement on this that would make it very clear, as President Evans says, that this is our policy. We are going to do X, Y, and Z. And the only way that can happen is if we give it the opportunity to be properly vetted.
And the other thing is that why can't we put a date on when it's going to come back?
Well, connect.
A date where it cannot get lost. It will be back by X date.
There are two issues here. One is to release the documents in an unredacted form right now, and the other is to make it a policy. So is there a problem with releasing the documents now in their unredacted form to the person or the institution that filed the FOIL?
Mr. President.
Commissioner Powell.
He's essentially restated your question, which is, you said you didn't think you were hearing an opposition, and I have to say, I oppose the idea of releasing an unedited format, that which has been redacted. I have to reasonably assume that if it was redacted, that it was redacted through the legal department with right and due cause.
Oh, your assumption is wrong.
Excuse me, I have the floor.
Your assumption is wrong.
Excuse me,
One at a time,
I have the
please.
floor.
One at a time. Commissioner Powell has the floor.
The assertion was made that our CAFR and the comptroller's audits are released to the public. Our CAFR has never, ever had FERPA or other information in it that referred to a specific individual, and therefore has never had to be redacted. The comptroller's report, in fact, the draft, did have reference to an individual by title, and what did unfortunately, was released to the press. What did the comptrollers do with that audit? They changed that part of the audit from the draft to the final that contained information specific to an individual that worked for this employee. So to argue that the comptroller's audit and the CAFR enjoy a different privilege of openness and transparency, yes, because the comptroller and the auditors who construct our CAFR are careful to abide by the various laws that govern individual privacy. This resolution flouts that. This resolution, I'd have to vote no on unredacted. In fact, I'd have a little trouble with tabling this resolution from a procedural aspect. I think that what needs to happen is for this resolution to be voted down, and then a separate motion from the floor to move this topic to the Finance Committee to be addressed in its totality, including whether the Auditor General needs to pass their documents through legal in order to make sure that it can be released, or that it can be made public, that it does not have sensitive information about specific employees or students, or the policy that results from going to the Policy Committee would have to have protocols to ensure that something did get reviewed for sensitivity after it's created by the Audit Department. So I'm asking that, since there is not a motion to table at this point in time, I'm asking for my colleagues to vote no on this, and in a separate action, vote to move this conversation to the Policy Committee.
Commissioner Elliott.
Yeah, in response to some of what Commissioner Powell was saying in terms of the type of information that was included, that was redacted in the document, the Auditor General indicated to us it was more of her opinion, or her opinion that was being redacted. And one of the things that we said to her in the committee is that this is your, but this is this is your professional opinion, and so that she needs to be able to stand on what she says professionally. She is the Auditor General. It's no different than auditors in my organization. They make a professional opinion. And so a lot of that was the information that was redacted, was her professional opinion, which should not, in my mind, have been redacted, because it's not her personal opinion, but it is her professional opinion, and we need to know that. The community needs to know that.
Mr. President.
Yes, Commissioner Williams.
Just to clarify a couple of things. Mr. Johnson and Mrs. Henry Wheeler. Who did the redaction? Was it legal department or was it the Auditor General?
There was a collaboration between the Auditor General and the Law Department.
Okay. The other thing is, Mrs. Henry Wheeler, any of the audit reports ever contain information about specific individuals? Do we name either students or expose confidential or personal information on the audit reports?
No, not at this time, no.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think that I don't think that this resolution should be voted down. I just don't understand what the big objection is in terms of this being sent to the Policy Committee. I'm not opposed to posting, like I said, audits online. I've talked about that, putting stuff online all the time. It's a great way for the public to get information. But what I am concerned about is conversations like, in the context of a policy, accept stuff that is prohibited under law. Responses, executive summaries, how is it going to be decided going forward? Is this something that's going to happen in perpetuity? Is it going to be an ongoing monitoring of audit reports? So that's what I'm concerned about. And I think that if we have something like this, it should be a policy that's codified by board law that we go back and revisit. But I hear, Commissioner Williams, you're concerned about it going on forever. We put a date on it. May 1st, June 1st, we give a date on when you want a policy back on audits to be.
But no, here's one of the times where Commissioner Powell and I are in agreement. We vote on it tonight. It's either up or down. That's it. No more, none of the, well, let's refer it to a committee, then let's talk about it again, let's refer it to another committee, because we did that before. The first time, Mr. Evans, when we brought it up, your recommendation was.
That's correct.
No, not policy. You said, send it to the
audit committee. That's
right,
correct.
Exactly. And now you're saying, well.
I thought maybe you come with a policy or something.
No, it's not a policy, and I'm not the policy committee. It's a directive from the audit committee, which is exactly what we said that we do. Not send it to the policy committee, and that was, and I'm sure that you were fully aware of that, and you understood that.
I'm fully aware, and
Okay.
I understand it fine, but I just think that we need to go beyond knee-jerk and put something that's going to be here that will outlast us. That's my only point.
Yeah, but after looking at it for a month, it's not a knee-jerk reaction.
It's my only point.
I understand.
Melissa's trying to get you.
Commissioner Campos.
I just wanted to say, last month, Commissioner Williams brought up some good points in the one policy that we were looking to approve, which was 6745, in terms of the authorization for contracts. That went back to policy. First of all, if there was a discussion item and an information item, and we were going to vote on it based on his recommendations, we took it back to policy, and now it's back up this month. So it just shows that we're trying to be as fast as possible, and Commissioner Cruz has done a great job with that. I also think that it is our responsibility to have a policy on this, because if you just have a resolution, there really isn't a strong foundation on it. And so in the meantime, if we send it to policy, we can create the policy and look at, while their school districts do, then we can put the executive summaries on the website in the meantime in order to have, because that's what really the public wants to know, is what was the scope, what are the recommendations, and what's going to happen. In my view. So that would be my recommendation, and that's what I would support.
Commissioner White.
Yeah, Chuck, if you could, Ms. Johnson, if you could briefly explain to me the difference between a resolution and a policy. Are there any ramifications for something being a resolution versus a policy? Real quickly,
Policies are intended to govern practices of an organization, speaking in broader strokes, looking to the future. They are the rules by which an organization chooses to operate itself. A resolution tends to be looking towards a short-term issue, an authorization to spend money, for example. It's sort of a month-to-month kind of an issue. Policy endures. Policies, it describes how the district or how any organization wants to conduct itself as long-term and to guide future decisions.
Okay, so I would repeat my rationale that a policy seems to be a better approach to this, and as President Evans said, this could be more meaningful for what you want to accomplish, Commissioner Williams. It'll be more long-term. When you and I are gone from this board, and maybe our colleagues have left, this policy presumably will endure. And so it will give direction and guidance to future attorneys for the district, future auditor generals. And then the other remark I would make is that I appreciate your desire to have this moved along, but I would disagree with any directive that said that it's got to come back within X number of days. You got to let the committees do their job, and I understand why you might propose that, President Evans, but you got to let committees do their jobs. And again, there's nothing in the recent history of the policy committee to suggest that Commissioner Cruz would not give this policy, this potential policy, full consideration and dispatch it back to this board as soon as humanly possible. But he's got to be allowed to do his job. Nobody says to, you know, I know our committee of diversity got a 90-day shelf life, but that's different. You got to let him do his job. You got to let his committee do their job, and you can't say, okay, it's got to come back next board meeting. Maybe a report. Maybe he'll issue a report. But not to put a deadline on creating a policy like that where we don't know who's going to be available to talk and what other stuff he's got on his agenda. That wouldn't be fair, and it wouldn't be right to his committee. It wouldn't be fair to this potential important long-term policy.
Commissioner,
how much direction or guidance do you need to release a final audit report and put it on the website? I mean, what's involved? I mean, how complicated is that? Help me understand.
Well, I think the question is.
That's exactly the
I
question.
think the question is
how complicated is that?
And it's not.
That's what you have to answer.
No, it's not. It's not.
How do you know it's not complicated?
Wait a minute. Mr. Johnson or Ms. Henry Wheeler, if the board directed you to release the unredacted documents and post them on the website, is that complicated?
Well, let me describe what complicates that. There are a number of laws that prohibit the district from sharing information. There's personal information. There's HIPAA. There's FERPA. There's the Public Officers Law, which describes certain information that cannot be shared. If you simply issue a resolution that says, forevermore, whatever Auditor General in the future decides to put in an audit report or in any appendix to an audit report shall be posted on a website, you're always going to have to look at the question each time, is there information in here which is privileged, which is prohibited from law, from disclosure, or might go to a police investigation, or might go to some other matter which requires review. Therefore, here's my point, that what a policy gives you is the opportunity to say who's involved in that discussion of redaction. Who makes it? Is it a designee of the board? Is it the Auditor General? Is it legal counsel? What I'm hearing from this discussion is that there's interest in having multiple people involved in that decision. And a policy can define not only what is posted, but who's involved in the process of what is appropriately redacted under law and good judgment.
Well, two things. What you're hearing is an orchestrated attempt to stall, okay? Mrs. Henry Wheeler, and I've read more audit reports from the Auditor General than anyone on this board, okay? I've read every last one of them. And not one of them that I've ever read contains any information of a confidential or personal nature, either HIPAA or Social Security numbers or anything else. Okay. Now, can you either confirm or deny that, Mrs. Auditor General, that any of this information that's in the final audit reports does contain anything of a personal or confidential nature that's related to a specific individual?
I can only speak to specific personal as far as, an individual's personal information. I can speak to, I would not include, or generally would not include that type of information in a report. I think the term confidential is a kind of ambiguous term, so I can't.
Okay, not confidential. I mean, in terms of anything that, anyone's Social Security number, anything that relates to HIPAA or FERPA or anything else. Has any of that ever been included in one of your final audit reports?
I'm not completely well-versed on FERPA to know all that is included in that to answer that question. All I can specifically state is I do not have personal information in there about an individual or anything such as that. I would not normally put that in a report.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner White.
Yeah, let me ask you this. When is your next audit report coming up? Let's talk logistics here. When is your next report coming up?
I probably have a couple of reports coming out within the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
And when you say they're coming out, will they be ready to be issued to the board, or will they be in draft form, which would not be released, right?
They would be ready to be issued to the board.
They'd be ready to issue to the board. So in about 2 weeks, you'll have 2 reports. And if I was thinking, hoping maybe you'd say a month or two from now, but you got 2 online, huh? All right, well then what I would suggest is, and I don't know how this would harm the public's interest, but what I would suggest is that, Commissioner Cruz understands there's 2 online. He's got to do his job. He and his committee have to do their job. But hopefully, maybe there'll be some policies written within the next month or 2. And again, this is information that he would know, not trying to push you, but he knows now we got 2 online, and maybe they can come up with a policy, make some recommendations, and maybe there'll be some delay. But in the meantime, we can continue to move those policies forward out into those audits out into the public if we have to. Can't we just, for example, Commissioner Elliott said there was opinions of yours in there that really should not have been redacted. Personally, I agree with that. I don't know what the district's attorney feels about this, but going forward, can we develop some kind of interim process? So in other words, it doesn't have to be an all or nothing approach, Commissioner Williams. We can continue to try to take these reports that come out, deal with them in some kind of interim way, but come up with a long-term policy.
If I could just...
Yes.
Well, go ahead.
It might be helpful to just sort of put this in context. When we looked at this question, it was very interesting. We found, and Commissioner Williams has a copy of this decision, I believe. We found a decision that involved the Rochester City School District that was argued by Lou Cash in the late 1990s. And at that time, the General Counsel argued that internal audit reports should not be disclosed at all. At all. There were records at Benjamin Franklin High School that were requested by the Democrat and Chronicle newspaper. He argued because there is, under the Public Officers Law, there's of records that don't have to be provided are internal audit reports. But there's an exception to the exception, which means if there's factual information, if it's information in tabulations, that information has to be turned over. But opinions, recommendations, and this is right from the decision that Anissa brought up here, do not have to be turned over. The public policy reason for that is that just as an evaluation of an individual, and these, what we're talking about, these audit reports are in essence evaluations of departments or functions, that there should be candor, there should be frankness, there should be openness within the organization, so as not to discourage people from speaking openly and honestly, to encourage change. Because if if you evaluate somebody, you know it's going to be on the front page of the paper, you're not going to be as frank as you are is if you know you're going to have that conversation in a more confidential way. So if it's factual, it's got to be turned over. But if it's strictly opinion, the law recognizes, the state has accepted that there's certain information that does not have to be made public. What I'm hearing from the board is that perhaps the preference is to redact less, and certainly the FOIA requests that are out there from the Democrat and Chronicle, the district must, because of this decision, must turn over those audit reports. There's no argument about that. The question is, what do we redact? What do we leave in? And that's where the question, I think, of policy comes in. Who manages that process on a going forward basis?
Chuck, a couple of things, and I just thought of something. When that original lawsuit was brought, that was before the legislature created the Office of Auditor General. Correct? And so it hasn't. So that applied to an entity within the district that didn't exist then as it does now.
It's a department which exists now, but there's nothing new about internal audits.
Well, no, but the Office of Auditor General didn't exist when correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The department didn't exist, but the function, the practice of creating internal audits has existed for a very long time.
Okay.
Couldn't we have a policy that Jose's committee might consider that might say, we deem it appropriate to release the opinions of the Auditor General? We could, even though the law says we don't have to, we could, right? Right?
Absolutely.
So my only point is Jose should, and his committee, I shouldn't just say Jose, but his committee should have an opportunity to vet this idea and have this discussion with you, look at the law, and it may take him a month or 2 or 3, or 2 or 3 weeks. And in the interim, I suggest that the superintendent and his staff, and obviously Commissioner Williams and Auditor General, figure out a stopgap measure to deal with this as her reports come out. But this whole issue of whether we want as a policy to release, I mean, Commissioner Elliott has said it, I have said it, obviously I think Commissioner Williams feels it, that if the Auditor General has an opinion, she should release it. Even though the law doesn't require it, you at least have 3 board members who say they think that's a good idea. Commissioner Cruz' committee may say, we think that's a good idea and that should be part of the policy. And as you said, Mr. Johnson, the policy may also dictate who is in the loop on releasing these audit reports before they go onto the website. So you might get a policy that does exactly what Commissioner Williams wants, but it'll be institutionalized.
Commissioner Williams.
Well, here's what the issue is. The entire report is her professional opinion. That is what was redacted. And that's what the committee felt, or the committee feels, I feel, Commissioner Elliott feels, should not be redacted. It's her professional opinion. It doesn't include any kind of personal information, doesn't include anything about HIPAA or anything else. It's her personal recommendation, her professional recommendation, and her professional observation in doing the audit. That's it.
So
now, if you want to hide that from the public, okay, we vote on it. And we decide whether we want to.
My question is, I just don't know why, even let's say the policy committee decides to do exactly what it is you want to do, why would we put that in the form of a policy so it's there in that pink packet that we have forever? I just don't understand why we're disagreeing on.
Well, I guess you and I are on one accord, because I don't understand why we can't vote on it tonight and why you want to make it into a policy. It's a simple resolution. It says, once her audit reports are completed and finalized, they should be released to the public, whoever wants to see it, and furthermore, they should be put online. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
I make a motion to table this resolution, and I'm looking for a second, I guess. With the hope that it gets referred to this subject. Perhaps even this physical resolution gets referred to the policy.
What I just don't understand is why the resolution can't be referred to the policy committee to be turned into a policy.
I don't know, can it?
To be turned into a policy. I mean, I'm not disputing anything, any of the things that are in here. There might be some wording in the resolution I would change, I might add except for information that is prohibited under the law, something like that. But I just don't know what's the hurt and harm of turning this into a policy that we can have and have a number to it. I just don't understand what the argument is.
Okay. Can I turn that around? I don't understand, and likewise, I don't understand the hurt and harm of voting on this resolution tonight and giving it an up or down vote. And either if we vote that it'll be released, it'll be released. If we vote that it won't be released, it won't be released. And then if you want to send it to the policy committee or wherever else, I mean, it's up to you.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Powell.
I think the dilemma is a procedural one, is that we already have a motion on the floor. And, we have motions to table are available, but motions to refer, that doesn't fit in the context here. So I think the only alternative is to vote.
Well, you could amend the motion. You could amend the motion. You could amend the motion. Am I correct? You can always amend the motion, correct, Mr. Parliamentarian?
I agree, but now.
So I don't know why we just couldn't.
I don't know who's.
I mean, we have
the language together.
We have language here. I would say, if I was sitting in one of your seats, I would amend the motion to send it to policy and craft a policy out of this. I just don't understand why this couldn't be turned into a policy that's good. I don't know why we do this one or the other. Other times we have conversations.
Why can't we vote on this and then make a policy?
The last meeting we had a conversation about the contract issue. We sent it back to policy. I mean, I just don't understand why we're doing this.
Okay. Commissioner Elliott has a compromise.
Why can't we pass this tonight and then send it to the policy committee?
I don't have a problem with that.
Tabling just means it has to come back. Mr.
Well,
President,
call the question.
I'll make offer an amendment.
Okay.
I will offer an amendment that strikes the entire resolved.
I call the question, not take precedent?
I think I already had the floor.
Hold on, Commissioner Powell was talking. So, Commissioner Powell, go ahead.
I thought I was talking.
I was recognized.
I'm sorry, I don't know what can you tell me what the question is?
I mean, what does?
When you call the question, then that cuts off further discussion.
Yeah, so let's vote on it.
But I had the floor. You
I
did
thought
not.
I had the floor.
No, you did not. I was recognized.
She said I had the floor.
I was recognized by the president.
I don't believe you were.
Madam Clerk, who had the floor?
Actually, Cynthia's call to question was first.
Okay.
Let's vote it up or down.
All right.
Roll call vote, Mr. President.
Commissioner Williams?
And yes.
Commissioner White? No. Commissioner Cruz?
No.
Commissioner Powell?
No.
Commissioner Elliott?
Yes.
I vote no.
Commissioner Campos?
Oh, Commissioner Campos? No. And then and what I would like to do is charge the policy, and I do want to date. I want this back. I think it's important, and I don't think it has to be one way or the other. This needs to be codified in the policy. I'd ask the policy. I'd ask the policy committee to come up with a policy around audit releases. A policy that would be numbered in our policy and in our policy manual. And being that audits are being done now, that be done as soon as possible. So that way, when somebody wants to get an audit, we want to put it online. We know what it is we need to do.
Mr. The issue is there are 23 audits that were completed over the last, 4 years or so? Mrs. Henry, the 23 audits, that's what the issue is, not the policies that are going forward. The issue is, I understand.
You can cover the ones that have
No,
before.
yeah, but the issue is not the policies that might come up or that are in the hopper. The issue here, the request was for final audit reports.
But Commissioner Williams, these audit reports that are that were done before, there's still issues and questions around redactions, correct?
Those are the ones that were redacted, yes.
But how many?
And they shouldn't have been.
How many reports were given to? And how do we know they shouldn't have been? I mean, was that a conversation in the policy committee? I mean, in the audit committee?
Yes, it was.
I thought we just talked about that one.
Well, yeah, there are 23 that were requested. 3, I think, were released. And out of the 3 that, all of the ones that were released, for the most part, 98% of those were redacted.
Right. So I mean, that's the whole question. How was redactions assigned? I mean, I'm interested in all that stuff.
But here, the 2 people right here, they could answer the question right now. They can tell you.
President, in view of that we're into tomorrow already, and some of us have appointments in about 6, 7 hours.
5 hours, 4 hours.
Meeting in about 5 hours.
5 hours.
So could we move the agenda?
All right, so I will move the agenda, but again, I refer that to policy. I look forward to a policy on audit releases sooner rather than later. And obviously, we will continue to comply with the Freedom of Information law because we have to give audits.
And we're going to redact all her professional opinion until the policy is.
The other thing I'll just say real quickly that I would propose is we could even have a committee with the charity audit committee.
No.
And you could decide what gets redacted and what doesn't get redacted.
No,
So,
I can
All
tell
right.
you what my opinion is now. If you want my opinion.
Give us your opinion, Commissioner Williams.
Nothing should be redacted.
All right.
Nothing, absolutely nothing. So that's my committee.
Duly noted,
That's my committee vote.
All right, we have one resolution that's on the table.
Wait, we have a
We have
policy.
3 table resolutions 568, 569, and 597 to consider.
Oh, yes, 568 and 569 are 2 policies from last meeting that we discussed, that we made recommendations to modify them, and 597 is related to 690 St. Paul. So I'll entertain a motion to bring from the table 568, 569, and 597.
Second.
Second.
Was there a second?
Yes, second. Discussion on 568, 569, and 597.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Elliott.
I think both of these have to do with the fact that we've increased, if I'm not mistaken, I think I read it, we're talking about 568 and 569, that we're increasing the amount, is it the threshold amount from 25,000 to 35,000? And I just want to voice my position against this. I remember that we wanted to, we want, at least, let me just say for me, it's important that we see as many resolutions as possible. We had a threshold of 25,000. I think City Council has a threshold of 10,000. The fact that we're going to 35,000 says to me is that a lot of these resolutions are going to be out of a lot of the resolutions with dollar amounts that are under 35,000 are going to be out of the purview of the board. And I don't want us to have that kind of, not to have as much oversight over the funding as we possibly can. And so my vote is going to be no on these because I just don't, we've seen, one of the problems is that I'm told is, we have these $24,999 contracts, because those don't come to the board. And so does this increase that amount of having these kinds of contracts that are under the radar for the board? And so I just think that we should not have this at 35,000. I really would like it at 10, in all honesty, but I'm sure that the board will get support for that. So, but it just seems as if it's putting us in a position to less scrutinize the funding for this district. I know most of you all, you are warm and fuzzy with the district, and I don't have any problem with that, but we also have to be in a position of accountability as well. And, we can, collaborate, and we can think that everybody is, does the right thing, but the fact is that we're human, and we've seen a lot of that in this district over the years.
What's the rationale from going from 25 to 35? What was the reason for that?
The state changed its threshold for commodities purchases from 25,000 to 35,000. And so it made sense to align everything around the same number.
Couple of questions. This is 6745, the authorization of contracts. Chuck, in that second section, A, what's the difference between A and the first sentence in B?
This went back to the policy committee because of the concern expressed that you could have a situation, which, Commissioner, you pointed out appropriately, I want to say, that you could have a situation where there could be a $24,000 contract or $24,900 contract, and then have a series of amendments of contracts, which could be of $10,000 or just under $10,000. And although the board would see those in quarterly reports, the superintendent wouldn't have to come to you and seek formal approval. So you could, over the course of a year, have a lot of contracts, which may be well in excess of $35,000, which wouldn't be subject to board approval. And so, with that feedback, we went back to the policy committee, and what B it provides then is that any time that the district enters into a contract of $35,000 or more, and if the district wants to enter into an additional contract of an amount up to $10,000, it can only do that once, and it can only do it under this proposal with advance notice to the Finance Committee. So if the Finance Committee has questions about that, those questions can be asked before the contract can even be signed, so that it would only allow one opportunity. And furthermore, and I neglected to mention this, it's only allowable if the board has authorized that very first contract. So let me give you an example which illustrates this better. you've got a $50,000 contract which came to the board, and then you've got a $500 amendment to that contract because of some extra cost that was not foreseen, or there was a very small additional contract of, say, $1,000. So rather than have to, and we've seen a lot of those contracts, a $500 contract, a $1,000 contract, $2,000 contract, because we've already broken through that threshold, currently 25 and proposed here to be 35. So it gives one opportunity, one time, to have one amendment when the board has already authorized that first contract. So it doesn't have to come back to the board for a minimal amount. That was the intent in that amendment B.
But then, if the board did not approve the contract, there's no triggering event, correct?
Absolutely. And so the superintendent could not issue that amendment, which would push it over 35, without first coming to the Board of Education.
Okay, but then, I'm not sure, well, in that second sentence, it said, well, anything over 35,000, that's the triggering event. And then after that, if the superintendent then comes before the board, the superintendent can then issue a contract for $9,999 and not have to come before the board.
Only, in B, the board has to authorize a contract. If the board has not authorized a contract, the superintendent can't issue a contract which would push it over 35,000 of any sum. To break through the 35,000, even if it were $1, would require board authorization.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, so if the superintendent has issues a $35,000 contract, then that contract has to come before the board for approval.
Yes.
Okay, and then any subsequent contract up to $10,000 can be signed without coming back to the board, correct?
Only if he first provides notice to the Finance Committee of his intent to do so.
Why? Okay.
And the reason is so that the board can ask the question before it does so, why are you issuing this $8,000 additional contract? And again, it can only be done once. I mean, your concern was it could be done again and again and again, and what we've done here is required A, board authorization required for contract, B, it can only be done one time, and C, it has to first be provided to the Finance Committee. So provide checks and balances to ensure that it's not abused.
Well, it's going before the Finance Committee as opposed to the full board. And the Finance Committee has, for all intents and purposes, has no legal standing. I mean, they can't, they can approve, they can forward a contract to the full board, but I mean, that has no real legal standing whatsoever. I mean, they can't approve a contract or anything like that.
Yeah.
So why was it that the superintendent would be able to give notification to the Finance Committee as opposed to the full board?
Again, I go back to the purpose of this. It's to avoid a situation where you have a $10 amendment to a $50,000 contract. Currently, if you've got a $1 million contract and want to do a $1 amendment to that contract, that has to come back to Board of Education. And we think that's not a good use of administrative time or honestly, of board time to have a small amendment. So this, what it does is provides a window so that if there's an anomaly, somebody misses a couple of small sums that were intended for a contract, the superintendent can do it one time in a contract that has already been authorized by the Board of Education, one time and subject to prior notice of the Finance Committee. I mean, the suggestion was, since many contracts come through the Finance Committee, I thought it made sense for the Finance Committee to be the one contacted. But again, I think the concern that you had, Commissioner Williams, last month about repetition is obviated by limiting it to one opportunity after the board has already authorized it and notice to the Finance Committee.
Okay, and then the only other point is in paragraph D, where we talk about if it's subject to a sole source and it's as determined by the board's purchasing agent. So here, can the purchasing agent sign multiple contracts without coming before the full board?
What D is intended to is address annual maintenance contracts. And let me talk about, if I may, the intent of this, that since annual maintenance contracts can be available under state contract, or there may only be one annual maintenance contract, in other words, if it's, say, Oracle or some PeopleSoft, that there's really no one else to do it. Now, that's not a good example because I know Anne Marie was talking about a Nevada company that's doing it, but for PeopleSoft. But if there's a sole source, or if it's something available under state contract, for only annual maintenance contracts, the purchasing agent would make that determination. For all others of $35,000 or more, they go to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else on resolutions, on these resolutions? And again, we're talking about 568, 569, and 597.
Yeah, Mr. President, 597, we brought this 690 project a number of times, and I just want to still express my disagreement for putting our babies and our staff into this property. I don't want them over there, and as I said, this is a hard issue for me. We don't know down the line what our staff or our students may be susceptible to in this property. And I do not want our children or our staff over in this property.
One final question I had on 690 St. Paul, and this came up the last time. When I'm looking at the resolution back in, I guess, on February 1st, we submitted our, the final plan to, the master plan to the State Comptroller's Office. And in the legislation, one of the things that we had to carve out or lay out was how we would finance or how were we going to meet our local share piece. Now, where are we on that? That's the $34 million.
$1 billion question.
What?
$1 billion question. Mr. Underwood.
Can't answer now.
Shocking answer.
You touch it. Local share. I'm going to let the CFO speak, but we talked about the local share in the master plan as it is right now. Our local share is actually about 49 million, but the XL aid, the use of XL aid of $60 million that's available to the district, bringing it down to the 33.2, if I'm not mistaken, the number being. Over the approximate 20 years is about, I think, $2 to $3 million a year. In terms of how we pay for that, Commissioner, again, I'm going to defer to the CFO for her comments. But I think as a district, when we commit to something like FMP, as we commit to other projects with long-term implications, I think it's up to us as practitioners, if you will, to find a way to get it done. Now, I don't mean to trivialize that, because from day one, everyone has been saying local share is a concern. One of the major parts of the entire financial strategy is to minimize the local share. So, in terms of when we commit, again, when we commit, of course, it's a long-term commitment, and we have to find a way within the dollars that we have going forward to make that happen. Joyce, you want
At this point, that I can't go any further than what Jerome has said. Our local share has to be paid out of what is called the general fund. We cannot pay for it out of grant funding or any other sources. The majority, I would say the majority of the funds will probably be paid out of the building aid, but there will be a portion that will be the local funds. And it, just as we do with any other facility modernization, whether it's the CIP or it's the FMP, each year we will know how much our local share will be, and we'll have to make the decisions as we do anything else as to how we'll pay for it. And if times are tough, just as they are now, will we pay for that rather than something else? But the money will come in through the building aid.
Okay, so with an $80 million budget gap, or whatever number you agree on, has that number been rolled into, is that piece?
It has not into the 80 million because we will not start paying local share on that until 2014? 13-14. So there's no local share to be paid in 11-12.
Okay, and that assumes that we do go forward.
That assumes that we go forward, and that assumes, well, there's nothing in 11-12. There's no assumption there. There's nothing in 11-12 to be paid.
Okay, because I know the comptroller, before they approve it, I mean, they aren't, sure you aren't going to go and say, well, I'm going to pay for it out of my building, well.
My understanding is the information that has been sent to SED from the FMP board or from the bonding agents there, they have looked at our cash flow, they have walked through how our funding sources will be based on the assumption of where it stands today, and that decision is being made with SED. So we've given them our financial statements as far as the cash flow, our projections for years going forward, and of course the state will look at it knowing their projections going forward.
And that number is over how long, or how much per year do we expect that amount to be?
The cash flows, it fluctuates, but I think from $2 to $3 million a year, because the debt service is not the same every year, and other district obligations. Some years, some things are paying off, and then there's more availability. So it fluctuates. It's not exactly one number for the whole duration of the obligation.
Okay, that's $2 to $3 million less that we could spend on teaching and learning, or classrooms, anything else.
One thing I neglected to mention also, which this is what I would call a soft number. In the financial plan, it refers to energy efficiency that we will derive as a result of the improvements to the building. The projected savings on that is, over the term of the obligation, is $10 million. But again, that's projected, so that's what I call a soft number, which would, right, exactly, cost avoidance, which would be a reduction off of that 33 as well.
Well, yeah, but you're saying it's cost avoidance, not cost savings. That's part of the Wendell piece,
Correct.
right, the leasing, but we've only...
It's
Correct.
like the Wendell.
Right.
Okay.
All right, you finished, Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Powell. And by the way, it's 12:51.
You know, when we decided to replace our boiler, we put in a high-efficiency boiler, and the best we could come up with was pay the same amount of natural gas as before, because that was the year that the gas prices went up 40%. So the moral of the story is I don't think we can count on energy efficiency at all, because the cost of energy is going to keep on going up, and it'll go up probably faster than whatever we can hope to save in the construction. Is it reasonable to think that perhaps when the state looks at our finances, that they too will come to the conclusion that there's no possibility or not a very high probability that Contract for Excellence will ever get honored, and that therefore the State Department of Ed would only approve the 80-plus million that would be financed with state reimbursement plus XL aid. And shouldn't we adjust our plan to put our very highest priority buildings and changes up front so that they get taken care of with the first 85, 86, 88 million in the event that we never see any more?
I can't read how, that's an interesting question, Commissioner. I don't know how OSC is going to rule on that. The feedback we've been getting over the past couple of weeks is that things are going pretty smoothly. In terms of, I don't know how to respond to that, other than, saying that the plan is in front of the OSC right now. We're waiting on their response, which, from what the questions that have been posed so far have been fairly, have been answered. They've been fairly straightforward and have not addressed what you're raising. So I don't know how to respond to your question other than that.
Commissioner White.
On the same subject, I want to thank the administration very quickly for doing everything humanly possible to consult with the key stakeholders. This process of 690 goes back at least a couple meetings, and I want to thank Mr. Underwood, the superintendent, and your entire staff, including responding to our last request, which had Vicki here, Vicki Ramos from Monroe, trying to offer up her opinion. She wasn't able to because she didn't feel she had all the complete information. You guys apparently got to her, provider, had some meetings. I think Ms. Wheatcraft went to Monroe, so you really did the extra step. And I got an email from the principal, who I have a great degree of respect for, and that's why I could not vote, because I wanted to know what her opinion was. And her email to me, she said, this is almost an exact quote, "I would put my own babies in there, my own children in there." So I know there are some folks who have concerns, but if you look at the whole history of this, you have the state saying it's safe, you have every principal, because not only what you guys did is you backed up and you spoke to the folks who would be swung into there, and we heard them speak at a number of different forums and opportunities, and they said they felt it was safe. And if our principals are charged with the responsibilities of acting as parents, that's what the law says they are, and they feel that the children are safe, and our New York State scientists say the place is safe, I'm okay with it. So I did want to thank you, Mr. Underwood and Superintendent, for that extra effort. I think this was a textbook example of how you speak to the stakeholders, you listen to them, and then you lead. And I appreciate the extra effort that you put into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on the three resolutions?
Yeah, I would just, let me just
Commissioner Elliott.
respond one at a time. I remember when 690 first came to our attention. It's now a couple years ago, if not a little longer, and there was a group of teachers who came to us who resisted going over to 690. And as a result of that, we didn't put any classes over there because of the fact that these teachers came out and they didn't want to teach over there because of the contamination over there. So there may be some principals out there, but there was a group of people, I can't remember where they were from now, what schools they were from, but they resisted going over to 690.
Anything else on these resolutions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Or
We're voting on resolutions 597 and 568, 569, and 597.
no.
No to all three.
Madam Clerk, have you captured those?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. We have two brief items. One is an information and one is only a discussion item. So, Mr. Chair of the Policy, if you could just briefly just touch on those two. They're
in your packets, the informational item, school district records revision, policy number 1120. And for discussion item, it'll come back before us next month for adoption unless there are any changes. Please spend some time looking at the wellness. There is a revision in there with regard to the 20-minute recess. We think we've come with a compromise that I think will deal with both the issues of the mandatory part that the parents want, but giving some flexibility to the staff, principals mainly, to take a look at it. And if there is a need to give them a waiver, that we're going to allow that to happen. But waivers, and the staff have committed to us and the committee that the waivers will be hard to get, that they will be thought through, and only in those very special circumstances will principals get waiver. And there are things like facilities or safety issues or things like that. So beyond that, we shouldn't see that many waivers. But we have received a number of emails over the last few months, as each one of you have, with regard to the recess. It seems like everybody is overwhelmingly in support of it. The committee is, and I think we've addressed that in the new revision to the wellness policy. So please take a look at that and be prepared to adopt it for next month.
Why did we see the authority to the administration as opposed to the board to grant the waivers?
Well, I think the administrative is on the ground with staff. They know what's going on. I think we're allowing them to make a judgment call. Frankly, I don't want to have to sit and having special meetings every time somebody wants a waiver of a recess policy. So I think this is the more pragmatic way of approaching it.
I thought in the write-up, the waivers had to be within the first week or so of school, correct? Yes. I mean, the waivers would be granted within the first few weeks or so of school opening. So yes. I'm not sure. But it's not an ongoing thing.
No, absolutely. So why not? I mean, we set the policy that we're mandating, we're requiring the 20-minute recess of our students. We allow the administration and the principals to come with some kind of practical response if that is not, in fact, it's not a best interest of the school, and allow staff to make that decision. It's just for a waiver. It is not for a change of the entire policy. At some point in time, I don't think, Commissioner Williams, you want to sit there and have to go through all of these little waiver things, which it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that. We have staff that do that.
There won't be that many.
Well, hopefully there won't be any.
Are we discussing this tonight, or you want to?
Well, no, this is it for a discussion item tonight. If you want to discuss it, we can discuss it, but it's for adoption next month, and I think the superintendent wanted to weigh in.
Well, yeah, why?
I was going to say, Commissioner, that's what audits are for. I think the day-to-day operation belongs to the administration. You set policy, you can audit the policy to make sure we follow the policy. So you can ask for waivers given and have NIST's office audit that if you'd like as well.
But if we deem this 20-minute recess to be important for the benefit of a child, why then would we turn around to grant a waiver? I mean, we grant if a school came, if we had a policy, and we do, that says each child has to have so many credits in mathematics or in science.
I can pipe in just because.
Wait a minute, let's
some conversations that I've had with that, which is going to help to answer your question. One of the reasons why we also did the waivers is not just based on safety concerns, but like for instance, we have schools like School 58 and 35 that are already building a robust physical activity program that they have for their kids. And so mandatory recess every single day is not part of that. Recess is, but they're really focused on action-based instruction, they're focused on yoga, that recess is a part of it, but quality PE. So they already have something that's in place that really does focus on the wellness of students and physical activity. So what we didn't want to do was tie the principals' hands together and just say, sorry, you have to do this recess. There's other things that they're already doing. And at School 58, they do field studies, they do different types of things in order to allow for physical activity for kids. So there is an unstructured portion of it, but the recess allows, the recess mandate, it really does put pressure on our principals in our schools to make physical activity a much higher precedent for them, or priority for them. So that's why, another reason why the waiver was in there, to give principals that flexibility, because there's some schools that are already doing a great job at it, and what we would do is pretty much just undo the work that they've done as well.
Okay. But right now, the numbers I've seen, there are only 11 of our 48 schools, elementary schools, that have a 20-minute recess period. If we mandated, if we required that all schools have the 20-minute recess, then we'd have, instead of 11, we'd have 40. So there's some reason why the 29 schools or so do not have recess. Once we grant... Yeah, right, it's not right, it's correct, it's not mandated. So what would change when we say, look, it's now mandated that you have to have recess, but if you don't want to, come back and we'll give you a waiver.
Yeah, that's not the intent of this policy.
But, yeah, right, not the intent, but that may well be the outcome or the results. I mean, if I'm the principal of the school where I don't have mandatory recess, or I don't have a recess, if it's not mandated, or if it's mandated, but then you say, well, you know, you can always get a waiver, why not get a waiver? Well, I mean, by having a policy like this, where on one hand you say it's mandated, but you can have a waiver, how many more schools do you expect would now have recess, or would not, or would change? I mean, there's no real incentive or carrot or stick to have them change what they're currently doing now.
Well, one of the stipulations for the waiver is that they will have to prove the 120 minutes of physical activity that New York State does require. And some of our schools aren't even meeting this minimum, which is something that the district is working on. So there's no way, shape, or form that a school is going to get a waiver if they're not even meeting the 120 minutes of physical activity. Yeah. So there's certain stipulations that are in there in order to make sure that it is something that is a priority for the principal.
But the 100...
building.
Okay.
But also, I remember when we talked about it in the policy committee, one of the things that our parent rep had suggested was, you know, if a principal does get a waiver, one of the things that we should put in the regulation is notifying the parent community as well, because and also the wellness committee is going to look at those waivers as well and monitor them. And I'm sure that the board could absolutely, once everything is done and waivers are processed, the board can look at them and say, well, why did this school get that? I don't understand that. So there is a process that we can be able to monitor that.
But if you're telling me right now, I mean, the state requires, and there's a board policy that says every school or every primary school in district, K-6, has to have 120 minutes of physical activity. It's a state law, it's mandated, and it's a board policy and it's mandated. And if some schools aren't meeting that now, then what's the incentive for them to do?
Well, the phase that they are meeting, Commissioner, they have to meet it by state regulation. This, as you know, this grew organically as well for many of our schools. Every policy should have an escape clause because you have unforeseen circumstances, and as Commissioner Campos just mentioned, some schools already have a lot of other things in play that allow the kinds of physical activity you're trying to foster. You don't also want this to become strictly a compliance exercise, but one that where the leadership really understands how important physical activity is, health and wellness is to the academic performance of kids. If you make this so lockstep that it requires an act of God for it to change, then all you're gonna get is strict compliance. You're not gonna get people to do this because it's the right thing to do for kids. And in every policy, has to have an implementation piece behind it, which is why we have regulations attached to policy. When you have, for instance, state laws, the commissioner will write regulations that will match the law to allow for the implementation. You don't watch the legislature, for instance, trying to micromanage what is happening on Washington Street with the commissioner in terms of implementation of education laws as created by the legislature. You have to allow the people who have to implement the policy to do the best job possible in the spirit of the policy. It can't be so lockstep that you have no room to maneuver whatsoever. So this grew organically. There is a real effort and a real want to provide the kinds of health and wellness for kids in schools. It is rigorous. It doesn't allow for willy-nilly kinds of waivers. And the board can also, whenever they want, audit to see what schools are getting waivers and reasons why. And if there are loopholes, you can always tighten that as well, too.
Right, I understand, but here's my point. If the law says that, students have to have 2 hours or 2 credits of math, okay? It's mandated. If a principal comes to you and says, look, I can't meet it.
Well, they have to.
Well, right, that's my point. But you're saying they shouldn't be lockstep, or it shouldn't be locked into a compliance.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you have two. You have a state regulation right now on physical activity, and you have recess. So it's not one, it's actually two things. So if you leave no room to maneuver at all, even in the state regulation, even within the 2 hours, there's room to maneuver on how you actually implement that. So it's not, it doesn't say, for instance, on Monday by 4 p.m., at 4 p.m. you're having this. It says you must have this. For instance, when you look at, give you an example, look at the high school curriculum, for instance, high school graduation. It requires X number of years of say, global history or history, global in U.S. history. It doesn't tell you when, it doesn't tell you how. There are a set of standards. It doesn't even dictate the curriculum. It dictates the standards you have to meet.
Right, you have to meet it. But here...
Standards, but not even the curriculum.
But it says you have to have this. My point is that if we... Basically, you mandate a policy, then say, well, if you want, you can get a waiver. It doesn't change anything.
But, and I agree, I hope that it'll be very few waivers, but I think the point is...
But we never know.
Yeah,
the board doesn't know because the waivers are granted at...
You can audit it.
Well, we can audit it, but the one point is, too, though, is, but shouldn't they get a waiver?
That may be redacted if you audit it.
That's right.
Or it depends on if it's an opinion.
That's right.
But would we? But how can they get out of? Can they get out of doing the 20 minutes if they're doing other things? Is that the idea behind the waiver?
Do we have a process yet for waivers?
Briefly. Because I'm thinking there should be very few waivers with so many
Briefly,
kids we got.
we're getting emails from State Ed telling us, you guys are still at your board meetings.
The waiver will certainly be fleshed out in the regulation, which our practice now is when there's a regulation, it goes to the policy committee so that make sure it's consistent with the policy.
But it'd be rare, right? I mean,
but the teeth. I'm sorry.
But if you look at even the New York State regulations, right? The commissioner writes regulations, you can look at that perhaps as policy. Even within that, there's room to maneuver. And the way the state looks at compliance is they do audits once in a while. They come and they visit, they go through your books to see that you are implementing what they expect you to implement. But no one comes and tells you, you must do it on Monday, and then Wednesday at 4 p.m., and then Thursday at 12 noon. So the regulations will be the implementation to the policy, and that has to be tight.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference between wavering and opting out. And what this does, not wavering, but maneuvering, having flexibility, and opting out. And what this, my concern is, or my issue with this is, that you're giving people an opt-out, and which will not change
Mr. Commissioner,
their overall behavior by and large
Commissioner,
from what we have now.
Commissioner, I think, please understand that the conversation that we had at Wellness was that there would be very, very few waivers granted, and only under extreme circumstances. So I don't think that's going to happen. But ultimately, you said we don't have it's a carrot and a stick. We actually do have a stick, and that is that if we can ask this program to be audited, and if we find that there is any abuse, we make it mandatory. So we always have that ability to be able to do that. I think this is an honest effort to try and accommodate the parents who want the recess, but the staff who also has to look at realistically how they're going to implement that policy, give them some flexibility. And if all of a sudden we start getting these tons of waivers and we look at the waivers and they're not really serious or they're being granted willy-nilly, we can come back, we can amend the policy to become mandatory, and that can be done within a very short period of time. So I think we have a way of addressing that issue. But I think this is the more prudent way to go.
And you also need a safety valve. I'll give you an example. Say you have a snowstorm that lasts the entire week, and it's an oversubscribed school that has no room to have recess within the school building. Now, if there isn't a safety valve, that school now is violating policy, because it cannot have the kids go out and play in 2 feet of snow. I mean, I'm just using an extreme example, but they're acts of God. They're things that happen in the world that we can't always foresee. So you've got to allow for a safety valve so people don't violate the law without intending to violate the law.
Right, but Commissioner Cruz, let me just make one final example, and let me take an issue that's near and dear to your heart: bilingual education. Now, the district has a policy, or it's mandated by state law, that we have to have bilingual education, right? Principal comes up and says, I can't do bilingual education. Costs too much. I can't find anyone, on and on and on. I'd like to get a waiver. What would you say?
Well, first of all, you're being presumptive. Yeah. You're being presumptive of me getting my...
Right. Okay, that's all. That's my point. I mean, there's some things that are absolutely mandatory that you can't get out of.
But Commissioner, even then, honestly, even if it's state law, if the commissioner were to come down and says, why could we not doing this? And it happens all the time with audits. If you have an ironclad reason, I mean, no one wants kids to not be served, but the commissioner will accept a viable explanation as to why you were not able to meet the regulation. If I don't know, there's a tsunami in Rochester and then you can't have classes, no one expects math to take place Monday morning at 9 a.m. I'm really I know I'm being ridiculous. It can't happen. I don't think Lake Ontario is going to have a tsunami. I hope not. Well, I mean, it's late. I'm sorry, but again, we're saying even within the laws, the regulations of the commissioner, there are safety valves, because there are always an explanation if you cannot. Everyone expects a good faith effort to meet the law, to meet the regulations, to meet the policies, etc., and that is the intent here. No one is looking to find ways, and we also have to trust our people who do the work every single day. So.
Okay, so on the waivers things, we'll look for regular updates, but they should be rare.
Well, there'll be a regulation.
They'll be rare.
Yes. All right, President Evans, we're not done,
We're not?
No, we're not. We're not.
Oh, we gotta go to executive session.
No. I have 2 things under new business.
Oh, new business.
Yes,
Anything under, okay, so anything else under policy, Commissioner Elliott, under new business?
The Community and Intergovernmental Relations Committee members had a conversation around the FIFO law, the FIFO legislation. And I understand that it did pass in the Senate. And the recommendation from the committee is that we send a letter of support but we amend it to include all school districts. And I think the clerk, I gave you a copy of the legislation, but I also did a summary of some of the points. And so what I'm asking is that let me put a motion on the floor to submit a letter of support to the state legislature in reference to the FIFO law and to amend the law to include all school districts.
There's a motion on the floor to send a letter of support on FIFO. This is LIFO.
Is it? Oh, okay.
LIFO or FIFO?
LIFO.
These are banking terms, by the way, also.
LIFO? Okay.
Is it LIFO?
Last in, first out, is that what it is? Yes.
And I will say that this is a position on the Big Five has also taken a position on this. And I'm not sure if New York State School Boards is taking a position.
The legislation is for New York City.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Big Five is
The
supportive.
Big Five sent a letter to the education chair in the Senate and the Assembly, as well as the majority leader, et cetera, and
So
I forgot his name.
So there is a motion to have a letter drafted. There, second. Who's going to draft the letter, Commissioner?
My colleague here, the board clerk.
All right. We look forward to getting that letter drafted. Any discussion on that?
Just a point of information. We're approving the letter, but are we going to get a chance to see the draft before we give our final okay to it?
Yes. All right. And then just one other thing.
Don't we have to actually vote?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We do have to vote. We do have to vote.
I'm going to vote with the actual draft.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
I thought you said on the Big Five, and they're supporting.
Oh, just one vote on the Big Five.
All right.
All right. And then next, Mr. President, I have a policy that that I created under recruiting and hiring that include, well, some of the language in some of the paragraphs includes in an urban environment. So you'll go through this document and you'll see the language in an urban environment. But in terms of recruiting, what I'm also asking is that when we recruit our staff, that they have at least 3 years of urban experience. And so I'd like to be able to refer this to the policy committee.
Okay. Commissioner White?
Yeah, I think it has some interesting concepts in there. I would not agree that it eventually go to policy, but I don't need to remind my colleagues that a month or so ago, maybe 2 months ago, we created an ad hoc committee on diversity. And I don't need to get into the procedural history, but Commissioner Elliott had an opportunity to chair that, co-chair it. And when she didn't want to do that, I then voluntarily said, I'll step down as co-chair. You can chair it exclusively. She didn't come back to the committee. We've been meeting for the last 3 months, citizens from throughout this community doing yeoman's work, experienced people who've been working on this issue, and have come up with a number of tentative recommendations. And in fact, if we were going to give reports, we issued a written report about our progress thus far. And essentially, the group is working on this issue.
So are you saying the policy should go to diversity?
I think it should go to the diversity committee. I mean, she's got this whole recommendation regarding recruiting and hiring. She decided, for whatever reason, she didn't want to be on the committee, didn't want to chair it. Then she comes up with this independent.
Well, this is something that I've always wanted to do.
And I don't
know. So this is something I've always wanted. This is a part of my as being a commissioner.
This rule about interruption doesn't work
well.
I'm trying to give you some insight as to why.
Let me come right back to you.
He made a statement, so I'm trying to give him some insight as to why I'm making this decision. This is something that I've always had as a board, as an elected commissioner to want to do.
I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner Elliott. Commissioner White, wrap up. And then
so it had nothing to do with the diversity committee starting up. This is something I've always wanted to do when I first got here.
Mr. President, with all due respect,
okay, Commissioner White.
If we're going to have these protocols, they got to allow for people to finish what they're saying and not allow a person, whenever she wants to say what she wants to say, she can say it. She can interrupt you. She can interrupt me. That's not how this process works.
We always interrupt others.
No, we don't.
We do. We don't. You don't necessarily mean to.
But in any event, if I can finish, I had the floor.
Okay, Commissioner White.
And I was remarking that we have an ad hoc committee on diversity whose charge, very specifically and very clearly, is to help the district accomplish its mission to meet educational needs of students in our schools. And in fact, I think this board approved a resolution today, 634, that talks about the fact that this is what this diversity committee has done, and we've suggested, the board has said today, that the superintendent ought to increase its diversity of its staff. My point merely is, this board has given jurisdiction to this issue to an ad hoc committee on diversity. And the word diversity probably appears at least 6, 7 times in this particular resolution, this particular policy. My suggestion and my motion is that the full board refer this to the Ad hoc Committee on Diversity, and if you read your written reports, you will see this is one of the areas that we've been looking into.
But in your resolution,
Okay, Commissioner.
in your resolution, you weren't specific. That was very general information.
And I don't disagree with that.
Which probably should not have been a resolution, but a policy.
Well, absolutely, and as Ms. Lee will tell you, she and I discussed that, but long story short, there is a motion.
There is a motion waiting for a second, which I will provide.
Which second for,
What are you providing the second for?
The second for the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
to what?
Who made the motion?
Mayor made a motion to send your policy to diversity. Jose seconded. Discussion, Commissioner,
Yeah. We have an audit committee. And when the audit committee put forth a resolution, the decision of the board was, and the discussion around all of you was, let's forward it to the policy committee.
Yeah.
So, and the same thing applies to Commissioner
That's why I was basically
Elliott's,
forwarded to the policy committee.
where, may I?
I'm just raising my hand. I didn't say
Okay,
anything.
all
I
right.
just raised my hand.
And here, the same thing applies. Commissioner Elliott comes up with a resolution,
Yeah.
and, automatically the thought is, let's give it to the diversity committee, as opposed
I don't
to,
want to be on the committee and all that.
yeah,
nonsense.
as opposed to giving it to the policy committee. So, I mean, what's the difference here?
Yeah.
I mean, other than the fact that, I'm sure you get the 4 votes, but, well, tell me what the difference is.
Commissioner Williams.
Here's the analogy, and I'll accept that analogy. You had a subject matter that involved the audit committee, and it went to the audit committee, and then somebody said it ought to go to policy. This is a matter that involves diversity. It should begin with diversity and then go to policy. I'm not saying it shouldn't go to policy. It should go to policy.
I actually forgot the committee existed in all honesty.
Please, I know it's late. I know it's late, and it may sound funny, but seriously, Commissioner Elliott, with all due respect, it is not appropriate for you to interrupt people at your own whim and caprice. It's not appropriate.
Will you go ahead and say what you got to say? I'm talking to Jose.
I'm trying.
I'm talking to Commissioner.
I am trying.
Okay, folks,
So,
No side,
just
side.
to respond,
It's 1:25.
to respond to Commissioner Williams' point, I think it can be accurately and fairly defended. In fact, Commissioner Williams, we're doing the exact same thing. You had something in audit reviewed it, and then it was sent to policy.
Right.
We have something that relates to diversity, and eventually it'll be sent to policy.
But I mean, why, can we just end the conversation, not even sit here and argue about what committee it goes? I mean, it's a policy, it's a motion, it'll
There is
get
a motion.
vetted.
The real fact of the matter is, it was presented without a motion, and a motion went to the floor, and the first motion that hits the floor gets to have the
Well, it's an important
conversation.
policy and it'll get discussed. I mean, what difference does it make if it goes to Timbuktu?
Oh, then send it to the policy committee.
But there's a diversity committee that Commissioner Elliott said she forgot about.
I sure forgot about the diversity committee.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it, and we'll look forward to an update.
How many ayes?
Was any opposed?
Yeah, was it, how many ayes?
The ayes to what? To ayes, what?
To
voting?
send Commissioner Elliott's policy to the diversity committee.
Oh, no. It should go right to policy.
All right.
Committee is the diversity committee it's an ad hoc committee. It's not a standing or.
It's only gonna be around 3 months.
Yeah, but that means that it should be faster. They should come back.
When is the deadline for the termination of the diversity
We said
committee?
90 days.
So when is the deadline? When is it?
And you guys started January
In fact,
1st.
if you read, and I'm sure you did, Commissioner
January
Elliott,
1st.
or if you had attended the meetings, you would have seen that if you read your written report, we said we were asking for an extension. That was in the written report that would have been verbally given to you guys, but we didn't do the reports today. But
So
that's
why are
in the
you
written
blaming
report.
me talking about whether?
You asked how long it was going to be, and I said
So
it's
why
in the
didn't I
written.
read the report?
Come on, get us out of here, guys.
All right, guys.
Don't
All right.
go out.
All right.
So what is the motion?
The motion was to
Sorry,
send your proposal to the diversity committee.
The diversity committee.
And the vote,
So I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
So,
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Commissioner Williams, you got to tell me why you would be opposed to that motion. Well, never mind.
Never mind.
I actually.
You can't. If you want to know, if you want.
No.
We go to
No.
executive session, I'll tell you.
I'll actually. Guys are heady, man. Heady. All right. Motion to adjourn to executive session. All right.
Do we hear or?
the goal is to hit 2 o'clock in the morning.
I got
What do we
up
do
at
it?
Well, we got 35 minutes.